Can you hear me? Hi. Hold on, let me change this. Why? Okay, so.
Voodoo woo, I came to bring this to you.
Yo.
To see
Hey,
about
what's
you
up,
and
Fruit
crew,
Salad?
what
How you doing,
guys
bud?
are gonna do.
It is muted right now. So I need to buy some new gear, right? How's your day, by the way, Fruit Salad? I hope it's going good, man. Tomorrow's Friday. Hope you're relaxing. Hope you're doing all right. Same goes for anybody else that may or may not be there. That means all you guys, whether you talk to me or not. I still mean it. Anyway, I need some new gear. So I need a new ring. Now I am not on the right window.
But aren't you needed elsewhere?
Don't need the. I thought I was going to need to have 2 rings with max dexterity to be able to keep up with Cap, but it turns out we're doing fine, and I have a whole open ring slot. Now I'm. Why is my chance to block attack damage at 27% right now? That's not correct. Yeah, nothing's used up. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Huh. All right, well, awesome. Hope you stay cool. It's also warm as fuck here today. So hope that you stay cool, brother. The only thing, like, my resistance is, like, my chaos is 27%. I don't know why my chance to... Oh, it's probably because I took all the shit off. So my stats are... Okay. Still 27%. That doesn't... What? There it is, 74%. See, it just took a second. It just took a second. So I have this whole ass ring slot. Both my block chances are capped. All my resistances are capped except for chaos. And if I get another amethyst ring, that'll get me at least 20% more chaos resist, which will put me at, I don't know, 50-ish, which is pretty damn good. As far as chaos res go. I could probably find one that rolls double chaos, but or maybe I could buy one that has some on anyway, just in case, so I could find some new shit. Because I need boots and gloves with chaos res on them too, you know? Boots and pants. Not pants, gloves. Boots and gloves. When I'd see these can be replaced too. But we're gonna do the rings first to see what happens. Let's see what we can search for. Turn these off. What does it say? Damage to attacks. Let's see if we can get one lightning. Cold. Okay, well, that's ass. We need to up these minimums here. Let's just start with 30. See what we get. Well, lightning, you can't do minimum 30. It'll have to be like minimum 5. Yeah. We'll get there. There we go. 1. So physical damage. That's tier 1 is 8 to 13, so that's fine. So set that at 8. Lightning damage. It's P7. Oh, we're still gonna start with 4. We're gonna fart. We're gonna fart with 4.
You've nowhere to
And
go. At
cold.
least pretend to be busy.
P1 is, so we'll change that to 15. 12. 7. P4's 43. So 62 has to be T1 lightning, right? Yeah. I wish I could just switch by like tier. I like. Oh, wait. Turn that off. Like, I just want tier 1. How to just find me tier 1 rolls on these 3. Oop, wrong button. Man, here we go. 3 P1s. What item level are you?
You know what they say. The early bird catches the worm.
Oh, the physical damage. It's fucking 1C. I'm just gonna go buy it.
Yes, yes.
I'd consider that.
Even if I don't use it. I don't understand how these work. Oh. Ow. Bang. Nice. Fracture. Actually a really nice ring. Jeez. I don't need intelligence. Damage, damage, damage. Lightning count. I don't need all those reses. Jeez, P0. Oh, that's the same guy. That's hella too much cold res. It would just be adding these. I don't think that's really enough. Let's get that one off of there. I don't understand how they do the damage. I take. This work? Implicit? No. Oh. That's the one I want. Oh. How's that? I don't understand. Well, maybe we don't necessarily need another one of those rings. Maybe we... I mean, shit, I'll put that on. But... I don't think the life leech works for me. I can craft something on it, though. See what happens. Mana, life. Jeez, I got all kinds of space. Oh, that's a double modifier. Oh, I did not know that. Nice. This is only a 4 mod. Hell yeah, we got 2 different ends. We could put 2 different mods on it. Attack speed? Or should I go throw... Throw it in the thing? Or I could put this on and just have an extra frenzy charge all the time. Well, screw it. Never hurts having a frenzy charge up. That's gotta be way more than I was doing before. Alright, let's go see how...
Pockets as empty as your
See how much of a difference this made. We got 8 div left to work with. If we don't do enough damage, we're gonna go shopping for a new wand. Alright. We're going after this fucking shaper dickhead today. That's why we're buying new equipment. So, we're gonna see how we do on these, and then maybe spend some more money.
Now his true self my mana is spent by all. The corrupt shall fall.
Radiator Ember, nice. Never hurts to have wisdom scrolls. Oh wait, I suppose I could unmute this.
Zone, if you want to do it, is that you go one side, you do the core, the middle can be blocked, so you spawn
Oh, that's
back.
why I can't hear it.
And when you spawn back and you do the second core, you have to wait for that pesky line to get all the way to the boss. Some players go for the checkpoint skip, right? And then
I don't know if that's too loud.
They have to wait on the boss. You can reset a checkpoint
We're
again.
learning about PoE speedrunning. Apparently there's a big race coming up, and these are qualifiers for ExileCon.
And,
Yeah,
yeah,
roughly the
that was
same.
pretty decent.
I knew there were a lot of people that raced and stuff. I did not know it was that big of a deal. Like, I didn't know they had a whole series and stuff of it.
Yeah, not really
It's
much
pretty
to
cool.
worry about. Doing Loki forms, skipping everything, stepping with class forms, and not having to pull
a
any
weird
levers
one.
anymore.
On
So,
here.
Iron Exile's health is a little bit low for where
There
they
we go.
want to be here. As they get towards Matland Waterways, if they aren't approaching that 700 life range, they're really just kind of hoping to get some lucky results or some rune upgrades to get them over that mark. 700 being a really important life break point for the mercenaries, because that's where you basically don't get one shot by the cover guy abilities. So they really want to try and push for that as much as possible. And
Oh yeah, if you care about Path of Exile, there's a Twitch
drop
drop for this right now. So. Hell yeah, I'm huge as fuck.
Have a look at his inventory to see if he's got anything bankrolled for later. Voodoo's just in a little bit of a burst state here. But let's see how the Zikawato kill goes for Iron Exile here.
He's repping those gas grenades. Make sure
Whoa, that looked really cool.
every aspect of the fight. A nice
There we go.
stun
See the
comes
wind
out.
blast.
Give me the goal.
Will this be enough to kill it within the stun? Not
No
quite at
more
20%
expedite
shot.
or
Definitely felt
journeys or
40%.
voyages. That's what it is. Until we beat the Shaper's
Coming out
stupid
from the
ass.
mercenaries.
That's fine.
Guys,
Like,
decent. Comparable.
Yeah.
we could probably do the Maven. I just,
I've definitely seen fast.
I don't
mercenaries.
like
believe
doing the
Iron Exile's had a good
Maven.
game, but I don't believe Iron Exile's had.
she's
any-
not
Nah, they're still
fun
on
with her
the
little stupid
Varnish
floaty
crossbow.
balls and shit.
This is a very good Varnish crossbow, but this is
They're
not exactly
Puddles that'll get left every goddamn where.
Let me see what they've got. They do have an
I'm way
ally.
too twitchy,
They've got an
jittery
ally
for
lined
that.
up, though. Okay.
I can't put myself in one spot. I need to move. Need to move all the time.
Well, look, that's the level 30.
No move, no good.
Ziggy, I
Not
think if
quite
you
as
were
cut
to
it out.
ask Exile if he thinks his weapon is good.
Jeez, did I get a shrine to increase my health or something? Because holy balls, my shield and health went up. Had to have. Had to have.
My mana is spent.
Oh, I can't see his.
It has to be one of those things.
I can't see the DPS, but I can see the crossbow. This thing's tough.
Yeah, the 1500 is kind of the iffy range if you're around there. You can make it work, but it's not ideal. And something I'm a bit above that, but I can't quite see.
Arena. Oh, this guy.
This is what they've got to work with at the moment. So they've got that like crossbow.
This guy's more annoying than anything. Always has been.
I mean, it is better, but
Dude, stop calling me.
I don't think he's happy with the run. But that's
Yeah,
the
I
risk
saw the
with the
triple damage
mercenary.
mods and attack I was like, okay, but yep, no, not quite enough. A bit low on the rolls
Like-
there. So the big thing is those
Bitch.
level 31 affixes are twice as good as the level 16 affixes. So it's a huge difference in damage. You know, you may be getting like 50% more damage if you manage to get some of those affixes to roll.
Come on with your stupid little clouds and shit. Let's go.
Great damage from Woody. I think
was
Woody's
good.
a twice as good weapon. as
I need to have a look at Rudish. Let me go have a look. Because that was definitely.
I just said all about the cloud shit and then I forgot about it and was wandering around and suddenly realized, oh yeah. Alright, well my survivability is definitely up. And all my shrines have worn off now.
Decent, but again,
I'm
that's
pretty
the Varnish
sure.
crossbows, that's the item level 16 one, so they don't have anything banked in their inventory.
So this is just me. I have 3,000 health. More than I had before.
Yeah, there's no level 31 crossbow waiting in their inventory at all there.
This is the key
So,
to a crucible.
where is
Nope.
that extra damage
Stretches the
coming from? They have a
sanity
pretty
of the
good ring and
mind.
pretty
Don't
good
care about
gloves,
that.
So maybe just that, ultimately.
Wait, what? What am I seeing? Ziggy, are we looking at the same thing? Woody's just level 16 crossbow is insane.
Yeah, but it's still the level 16 crossbow.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
two
good.
down.
It's like it really is almost twice as good as Exile.
Yeah, but imagine that with twice as much on the damage.
Hopefully
rolls.
nothing there is gonna kill me.
That's what you really want.
Next one, go.
Absolutely.
It is an almost ideal level
Well,
16
the thing is,
crossbow, but
One
we're
of my
far away from
captors
level
felt
16
no
here.
emotion.
In 20
For
minutes,
mercenaries,
Didn't
because
moving
of
up to
how
31.
long.
pain.
For
Now,
mercenaries, because of how
all he
long you're
feels
spending on this
intense,
Varnish crossbow, that
unstoppable
really is
agony.
kind of the make or break for the level 16.
Why is he here? Sounds like freaking what's his name from the trial.
You know, we're already an hour and 30 in. We're ending around 2 hours. Just spend so much time. You really need a good weapon to
Hey, look at that. That's what we want. I should probably grab any ores I see too, huh? I kind of need them.
We've already seen some of them get past the Drowned City, now heading over to a very dangerous boss, the Baby Eater, who's the double twin. there.
Willow I've. Ooh, whoa.
Yeah,
All kinds of good stuff down there.
trying to pop those mushrooms without taking as much as possible to freeze. You can see making a big difference. The thing is too is that they're feeling like they're
It's
dealing like
important to have the high block rate because the shield recovers energy shield when you block. That's why that's important for this build. Or anytime you're using this shield, really, you actually want to use it to block. Love Calgurn goods.
We'll just go back.
Come on, yes!
With the waypoint.
All right, today's a good day.
To the previous zone, which will then allow them to go into the Temple of Kopek by spawning.
All right, let's keep that rolling, game.
So, a nice.
I'll even pick up the
Also,
junk
something
ones
really
just
cool
because I'm so happy about that.
I've discovered somewhat recently. In the Temple of Kopek, apparently.
How goes the mines today, fruit salad? Have the scrubs given you much trouble, friend?
That you can go
or have any of the operations been particularly difficult?
Not random. It's about 50 to 60% more.
You know, this is
likely to be
Thursday,
there.
so there's
You
no
don't
real
get any
plan
combat.
tonight.
You can see that
I mean, maybe we can play a couple of fucking rounds later, if you know, if you want. You might be able to talk me into it, you know, maybe. Twist my arm. I feel much better than I did last night. Last night I was in a funky mood. I don't know what was going on. But I feel bad. I think, you know why? I think it's because I got a Mountain Dew slushie today. I think that it just makes me that much happier every single day.
Yeah, that could be a tricky one on the mercs because of the grenades and then moving around unexpectedly sometimes, but that was a bit easier.
We were, hold on.
So I'm taking a look at Iron Exile. I was able to get their damage up, so they have
Man, had a frog in the throat.
damage on explosive.
We were cleaning up today at work because we were putting up a new shelf and stuff. And there's this old hoodie that's just been sitting there. What are those? I know I definitely have it. And I was just like, hey, if you want it, you can have this. I'm sitting here forever. It's just like a plain black hoodie. I was like, all right, you know, so I tried it on. And it was an extra large. I said, but I threw it on, and it was like, well, this is definitely an extra large woman's hoodie. But a funny story, it kind of fits pretty good actually.
I don't know, it's looking a little bit
Turns out
they've got
I could wear
60,000
XL women's
for Iron
and pull it
Exile,
off.
but
Well,
damage
you
is
know.
less than 1300. Like,
Let's not.
1500 is like a bare minimum,
I ain't got-
feel.
I don't got
So it's
booblies or
really
nothing,
gonna
you
be
know.
rough for Iron Exile when we see
I got
it.
nothing to
That's
put
the
in there,
start.
so.
Once we maybe even start to get into mana problems on Doriani, which is not where you want to be. So I'm very concerned about the position of the two mercenary players.
But free hoodie,
it's
right?
A bit high damage, around 1400, but
Can't
still,
argue
that's-
with that.
That's too low.
Didn't
It's
mean to
too
pick that
low.
up.
They really need some sort of upgrades here, and I don't know.
What's
how to
that
get
beep?
I'm
Curious to see how long it takes these guys to speed run, because holy frick frack. I struggle with the axe every time. I think it's more of a fact that I get distracted by every single door and corner and everything than that I can't. Like, I had to remind myself this time, the entire time, like, go fast. You got to stop doing that stupid shit. Just go fast. Stop wandering off. Doesn't matter. We only need. Fuck! Well, that new fucking armor didn't help me that much right there. Hey.
Yeah, that will let him
We need to focus the Viper fight here, down there.
It's a pretty good armor piece too. It's got 2,800 armor, 600 energy shield almost, fire cold res.
Oh, maybe.
Pretty
Yeah.
good.
I mean, I can
Yeah.
imagine it. This is a really dangerous boss. This is by far the. Some people will think that Viper is the more dangerous
Hold on.
boss.
All right, now we're
Viper
gonna get
was-
dangerous here.
Our
Okay,
players
yeah, I
are
knew I was
so
gonna need that
familiar
dexterity.
with the Viper
I knew I was
boss.
gonna need that.
Yeah, that secures Jilu's fight there. Viper
All
is
right.
still a pretty challenging fight for a lot
Did I
of
put
builds.
down a
I don't know
portal?
how the Huntress goes here. It's a good arena for it, obviously.
God damn it, I'm smart.
Viper
I
has
actually
two
remembered it
different
for once.
phases
I
of
can't believe
building,
it.
Yeah, one immune and one not immune, and there are some ways of kind of gaming that a little bit that players are starting to figure out. And I'm not sure.
His
how
damage
to
is not
go
good.
about this.
He forgot about the war banner. Doesn't
Yo, why does he hurt so bad?
Ability phase here.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be dangerous, but it's a lot of
Get
time
close.
spent.
Might be able to just barely pull it off. Oh, okay, gets the
Kills
kill.
it on the second floor.
Right at the end there. That was like really kind of tempting fate.
All right, where's gonna? Wait, we haven't even broken his shield yet. Damn it!
A very nice lead here at 23 off the back of their death. So the
Frenzy
Hunters
charges.
currently tilted heavily in favor of Gilroy.
Dying.
Overall, obviously, looking very good there.
Got it.
Iron Exile now just starting Katsuli.
This is PoE 2 racing, by the way. I keep forgetting. I keep thinking it's PoE 1. It's PoE 2 racing that they're doing right now.
They're playing it safe. They're playing it really
Yo!
team up to
Ah! Damn it!
which you don't get any.
Go back! Fast, fast, fast! Before his energy shield comes back.
But he still
Go,
kills
go,
all
go.
the monsters. You can get
No!
the
Almost teleported back.
passive point
No, I didn't teleport
on
back.
the way
Fuck!
there if you kill the big boys in that zone, same as the zone that he is in right now. But he's mostly killing because that zone is dangerous. Nice kill from on that time. Yuduo is looking so strong.
And my health regen ain't that friggin' good.
Super well played. And none of the bosses have been
It's friggin' better than it was, but holy.
because the other hunters
No. Oh, bad spot! Wow. Must have blocked some shit there. That's nice. I must have blocked that too, or he died right at the time. Whoa!
Yuduo is
Oh!
approaching
Oh,
Doriani.
I was clenched up that whole time. Holy shit.
Immediately he moves away from the gas
He
grenade.
used that damage buff too low there. I think maybe the
Alright.
power charges were about to expire, but
Man,
he didn't really get that damage buff to.
I really
land
wanted to
pretty
win
much
that. I was
think we
freaking
should-
out there.
I think we should look at
I
23.
got
Honestly,
an
another
extra
boss fight.
power
This is the
charge
boss that
and
put
an
me
extra
to the
endurance
center.
charge
Yep.
and a
Down,
frenzy
got it.
charge full
in the
time.
bag. Let's have a look
No
at
build up
23
retired. Why did I?
there.
Again.
Speaking of retired,
Some filth. That's a lot.
why
of
did I
barrage
make a
rolling
portal in
right
front of the
there.
portal?
He's standing in the enfeeble.
Oopsie.
Okay,
I was too excited. I was just too hyped that I won that fast.
Restoration. He didn't drop the war banner and he was standing in the enfeeble.
Greetings.
23
Go
is
Okay,
with
but that was
shaky.
much
Takes the
more
boss
comfortable
down.
though.
Forgot I found a div.
It's a big deal. There's a big roll variance.
What did I
on
pick
the
up here?
tiers and
Oh, at least it was a
so
kinetic
you can
wand.
actually utilize this divine orb to really improve.
Delay
level 21
4.
weapon.
Attack speed, ignite. Nah.
And Grippy
That's
is
a
just
big
like, yep, let's make
Goodbye.
that attack speed a bit faster or something.
All right, next bitch on the
Here we go.
list.
Laser skip. This is what we're looking for. You want the big
Oh, that
freeze.
is-
Ooh, really
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, not even
That's not good.
not even on the release.
Which one did we just do?
That entire
He might
barrage
actually
wasted.
look at what he's doing. He's actually waiting.
We just
He's
we just
not
did the
attacking boss
Chimera, right?
because he's
Or was that the
waiting for
Minotaur? I
boss
swear
to
that was the
go a little
Minotaur.
bit
Yeah, you gotta
further
get away from that
so he
wall.
can get the big war banner, get the
Wait,
freeze.
we could
and
easily
have the
solve
laser
this.
Much
skip.
better.
To the stash.
Is he gonna be able to get it? No, he didn't.
Oh,
Oh,
Okay,
that's
I
right.
was that. I only need the last
So
one.
if-
I have
if
Minotaur,
he manages to
Chimera,
not
Hydra.
Spawn the lasers, he
Shh,
saves himself
shush.
like 15 seconds. But if the lasers spawn, the boss has to go through the entire
Yeah.
animation to transition
Okay,
into the next
now this
phase.
one.
So what Julu wanted to
What
do
are
was
you?
hold the boss a little bit from the wall.
Bile
Have
toxins,
a
huh?
big pre-stack for Twister.
Is
and then
poison any good?
immediately shoot all of them out, do a chunk of damage, freeze the boss.
I played a poison.
Laser phase. That's what all of our
What was
players
it
are gonna be
called?
trying to do.
We throw the
Huntress is with
poison
the
bottles
freeze,
or whatever the hell it
and
is.
the mercenary
Did that one
with
time.
the
It was really good through the
get it here, and it
acts, and then it
is the reality.
just fell off and never came back.
One clean phase there, no immunity phase, very nice. We should start there, Viper. As you were moving the second phase going on.
That was just a me having fun though. That I was no, there's no plan with that one. So at least I got, you know, I quote unquote beat the game with it.
Takes them down most of the way and just finishes
Nah.
that last little bit of health bar.
Nice.
Little has got to do one ability.
Oh yes, yes, we do want this, please.
On Viper.
Witches goes. Witch has a bit better damage than Amazon. I did manage to pull off the phase there. The stun timing is important here, actually. If you want to stun her
get over
early
here.
so that she doesn't get her stun
Hey,
immunity when the damageable floating phase begins. But if
Hey,
you stun her
jewelry
later
orbs that
in
I
the phase,
missed.
She might just go right into an immunity phase. But in this case here, obviously she's going to an immunity phase for Witch. So a bit unfortunate. The arena gets a bit smaller here, but does have a stun come up very fast there. And hopefully that's enough to take them the rest of the way down this health bar. The stun on the mercenary is very strong and fairly controllable. We've got flash grenade usage, but has to sit through another immune.
There's a way to get your block chance higher than 75% while you have glancing blows on.
Not putting out enough damage on Viper here to get through this so
Hey,
quickly.
big
Longest fight
boy.
they've had.
Big tree. Whoa!
And oh,
Cast speed off the
is that a
charge.
one? He
This is
actually
like the
avoided
actual,
it.
like,
Oh, no.
this cast speed is the actual normal cast speed of my Hierophant.
Terrible.
Oh no. Okay, good.
Like, he just does this all the time.
Dodging,
That's how
okay.
fast he goes.
Flask is still at halfway. We've seen plenty of players die to Viper in the
That was a
past.
fun build.
Thankfully, she
That was a
is
really
able
fun
to
build to play.
does manage to get
Highly
it. That
recommend
took a solid extra 30
Ice
seconds,
Nova
but
Hierophant.
not really a leader response here
Crossbolt, Hierophant.
to try
Any
and
of the
get
versions.
through this
I
match.
played
He was
Scissorin's
faster.
version, and it was very good. He has a very good thing for it. Guide.
Getting more and more of a lead over time here, barring any potential upset.
Where the hell am I?
Zone.
Going too fast, man. I can't keep track.
The next act entirely and getting onto the first island for Gilaway.
More brain rot?
What's on Leap Slam?
This cast speed is ridiculous. I'm not used to this anymore.
So, Leap Slam and disengage. The mobility. Yep, a lot of damage.
Take
taken
that
there.
one.
600 health to Gilaway.
Oh yeah?
A little bit low, but this is what we expected, that the Huntresses would become quite squishy.
Oh, there was a door there.
Ranks. So this is where
That explains it.
Huntress deaths may happen, but I believe Julie is deathless so far.
Iron Ring? Probably don't care about that one, do I?
Has knocked them out of the running as Lexian has taken over their slot in the fourth camera place over there. Also,
What was that? Wait, I missed it.
He really doesn't seem to have a whole
thing.
lot of
It's just bismuth too. Perfect. We don't have to do anything. Just keep going.
800 is about what I've seen.
Oh,
a lot of
there we are. Well,
Mana is spent.
So
well, hurry up and unspend it. Valor.
I'm Exile fighting his boss. I think he has
Here
a
we-
laser skip. I'm not.
Don't get. Like, that's a terrible spot for a breach, friend. What the hell are you?
Sure, but does move into the second phase now, regardless. Let's see how that one goes. Getting everything built
What?
up. Hopefully some nice big damage from Exile here.
What happened?
If that's done down, now's the time.
I
for the big
blacked out.
damage.
What happened? See, that's why we dropped the portal.
Yeah, it's not gonna be quite clean on that one yet. Exile has hit that level 31 breakpoint now, has all the nice grenades.
That's
Does do a
insanity.
nice dodge roll
How,
through,
that
hits the
AoE is
laser,
redonkulous,
and
and I got to worry about hitting this friggin' breach the whole time. Oh, you cheating! The game is a dirty, rotten cheater.
We should focus on Jiluo because
This time, yeah, let's have a look here. That is death in the prison there. We were just saying, cast a curse it a little bit, maybe.
Must have
But
time.
it's from this point that we start to see things get a bit shakier for the Huntresses. They've just been so skilled in
Nope.
their movement and play so far that, like, I am starting to believe the planes of death will practice them. But, you know, it seems...
how did this happen though?
If only my totems leached health. Fuck!
The big thing about the land
I hit the breach.
is
I accidentally blinked into it.
ocean sign because that allows
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
middle fire leads to a
As long
lot,
as they
but
fuck
that's
off.
something that you don't really want to worry about. Trying to get to the zone as quickly as possible.
Come on, bitch,
Another
die.
big element is that whenever these waves come in, the majority of mobs in this zone have like an 80% damage reduction.
This is the key.
Woo! Got your ass!
Stretches the sanity
You
of the
can't really
mind.
get
All right, this is
stunned
like
if you're
dead ass the worst
dodging
possible
in
spot
dog
for a
form,
breach,
and
by the
you're
way.
practically
Where are
on
you?
top of
What's
it.
supposed to happen?
So
Where are you supposed to
what
go?
could have possibly happened here? Maybe we're gonna be able to
Anyway,
get some form of a
Guilt
some
that
form of
motherfucker.
play or-
boy, we're
Man,
picking that
the
portal a
Valor
lot
is
today, man.
crazy. Either way, I do think that we should focus a little bit more on Jiluo because he is just so far ahead
So
of
anyway,
everybody
my
else.
pets all living their best life.
Maybe.
Uh,
As well. Go to the
Pick up our
portal.
other fragments here, and let's go get
It does
dusted
get their kill done
by
pretty
the shape
nicely there, and Luxian moving into their second phase.
for like the 5th time. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with his
So
ass.
very fast Huntress kill on Jiluo for Doriani, and it looks
Let's go.
like similar sort of thing occurring here. That freeze goes down, and some nice big damage. And yeah, that's very fast there.
I see you, little
Maybe
mouse.
not
You
so
don't
much.
see shit. Shut up.
Belong here.
Couple
Run
interesting
along.
things that are happening. Amexo's capping up, catching up. Jiluo is still having to go through 30 excruciating seconds
Yep,
of sitting
that
around.
2.5 minute death
But,
penalty. Feeling really long right now.
The Volcanic Ruins is kind of an interesting zone because you can find a shrine in here, and there's also an event of 2 golems where the last golem that you kill will drop a ring. So it might be something that some other players are going to be going for, but I think Exile knows the position is in. He's just going to try to get
Why is this guy
to
such a
the boss
freaking
as soon as
chungus, man?
possible. And doing just that as the boss should be on his feet.
Oh, probably because I spent way too long trying to kill him instead of just fighting the turrets. Does he still do the stupid turret thing, or is that not part of the fight this time? It's kind of lame if it is. I'm just saying. No, there it is, right there. Where did he come from? Oh shit!
A final abyss.
All right, that's a terrible start.
Not what you want. Alright.
We might have to get some more gear. We might go wand shopping. I really gotta go all the way back there? You bitch.
Now positioning him next to the wall, trying to
Too much running in the Shaper storyline. You do that, and then when you do the Shaper fight, you gotta run around. What? Hey, what? Ha!
Really good.
Man, that's bullshit. What?
Yeah.
So cleanly done.
You're telling me I couldn't have just killed him the last time? Ah,
But the play.
see?
Yeah.
I died for no
I've been seeing
goddamn
this a bit
reason
here from
right
Exile,
there.
Like, despite the low damage that they're suffering, they're like playing
Okay,
the
he's
side
joking.
really well. Took a little bit longer at the end.
Unfortunate.
Gilo going
He was
very low on the
joking at the
prisoner.
end.
Oh,
Gilo
I hate this
almost
guy.
joking as well.
I don't hate this guy. I like this guy usually. If you kill him fast enough, he just stands there, and it's not bad at all. It's pretty nice, actually.
Back up there, getting ready for that ballistic usage.
So interesting too, a different approach.
Get your weird wiggly ghost boys away from me. Hey, fusings, take that.
So as he's fighting the
Get back in your corner. Yes, this corner. The corner part of the circle.
Catch up. And I mean, Exil's not getting XP either anymore. He is just
they're done.
trying to progress as well. So I don't know. That rip.
Some of these things take entirely too long. Like, I get it.
Yeah, that was a gap closer.
I know they want us to play through the story every time and stuff. Can I at least get an option to turn off the spawn animations? Like after the 57th time? I remember. And I'm bored. And why am I dying so fucking hard? Oh, because I was outside of the circle.
Hopefully gets like a rune upgrade.
'Cause I'm
so that
dumb.
To be able to secure that. And that damage just basically can't be helped at this point, so he's just going to have to make do with it, and that's really going to hurt on Tavakai. A lot more room for things to go wrong, so he's got an uphill battle here, but
Luxian
is
dead.
doing it. Doing the uphill battle.
Oh yeah, have to go through the portal first. Oh no, this guy's like my actual nemesis in the game.
It's all on
This
Gilo
guy
now for
shreds
the
my
Huntress
face off every time I see him.
representation. Gilo versus Exile seems to be the race that we're watching here.
Well,
but
this is the
still
shaper
plenty
part,
of
so
room for
hopefully
change.
maybe it won't be that bad.
This is not too far behind.
Yeah,
Where the hell is he?
Really caught up. That rip
Yeah,
from
right.
Would he go around the back way this time?
Still have.
Oh, I probably shouldn't stand in that, huh?
We even have orb. Okay, these are scary.
Holy
players.
shit!
Absolutely big
Killer
ones.
players.
2 deaths, haven't even fought the shaper yet. This is bad news, Bears.
Which I have to say, we're very impressed by Root. This is the first time we've
I'm so
seen them
impressed.
doing a Path of Exile race. Let's just remember that fact right here.
Nah, we'll go back.
And they've
Okay,
been
but
on
also-
stream for the most of the. Oh, I'm Exile. He's got he saw it
doesn't
through.
block.
That
Whoa.
was insane. I cannot
Okay,
believe
I
he
was-
didn't checkpoint there.
My mana
I
is
was about to
spent.
glaze on Exile.
Immediately
but
ran
this is
away.
His first PoE2 race as well, and he shows up immediately. That was a
Oh my
crazy place to not
God.
log out at. I was certain he was gonna go for a reset.
Deal. Oh my lord.
Oh, that's him.
Yeah.
He didn't think about it long at all. He's like, you know what?
Oh my god, I'm bleeding.
100% reasonable check.
I'm never. No, we're just might as well restart.
But maybe
We
there's
might as well
some
just
awareness of the
restart.
fact that like I have to play super aggressive here if I'm gonna overtake Gilo.
I already died 3 times. No, it ain't happening. Why is this guy murdering me so fast? I've one-shotted this guy every time I've tried this.
And it's the first one.
What's going
He's got
on?
A lot of good players, and there's 4 qualifiers. Maybe this first one, when you.
I've never got killed in any of the preliminary fights in the Shaper.
Yeah, yeah.
This league.
For sure, you play
Yeah.
super risky.
Until today.
But I mean, it works out. I think Exile is
Why
fine.
am I bleeding
Those fights
so
are
insane?
now.
There's like one bite and get me with infected blood. I thought I was immune to that shit.
And Jiluo
Yeah.
has already done
final
Exile
boss.
Zone.
Of unending
And they've
dark.
gone alternate directions here, so we're actually seeing like a really cool like side-by-side bossing of the alternate bosses. It's interesting how
Yes.
that worked out there.
But the prisoner takes
Oh,
longer. You have to
this
go
one
through the
does the
transition
corrupted
phases, you have to
blood.
shoot those ballistas. Exile is positioning the boss perfectly to allow himself to stand exactly where the ballista is.
Swap one of these out real quick for this part.
Not small, I
Take the boss. He
suppose.
stands a little bit far away. This boss can be dangerous.
Heal,
There
man.
is
that's what you want.
1 or 2 one-shot mechanics, which I think Luxian suffered. That's exactly what got him killed. So, yeah, Exile still, as much
Actually-
as we're saying that they're taking
Nice.
risks, they're still kind of playing
Actually,
it safe.
Pretty good. Actually,
I'm gonna have a look at
Yeah, nice
now that we
go.
mention
how
it.
Exil's going. He's
Okay,
pretty
what
unique as well.
shrine are we getting? Because there is a
Yes.
guaranteed shrine in Shrike Island.
Oh, the
which Jiluo
burning
is
ground is the one I have. That's my bad.
Using
Count it
it
back.
to
Oh,
at the checkpoint at the boss.
didn't mean to rest
go
my elbow
back
there.
And pick it up, but I haven't seen
All
the
right.
shrine yet. I think it does
Fuck's
spawn
sakes.
somewhere close, so he's most likely already seen it. Maybe we're gonna be seeing it on.
I was really hoping I was going to be able to pull this off the first try.
Not just the same layouts, but also the same shrines with the same modifier, I believe. So what kind of shrine are we gonna be having here? Ooh, Exile getting a little bit lost.
It's really interesting too. I think I was going for leap slam for their like sprint. So this is the sprint phase of the race, right? Players are not interested in killing unless they absolutely.
They run
have to.
away?
In fact, many of the strategies will involve literally de-equipping your damage dealing weapons. So right now, Exile has a talisman for movement and a mace for leap slam. But this is interesting because many mercenaries are doing escape shot as their like.
Well, he didn't bleed me to death that time.
Exile does not have a bow, no escape shot. Escape shot is really good for not getting body blocked.
All right.
In the later stages of this area.
See if we can pull this
especially
off.
the final zone.
All right,
There
can we
is
please
a-
at least pull the shield
there is
charge
a big
off?
element here that we've mentioned,
mana is
but we
spent.
have to talk about, which is a lot of our players are using a bow, and they were picking up a bow and not one punch with a effective gun. The reason for that was because they were in Torgen. Torgen is an extremely dangerous boss. As Exile actually
All right, good
really
job, boys.
struggling with this layout.
See,
Man,
that's what I'm talking about right
spending
there.
A lot of time getting through this zone.
That's the type shit I'm talking about right there.
It has been fixed though.
All right, let's go get fucking
but
obliterated by this
the
dick.
Torgen skip hasn't fixed.
So,
A lot of our players are still
You've chosen
using
to
a bow.
side with
And the big
chaos.
thing is that
Yeah, practice.
Is my
Huntress
word,
has a
and
really
you
good arena
shall
to
obey
fight in
my
Torgen.
order.
Unfortunately, there's the shrine. He's gonna pick it up immediately. As he should. Okay, I can't
No,
finish the
Jesus!
second.
Immediately died.
Torgen is scary
Because he-
for
I tried to
mercenaries.
shield charge, nothing happened.
For mercenary because it's very difficult to do damage. He moves around a lot. He's got a lot of HP. You have to do the mechanic, which we're going to be explaining when we get there. But for Huntress, it's a hard thing. Huntress does a ton of damage in the Torgen fight. So a lot of our players are used to using bows because of that escape shot mechanic. And I think a lot of the Huntresses also just haven't practiced targets. They practice the skip. But with the change that happened,
Break off with your
literally
balls
yesterday,
too, bro.
I know immediately
Woo!
all of the mercenaries started practicing.
Right by the skin of my ass on that
I
one.
wonder if that's going to come into play, not just because of the familiarity with the bow and strategies that you use all along, but also Huntress is a good job to
Frenzy charges activate.
Bourbon kills you.
Mm-mm. Is that one having? Oh, that's her.
Yeah.
Yo! Yeah, I'm so stupid as fuck.
Oh, that race is
This is the
closing
scary
in.
thing.
Why am I dumb? See, that was it. All right, now we gotta do all four of them again.
Despite their lower damage here, Exile's not really managed to secure much in the way of upgrades, but he is getting that kill pretty quick there.
Big
Honestly,
bird
they're catching
down.
up.
Wait, he's finding the little bird. Exile, get out of there. You don't have to kill that.
One of my captives wore many
For a
faces,
little pleasure.
Not yet.
yet kept her true face hidden.
Not yet.
Now she cannot escape her
The
true
six,
face.
yeah, 650 health is not going to be securing any upgrades.
Roy's shopping
there.
again.
There's- Looking at the inventory, there's no body runes to
So what do we
get any
want?
extra
We
life.
want a
So
kinetic
650 health
wand.
is going to be what I believe. Oh, there's still one chance. There's exalts in this zone. There's guaranteed exalts in this zone. That's their That's
Yes.
Exile's last chance to secure another 50 health.
Kinetic
One big exalt slam
wand.
could make all the difference because
Oh, you
those
probably
deaths
can't
on
see
the
that.
Talcott fight, those will shake the race up, that's for sure. And an extra 50 health
sure.
will just stop
All right,
you from
well,
getting one shot by
we'll just
some of
switch
those
back over
mechanics, but-
to
Again, we're talking about that.
This
Torgen
round.
and Benedictus have claimed,
and
a comparable amount
That's
of
true.
life.
I think the mercenaries are
Talcott.
getting pretty good at those fights now.
yeah.
Mhm.
It seems to
Yeah,
be
for
Talcott
sure.
that's really still giving people.
Yeah, there we go.
But yeah, you're right. We've seen some big upsets on those.
Look at
ones in the
me.
past.
Oh, it's almost like I'm a real streamer.
I mean, one of the practice runs that I've seen from the top Huntress
Almost.
PvE was actually a definite
Anyway.
on Benedictus. So definitely
Yeah.
still something.
Kinetic
It's one of those things
wand.
Still, where the more you do a fight, the more familiar you become with it.
Physical. Well,
the
cold and
confidence
lightning
kinda takes
damage. We
over,
need more than
And
physical.
it can be one of those situations where our players just underestimate something like that. You know, it's kind of like the
right.
monkey. Nobody, it's so
Adds
easy to dodge the monkey slam.
Cold
Also, at
damage.
the same time, anybody can get hit by the monkey slam. So I think
Yes.
for Benedictus, it's a similar situation.
And
Our
did
players
I click
practice a
pseudo
lot,
on the first
but
one?
Anybody can die to that boss. It can just get so ridiculous with a certain combination of attacks. The triple exalted orbs has been
Vocal.
picked up by
I
the
did.
Huntress. Let's see if
There we go. There we go.
Exalt on the mercenary goes for it as well. I
No
think,
time to be doing
uh,
essences. The leap slam was really good
Yeah,
in this zone, actually. Like, yeah, you're not dealing with pounces cooldown while trying to jump up those railings. You can just sleep slam them all like this.
I don't know
just
what
like
the right
Activate's
search
doing now.
terms are for
Keeping them at the bell,
this.
There's
Go
those
for it.
3 exalts. I'm going to be watching to see what gets exalted here. They've been used. I didn't see, but we don't get to see their mouse cursor, so let me have a look.
All right, nothing there, so
700
too
health.
high.
They did it! They just
Wow.
like triple slammed it on, I want to say, where did that go? On the gloves, maybe? Possibly the ring?
Okay, the Torvian, the Torvian fight is up, and he's already.
Yeah, I
done
don't
with
care
the
about
first
chaos
mechanic. So the
damage.
thing about Torvian is that you want to throw the big rocks from Torvian at the right and the left platform, especially because one of them gives ailment immunity. I believe the left one and the right one gives
T1s for
damage reduction.
7.
So you want to
Jeez.
make sure that you disable those casters, and you can see him do it on the right.
These
buff
motherfuckers are
right there.
expensive.
Once again, and he immediately drops the war banner. To
Well,
try to
I'm
do
not
as
gonna
much
be
damage
able
as
to sell
possible.
mine then,
I gotta say, this isn't looking
Not
as
fast.
quick as I
because my
thought it had
DPS
to
is
be.
higher than his.
This is taking
Yeah.
a while.
Like he's kind
This
of
is type shit I'm ready to upgrade to.
Can just miss sometimes, right? That was
Yeah.
a pretty good chunk of damage there, but yeah, then we see like phases here. Where it's like,
Exile
I
is
what did I say? What did we say mine was? I forget. We did the
Oh,
thing the
no.
one day to find out.
Disaster for Exile. He actually throws the rock before the mechanic even begins. There is a little bit of a wind up there, so
Slows him down a little bit.
isn't cooperating.
Hmm.
I mean,
Nah.
is
I don't
it
want
just me, or is Exile killing it faster? He's killing
I
it
think-
faster.
Wow, that's all there is, huh?
Like
Okay,
he's
so
catching
the
up in this
big-
fight.
The
Unfortunate.
big drama was that the recent fix was worse for mercenaries than it was for huntresses. So that
Yeah.
was like the big drama. But I gotta say, the mercenaries so far is looking good. Obviously, there's still the mechanic that you have to deal with. Things have to line up for you. But
That's a
Jewel
good
We could
stun.
shop for some new boots and some new armors.
coming out from Exile. A
Even to throw
huge
that
chunk
What
of
does this
HP
call
taken
for?
away from
Dawson
Yeah,
boot.
throw here.
coming out.
Nice.
Oh, he tempts
Perfect.
it.
Yeah, as long as it hits the scaffolding as well to disable that buff, you're okay. It's getting some
That's
nice
true.
damage on there as well. Yeah, I don't know. It's the kill speed maybe is pretty similar in the end. Hard to
He
judge.
drops super low. There's the damage reduction.
Resistance,
the
move
stun is there. He's not
speed.
doing the mech.
Nothing special.
Not
He's got
bad,
it, and he's at the
terrible.
doorway and ready to go right away. Does not wait for any loot or anything like that. It's time to go. Those 3 exalts really came in clutch for him.
Look
Exalt.
where
That was
Woodish
such
is.
a
Nothing
huge deal.
on
Those
that.
guaranteed exalts did so much work for him. Woodish
Woodish just got up.
wow.
Man,
I'm so
could it
impressed
be-
by Woodish's run here. This
Okay,
is insane.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Because Woodish started practicing
Hmm.
recently. So you know how a lot of these players practice Act 1, 2, and
Right.
3 because that's all that was available previously. Woodish started
Right.
practicing when Act 4 was available. So maybe
It's
he's
all
got
even.
an even amount of practice throughout
Not-
all
Is
these
that, oh
acts.
no,
why
that's
his
pre.
Act
That's
4 is good.
essence prefix.
See?
It's like tier 3
Fair,
lightning
that's an
damage.
interesting theory.
Yeah,
But yeah, this is so much closer. Like this at this point, that means if Jilla and Arm Exile suffer a death, we're just right there waiting to qualify for Exile Con. And to
There's
do
the-
that,
I want to
We want
believe.
crit
oh
chance.
mate, that'd be so exciting.
This looks
That'd be
rough. Look at
wild.
Jiluo. His damage is not up to par.
Increased crit chance.
Huge slam coming out from Benedictus. Damn, nice dodge from Jiluo. Well played there, but he's not going to be able to do damage in this phase. He has to wait for the maze.
Oh, we just know our hopes and dreams. Spoiled by
Penetrates.
Immediate death.
Scorpion. Oh no.
Jiluo gets
Elemental
the phase.
resistances. Alright, that narrows it down a bit.
Up until that very moment, that is rough. All right, Jilu gets
Can
Good.
Jiluo kill it?
Elemental
So,
damage.
he's doing a lot of phases here.
What should I have?
Doing a
8?
lot of phases.
He's doing a lot.
I'm excited
Alright,
to
so
see
this is where we
phase
can start.
where he knows he's gonna be.
Priest, don't care.
Both of them are pretty much getting one shot by like 90% of Benedictus's attacks. Nice dodges so far from both of our players. I gotta say, not a
Yeah,
clean
damage
fight
on
from
Jiluo is
Jiluo.
shocked.
He drops low.
He's got the freeze on also.
Multiplier.
Yeah, no, he's
But
okay.
it's
he's
not
got
gonna
this.
be enough.
Wait, no, we're looking for
Well,
DPS.
he
Mine's
copied on those
5.
buffs, but that was
I
the
forget
exact
how
spot
much
he
mine
needed
was.
because he got,
5
like,
something.
Oh,
that whole
no.
fight was so slow to that very point. Wait, did Exile
Exile
reset?
reset.
Oh no.
Yeah.
We can actually, we
looking
can
for
just,
his line.
we can
It's out there
open
too.
freaking
Wait, what's happening?
Well, I don't think you can get this.
POB and find out. Oh yeah, I also bought another special treat today. Be right back.
One and done for that one.
Ow!
We missed something. Why did he run
Yeah,
out and
I
run
mean,
back
I think he
in?
might have just came too close to dying or something. He might have just botched it.
No. But why would he start killing monsters and then go back in? think
I
he-
do not know what happened there,
Maybe
but
he's-
he's doing a lot of damage now, though. It's coming down. That's a good
Maybe it
first
was
phase
some,
for this.
Some gem build up or something. That was extremely unusual.
You might have,
for-
you might have ducked out to get some power charges for the rend buff. So for
Yeah,
the,
maybe.
oh man, look at that damage. That is very nice.
Alright.
Just gotta prep those grenades. Unfortunately, has to
Grab
do
a
these
water
waves
when-
here,
oh.
so immunity phase for him.
Damn it.
So I'll
Alright, be right back
hopefully
again. Sorry, I'm so
securing
bad at
some
this.
one grenade rotation at the very end here. No rend buff or anything active now though, so back to base damage.
He gets it.
And there's the
stun.
Benedictus. Now, I want to see if IMEXILE knows about this skip, because you can pounce through the door as it's opening, and that skips the slow walking phase and lets you teleport out with a portal, which you can't normally do. So it's not quite a full flashbang skip, but a partial flashbang skip has been discovered.
Jiluo didn't do it.
Yeah, Jiluo didn't do it, and I don't know if I'm exiled. They're like sitting there in wolf form, so we'll see if. Nah, it looks like they're gonna be slow walking. I don't think they don't know about it.
This back on.
They don't know about it.
Wow, I'm surprised.
I feel a little bad now for maybe spoiling the strategy for people that might not have seen it.
Items.
At this point, everyone's streaming. They're going to be studying each other's VODs. It's going to be discovered either way. Oh wait, I think that's it. I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because see how he can just move as fast as he wants and then stand at the edge of each platform? Perfect. So,
Yes.
and the other part of this, in addition, you don't have to do the like slow walking dialogue. You can just leap straight through here and start it sooner. But you can also open a portal right there ahead of time.
I was about
and
to
leave
say,
earlier.
because one of the VODs where I saw the strategy got sent to me by Exiles. I'm like, why? What is
Yeah,
happening? Like,
just
how
happened a bit
can
later
he
than we
not
expected.
know when he's the one who sent it to me?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
that's that's a
How
really
do I
good one, 'cause this
how
was like this
can I
was
copy
one of
you?
the longest sequences of lore stuff in the entire race, and it was just unskippable, thought to be unskippable for this whole time, but finally someone discovered something there. Not sure who originally
Woodish
discovered
is
that
back
one,
in. Whole New Society just killed Benedictus. Nicely done by Whole New Society.
but
Got
very
this.
good. Whole new society taking over from Woodish then,
Got this.
He's showing
as our
up.
third
And
place
this.
player. Woodish,
hey, if
hopefully
you're
getting
not
their
here for this-
Tovian down.
If you're not here for just the speed running, but also you just want to learn how to progress in the zone that they're in right now, the league mechanic gives you a guaranteed fight link, guys. So just find the
Okay.
find the thing and get your 5 link. Our players can't use
Right.
it because it's level 45 and everybody's like 40 levels under the zone level. But if you're just doing regular progression, hey, here's something that you can do. There's going to be a lot of respecking coming up for our Huntresses. They're going to be getting rid of a lot of these movement speed nodes, these sprint nodes.
I could have
and they're gonna
sworn
be taking
TOB
up
told
them
me my
here and there.
damage. Oh, there it is.
Fight a little bit
522.
easier as we head over to the biggest danger. To have a
522,
only
416.
630 life for Jiluo right now. Will be equipping a chest.
So this
so that will
15
be
div,
a little bit 700. for
50
him right
higher
now.
DPS to
And
me.
This one, I gotta say, Jiluo is a lot more likely to die compared to Mercenary.
These are
Well,
He is
Mercenary
still
Lower
without
DPS
escape
than
shot
mine.
has a bit of a tougher time here if they get body blocked. Jiluo, meanwhile, has the disengage.
I
which
did
is
not pay
similar to
16
Escape
div
Shot,
for this
which
damn
really
thing.
shrinks it down and lets you get through a lot of body block scenarios. And Jiluo's movement through this zone has been really good so far. They had to
Yeah.
kind of like do a little bit of.
This is
backtracking. It
less
bad, though.
DPS than mine.
Oh, but look, they
Elemental
get through
and
it, though.
physical.
They get through it. A couple
get it.
disengages, managing that
This is
pack
the
very
advantage.
nicely. That was just nearly impeccable run through there and gets to the boss fight so
right.
fast.
So my weapon is still good.
Now we have to see if I'm Exile can manage to get through cleanly as well.
Guess I just knew what I was looking
If
for.
they're going to be starting the fight a little bit after Jiluo, then it could be a bit of a problem for him. It could
I'm
come
not-
down to a death
honestly,
in Tabakai here.
I feel like their damage is comparable. And 2, there's a lot
Delicious.
of positioning that the mercenary has to do.
Excuse
There's a
me.
lot more positioning that you can do if you want to do more face tank.
Oh, yeah, I
It's a
got this
much
other thing
riskier
today.
strategy.
Where's this?
Honestly,
Yeah.
I think
I
Exile's
open
having an
this?
incredible run. We're at 2 hours and almost 4 minutes, guys. This is an insane run.
It's called a
for
tincture,
mercenary. It's not a
Tincture,
great run for
which is a really
Huntress,
funny word that I like
but
to say.
considering that there's
Makes
only
me.
been
It
one
feels like
rip,
old timey.
I don't know. I think Jiluo should be feeling pretty confident here.
You know,
Now,
it's something that
that being said,
the dentist
any of
surgeon
these
would
attacks from
you know,
Tabakai,
prescribe
if they
you.
land, they will kill both the Huntress and the Mercenary.
Nice.
So
Where the hell is the
Always
knife that I
cleanly
leave sitting on
there.
my desk
That's
for
really good.
just these emergencies?
He gets to move into his first phase here, right as Jiluo is just finishing
Where the hell
first
is it?
phase, which is about as much of a catch-up as he could have hoped for here, so...
Son of a bitch, where did I take you and
Feel like
forget
that's
you
just a little
two?
bit faster,
We're supposed
or
to be
you
on the
might
desk.
have a death with while Jiluo does.
this is it, the
It's all
finale.
down to the
Unreliable
Tabakai
ass.
fight, which is
What am I looking for again?
about as close as we can get it here.
Pocket knife!
This one is
We're in
kind
for
of
a wild
okay.
finish.
What
I
is
think I know where it is.
for Exile?
I do not know. That looked like when you're
Well-
spamming Warcry, but that was very strange. What was that
He's doing
about?
something.
I don't know what happened to him there.
Could
Jiluo
be,
moving into his second phase here. Whirlwind's looking pretty good. The freeze on Tabakai.
Okay.
There's the big freeze.
Last time, I
Yeah,
promise.
there's a big damage.
For now.
This phase is very dangerous. Not quite as dangerous as the third one, but you
Let
can absolutely
me-
get one-shot by a multitude of attacks. There is no shield to defend you from the
Slice
rain.
this bitch
man.
open. There's probably like a
Oh,
little
such a-
Healer.
rippy part, but I can't
Doing such a
feel
good
it. I
job
can't
at
see it.
Spawning and respawning the Tame Beast, and you can see the
So-
Tame Beast actually tanking a lot of the
Well, maybe there
attacks
isn't a little
from
rippy part because I didn't
Havakai.
catch it. It just keeps keeps
That
unraveling.
phase 3 coming up.
Yeah, we can
Or
focus
Gilo.
Gilo here, I think.
There, all the way down there.
God.
Jeez.
Because this is
Yeah.
everything. Everything
All right,
rides
what's
on
this bitch
This
say?
might be Gilo securing their ExileCon VIP Ultra.
It's
VIP
not light enough.
tickets
It's not
in
bright
place
enough
on the
here
main
in here for
stage
me to
at
be able to read
ExileCon.
this. The screen's not
And it would be
backlit. Everything
great
else
if
is
this is the
backlit.
first time we've had a Chinese player
Can
really
I?
overcome the rest of the world
Nope,
in
not you.
Path of Exile history. We've had many compete
Nope,
in the
not
past,
you.
but they've really never been able to win just about any races. To have a Chinese player take over the first qualifier of ExileCon,
Yeah.
that's
Can you
giant.
not- can I not turn you
That's a
on right
really
now?
Big deal. For their
Aw,
entire racing
boo.
First wheel wins decent. Not.
Oh,
a
I guess
I'll
big
just use
big
the light
slam there,
above.
though. It's going to cost a little bit of recovery
The light
That just takes
Ah!
done.
hurts my
there.
eyes.
Nice
It's
little
too
rain
bright.
coming up. The middle right totem is the Icicle Rain. This
Alright,
is
what's
the
it
moon
say?
beam instead.
Warning, don't care about that.
Ooh, very nice, very nice.
Ingredients,
That's big
don't care
damage. Oh, I
about
think
that.
he's got this.
But there's
There's a
no
little bit of
freeze,
room
no
still.
stun now. You have to dodge
he's-
everything.
The old-fashioned way here.
Wow, not
What
a
the-
single spike in the arena. The explosion was just a big DPS
Oh,
window. Everything
amazing.
was
I don't know what I'm
clean.
supposed to
Good
do
one.
with it.
Gilo gets the kill, and Exile also having a really good run through. So Exile
Well-
was ready there to take it, but Gilo secures that victory at 206, maybe 48.
You
or
know,
something
as an
there.
autist
Incredible run.
that I am,
From
I'm
Gilo.
fairly good at
Pure
figuring
Exile.
things out, but I still like to double
As
check
one of
myself
four
after I
ExileCon champions.
and this. I mean, I hope
I'm
this
looking
shit.
forward to
That's the
seeing
cleanest
you
If
that
it
I
smells
think
good, but I hope
Gilo.
this shit don't taste gross
I've
as
so
fuck.
cool.
never seen a Tavakai fight like that. Incredible.
Yeah, that
job
was-
by
Ah, we
Gilo.
gonna
I
see.
can't
Really
emphasize it
perfect.
enough.
Almost nothing went wrong. Hey, one little
Keep
slam,
it looking
There's no
easy.
taste.
fine. Yeah, right.
Close. Oh, there it is.
This
Yikes.
not a fight that's been easy for people. So many deaths. All right, but we've got Exile securing hopefully a kill here. Let's see how they can do it. They did get to that 700 break point and is definitely taking advantage of it. That's
Pulls you
just
for
the rain
now.
totem right there, I believe. Yep, is not ready with the shield swap.
He's frozen.
That
He
is
has to
really
reset.
bad. He's
Oh,
really
yeah, I
bad.
could
He's
definitely
frozen.
use some
He
better-
didn't see it
Yeah.
in time.
Boots. Oh yeah,
Okay,
big
so
time.
normally you can see the totem light up and you pause, you go to your passive screen, and then you
Shopping,
click the
already
shield and
doing
you
it.
block it, and it's fine, and then you swap back
Yep.
by pausing again. But didn't see it in time, wasn't ready, eats that Icicle Rain.
All right,
gets
no more
frozen,
wand. We
and
want.
forced reset. So Exile did not have it, unfortunately.
Gloves.
Meanwhile,
What are-
this is
what were
letting
those
Whole New
damn it, I closed the
Society
window.
take over here as we move into their third phase.
Gotta find it again.
That's
This is a lot of damage from Whole New Society. I haven't looked at their gear, but it's looking a little better.
You have to keep in mind, if you die or you reset here, you have to redo
All right.
everything. Phase 1, phase 2, you have to do everything. It's not just the 2.5 minutes
Paladin
of
gloves.
round.
That's what I
2.5
want.
minutes And everything else that
Yeah,
you've
it's the
done
worst.
before.
It's the worst spot to die. But not
Whole
Whole New
New
Society's not
Society will
dying
take
to
the
second
ball.
place. This is a racer to watch for next week, that's for sure. Whole New
Wow.
Society saying, hey, I'm coming for the next qualifying spot. Meanwhile, Luxian
weapon.
taking down their second phase. Exile starting
Armor. We
their
want energy
Wicked
shield
Champs
minimum
hopefully can
600.
secure the
Nope,
kill here.
not
We're gonna
600.
see Luxian
Like,
and Exile's kill through to
120.
so we get a little bit idea of the playing
And
field
armor
for
maximum,
next week.
minimum
Really nice
600.
here.
Yep.
But
And this time,
very
in the
impressed.
previous
Okay, but what do I
races,
need on mines? I
every
need
class would get a demi, but this time around, it's just one. The number one
Chaos.
player gets the
cold
demi. There's only
lightning.
one
That's gonna be
winner.
expensive.
Much more
Qualifier.
prestigious demi, isn't it?
Yep.
Not to
gonna be
mention the,
Shulabo.
the plane tickets and the Ultra VIP tickets and the place on stage and potential to win some nice prize monies at ExileCon too. It's a big one. It's a big one. Gilo's got to be feeling over the moon right now. And
Dude, the
Luxian,
potential scam calls have been going
showing that they can be a
insane.
contender for next week here as well. Gets that freeze down on Tavakai. Let's see if they can get that third phase out as cleanly as Gilo will.
Oh, we don't need cast resistance. We only have the
Very
one
solid
cast resistance.
damage coming out there. Pretty good bounces off that angle that they
Gas
had.
res, lightning,
Tavakai's probably a
cold.
little close to that wall now, but it's a small enough arena that you get the bounce back occasionally, but a lot of those twisters are missing.
Hello?
That another freeze, crazy. It's just
Yeah, he was
actually pretty safe.
Lightning
like,
resistance.
That's crazy. 600 hit points, not even a problem. Like, didn't feel threatened once. See, the wisdom going into this was that the mercenaries would have the safer Tavakai kill. But I had heard that people were having deathless runs
Wow.
and practices on.
Tincture's
Hunters. I
no
was
joke.
like, no way. It's so much squishier. but maybe.
Well, the thing is too.
All right.
This people practice this fight for tens of hours at this stage, just
Yeah.
resetting this fight over and over.
Yeah,
and
Interesting.
over
Fight again
for
and again.
months now.
What do I need on these?
This is one of those fights where you really could never take it
Least
for granted in the past. You still can't, as you can see.
23.
Exile first having to reset, now getting chunked.
You can do it,
But
Exile.
maybe, yeah, him being slightly new.
No,
to
actually, hold on. I don't think we really need this much anymore.
There's still more practice that he has to do.
But we
It's not
definitely
just
need the
layouts,
chaos res
the boss
still,
fights,
but
they are difficult.
yeah, we definitely don't need that much.
Jilu ultimately
Golden
secured a
lightning, so we can tone that down a little bit.
206. Like you said, we've seen faster practice runs, but practice runs are
Chaos
almost
res
meaningless when it
minimum
comes to the actual
25.
the actual wage ones is a bit slower. But still,
are you
ultimately,
at?
that is a new world record for
35,
us in this race as well, in
46,
the Tabakai
call it
races.
20.
Previously, it was a guy that dies holding that record at like 216 or something. So big improvement.
Okay, much
heavy
better.
Time save there. Big hit taken by
Ooh,
Armexal,
that's
but
tier 3.
does
We could
recover
get
plenty
better
of life
chaos
lost
res
there.
than
Pretty
that.
damage on that
35?
first half of this. Dealing with the
Nice
exploding
touches on the
spire
Physical
there,
lightning.
positioned well.
Oh, like,
Oh, so much damage.
Oh, no!
these are kind of perfect, huh?
It happens
He-
again. No, Exile
decides to
is
die.
gonna be. We know what Exile's gonna be practicing.
One div.
Yeah, so
All right, let's do it.
The top right, it's like the fourth totem.
Which
up
one is it?
along.
No, there it is.
When that one
Oh,
lights up
man.
on that particular
Chaos,
arena
lightning, cold
orientation,
res.
you know that icicle rain, but obviously they were down the bottom left, so you can't even see it light up.
The
there,
armor
so-
and energy shield.
The thing is
Shit.
that
Never
that
mind.
is so deadly. Obviously, it can result in the freeze.
Never
damage,
mind.
really
Almost
bad.
wasted a whole
But,
ass div.
if you can get that shield equipped and you can do that
Did
well,
I not
you
put-
can do it safely. If you know the ability's coming, and if it's the first ability, you get a chance to look
Oh.
at that totem, get
Armor
that shield equipped and
filters.
do that safely. But obviously, we saw Exile get claimed by that, frozen by that,
must
and
have
die
turned-
there twice, which is really rough for them.
Wait, this one's
So
only
we have a
5
pretty good
div,
idea of
but
what they're
all
going to be practicing in the lead up to next week. But
right. So let's call
we know
this
Exile's
5.
efficient, So, congrats to Jilu on that astounding Huntress win for the brand new Huntress Twister.
All right, lots of
strategy.
divs.
What do you think
Frick
of that, Rice?
off.
Pretty good
Just
stuff, mate.
You guys are seeing us because Exile ended up tapping out, and I think a large chunk of that was the
Understandable.
psychological
Jeez, they're all
damage that
freaking
he
expensive.
stood.
There's only a
Not just in
couple.
Act 4, but also Act 2.
Oof.
That crossbow was just not up to par.
It's like
He needed more.
I
The
need
Huntress,
no
if they don't
less than
die,
400 and
it's
117. Otherwise, it's not even worth it.
Exactly that. It might have
So,
not been the
401,
that we've seen, but it's still
118.
insane.
Exile did actually secure the kill.
Okay,
there,
are you
despite
telling
not-
me that these
As long
stupid
as you get
fucking
the kill
gloves that I
and
have
die as well,
on
it's
are
okay.
worth?
So he actually did take the 4th place there.
Oh, wait, that's why. There's an
wait,
extra one there.
Okay, listen,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
returning
yeah.
all of
That's that.
Exile's honor. He did not give
He
up.
wasn't
The
worth
reason
the
why he
damage. He
stood
did-
in was because the grenades were killing the boss. Okay.
No,
sorry,
still the
guys.
same 3.
My bad.
That's it, he got it. It was so
Huh.
close. But still, getting frozen by that icicle rain twice there has definitely got a sting. So he's going to be most likely practicing that. But
So
that
these
was-
gloves I have
did you
on
say
are
that
worth
was
5
Armexal's
div, is what
first
you're
win for
telling
this?
me?
I don't remember them doing other
Oh,
ones
yeah.
in the past. Obviously,
He's
a
been-
long-term part of
Okay,
the career,
that's-
but-
That's
He's been practicing
200
for
more
months now, but
armor.
he's
This is
consistent.
only
He got
60
level
more
80
armor,
in the
less
first
energy
season.
shield.
He was just messing around, but it was
50 more armor, less
the level of
energy
practice
shield.
that he was
Or a little bit more energy shield.
He wants to qualify.
And it's
for
got
both games.
intangibility on it.
For PoE 1, to see that he's got
Shit.
a fair chance is an
Just
upgrade.
make myself
I
some
think
and
he's
send
able
it,
to
sell
pull
these
it
for
back.
fucking 15.
For PoE.
The hell?
Sweeping both.
He's up. He's in the.
Where are all the
running, he's
crafters
up
at,
there,
man?
But Judo
Not making
these
these.
victorious, and again, it's not just the.
All right, how much
100%
is?
This is the first time. I mean, if I'm.
Nah, that was
okay, I'll be completely honest with you guys. We've had races
Turn those off.
where it was the rest of the world versus the Chinese.
How much
players.
is?
It was never close.
Damn it! I was
But
gonna
for
look at
whatever reason,
something.
in PoE 2, the Chinese players really stepped up their game, and to have the first place qualifier go to one of them, it's not just a win for.
Well, here, let's just
it's a
try
win for
this
the entire community.
without the
Amazing job
specifier.
for them. I'm really looking forward. To
It's
seeing
literally
what
the only
it's
3.
so cool.
Yeah.
You take out the
absolutely.
paladin
So,
gloves
very exciting
requirement,
We've got
still
Judo
3.
locked in, and even more exciting.
probably the chaos res that's narrowing me down.
We have maybe 6 or 7 contenders that I can think of now, but
Yeah,
potentially even more.
I
than that.
knew
Like,
it.
obviously, Angormus had a big upset this race. He is,
Oh, yeah.
one that many of us want to see take one of those qualifiers, and certainly with.
And
their
I
history
bought
in
Dib
public
Biff
safety
for, like-
racing, deserves it, but I had a really rough race this time. I had 2 early deaths, and
I think it
fell
was like
behind
1C.
massively.
Oh no, wait, this is the
I
one that I
failed
put the
stream
shit
there
on
for a while,
myself.
so probably one of the worst runs we've
Well, I
seen
mean, I
from
suppose
Angola
it's a
this
pretty good
debate,
one.
Maybe like suffering a little bit from that.
No, I'm
swap
looking
to
at
mercenary
hands.
that they've had to make after being on
Well, that's why
Gyro
it's pretty
for
good
all the
because I just
previous
bought it.
races in the lead
They
up
have the
there.
higher
Hopefully
reses that I
Thomas
don't
can,
need.
come back next week for a big, shot at qualifying.
And these add
Obviously
fire
had,
damage. Wow.
the new player Woodish.
Dude, I was only
coming
looking at
out of
resistance.
nowhere and being very close.
What
to
if we
Alex Zell
go-
there and catching up quite
What do
well.
I have on
So,
my
a lot of
23
potential for that
I-
now.
chaos? So
I'm
minimum
looking at the
24.
ladder, and in the past we've had some pretty big differences between
These are not-
players and different classes and whatnot.
Hold
but,
on.
Man, now it's Duo at 2 hours 6 minutes and 46 seconds. We've got Whole New Society, who we really didn't play. I mean, we looked at him a few times, and he's
Yeah.
been somebody who's won races in the past, but he showed up on a mercenary 2 hours 8 minutes and
This is one
27
div?
seconds.
Crazy.
So just a minute and a half behind. Then we've got Luxian, who also we weren't able to track because of how tight the competition was. We had him in the background. We were keeping track of just about the top 10. but it's
Yeah?
just constantly shifting,
Huh?
constantly moving. Different approaches.
Armor,
different
energy shield,
strategies that
max
they're gonna
energy
be
shield,
able to
cold
use
energy,
third.
stun block,
Then
recovery,
we've got
armor, energy shield.
Exile at 2 hours 11 minutes 24 seconds and just 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, one div? Because it's not a 4-link? Oh no. Whatever will I do?
Impressive, but I think what makes it even more impressive is that the
Crazy
sixth
the
place
4-link will make it that much
right
higher.
now
A few scraps,
LHD.
barely worth.
Someone
Can I
who
4-link this and
might
sell it for 4?
be at rank
Tell
one.
me I... Hold on.
Here he
Before I
is
quit
at
these.
sixth place with 2 hours and 14 minutes and 56 seconds.
The Mary Lane
Behind
is-
Rudish,
We're doing an
behind
experiment.
Behind Luxian. These players who we expected to do well.
let you know.
We expecting them in the top 5.
See if I get 3 div out of those. Alright, back to the hands.
Another notable absence here is like guy that
Energy
dies
shield
on my
max
list is
life's
someone who
good.
definitely
Cold
take a
res
qualifier.
lightning
We
coin
didn't
bomb.
even
Wow,
see
these
them on
are...
this list.
See,
They
that's
would already be
15
famous
div.
if they just weren't able to be in that top kind of 6-ish that we were keeping an eye on.
Where's Guy
There's
That Dies?
He's really good. He's
What
been
happened?
polishing up that mercenary action
Hold
like
on.
crazy. So it was not Guy That
Death
Dies
check?
race apparently. Ultimately, died in the last phase of Tavakai and tapped out there as
Did-
well. So ooh, and
Did
that's
that
what
guy
Irex
fuck
did
up?
their
That's been
extra
listed for an
Tavakai
hour.
practice yesterday as well. was to
So-
try and really get that down, and that was their predicted spot to die. So maybe had a bit of an upset there with Tavakai, but
Man,
that's
that's...
another one to keep an eye on. So we have so many races.
Like
so
the
many
next
very
highest one's
exciting
15
next
div after
week,
this. I'm like,
that's
should
for
I
sure.
list this
Just
for
to keep it
12?
clear, I'm not trying to flame Guy That Dies. I'm trying to showcase that.
No. These are my
Oh,
fucking
it is
flex
it is
ass gloves to spend to
incredible.
flex on
Yeah.
people with. Get the hell out of here.
Super
Such a
impressed
close
with this
race. So exciting. So much new stuff.
Check out my
And,
dope ass
next
new
week
gloves. We
we're
just
gonna
gotta
see,
re-roll
oh,
these
everyone's
freaking
Equals ideas and everything. Maybe some secret ideas that were kept in reserve for someone who thought they were
accuracy
gonna win
rating.
this
Get
week,
that
but didn't.
dog ass
Maybe
outta
some
here.
come out as they're like, oh, okay, now it's
How am I
getting
down to
real. I
60
really
these
wanna
already? I
actually
just bought
secure that
60 of them.
qualify spot. I can't risk it anymore. Not holding
Well,
anything back.
Nope.
I thought that we're going to be seeing a lot of
What do I have on these
face
ones?
Scams, but a lot of players actually decided to
No,
not
no, no,
stream
No,
to
man.
make sure that there is no VOD for their competition to watch, and we have to watch them through the in-game observer tool. that
Unfortunate.
is available.
How's this?
Man,
I
I think
want.
that's pretty deliberate what they're doing here with these VODs.
How much are these?
All right, folks. That has been a phenomenal day of racing.
So how much are
We'll leave it there, and
graders?
We'll see you at the same time next week. Thank you very much for casting with your eyes. It was a
2 to
blast
1.
once
Okay,
again.
so give me.
And we will see you fine, folks.
30 of
next
these.
week for another
The
ExileCon
early bird
qualifying. It's
catches
sure
the
to be an
worm.
absolute blast
fine.
like today's was.
Come on.
So,
Just get out of there. PoE stream over? Race number 104. Oh, I guess it is. Well. You want me to put on like another video or just some background music? Hold on. Got an idea. Wait. Remember who it was? I don't remember if it was Latte. It must have been Latte. It was either Latte or oh, here we go. Beefus Kane, the entire story of the Imperium's weirdest hero. All right, hold on. copy link. Otherwise, you're going to open an Opera and fuck everything up. So let's paste and go. Oh, you only see part of that. What the hell? Where are these lines on? Oh, no, you can see the whole thing. All right. Let's hold on. Stop. Stupid. That's not, there's only one L in lore. All right.
The rolling stone gathers no moss.
Change that. And nope, not that. You. Here. All right, there we go. Some lovely 40k lore to learn about while we grind. I could switch back to... That was the wrong one. There it is. How's that? Does that look good? All right, tell me if the volume and everything's all right. Where is that sound coming from? Oh, it's coming from the PoE stream. I was like, what the hell is that? All right, so this is Captain Kane, the entire story of the Imperium's weirdest hero we're going to learn about.
Most fans believe Cyphus Cain was a coward who tripped from one disaster to the next and somehow came out looking like a hero every time. But that is far from the truth, because if his life is analyzed from start to finish, an unexpected truth reveals itself. But to better understand his character, we have to start at the very beginning. His story did not begin on a battlefield. Instead, Cain spent his childhood in the Scala Progenium, the Imperium's training academy for its future political officers. Both parents had served in the Imperial Guard. However, the Kroot, alien mercenaries employed by the Tau Empire, had killed them both.
Oh, wait, hold on. That's probably why
in
it's
the
so
care of the
quiet.
state's
Hold on, let me
system.
turn this
He was
back
placed
down
on
to
a
where it
mercenary
was.
track trained to become
And
one of
then
the officers who
Not
stood
that I
at the
don't
front of
enjoy
every
your
battle,
company,
enforced
but
obedience,
Let's
and
turn that
accepted
up.
that a short life came with the job. If political
How's that?
officers died young, then the young recruit would learn how not to. He graduated with average marks in almost every subject. The exceptions were athletics and combat training, where he showed genuine talent with a blade and sharp survival instincts. Nothing in his early records suggested the legend that would follow. As detailed in the omnibus Cyphus Cain, Hero of the Imperium, the newly assigned officer chose his first posting with the Valhallan 12-field artillery for a single reason. Artillery units sat in the rear,
It's so
throwing
weird. It
shells
said it
from
the
a
same
safe
thing as the
distance.
other day.
And if those shells proved insufficient, crews sat near the top of the evacuation list. That logic held exactly until his very first combat deployment on the World of Desolatia. A routine engagement against greenskins suddenly became a Tyrannid invasion. Facing alien horrors he had never trained for, the young political officer tried to desert. Grabbing a vehicle, he drove away from the fighting, only to crash directly into an undetected flanking swarm, closing in on his regiment's position from behind. He turned around, screaming into the Vox for every gun in range to open fire on his coordinates. He called down a barrage that wiped out the alien swarm in a single, devastating volley. His regiment believed their new officer had gone on a barren scouting mission,
I don't
leading
know.
the
I have
Xenos into
everything
a kill
turned up
zone on
like all the
purpose.
way on
Colonel
OBS.
Ostru, his commanding
Like
officer,
if I keep
never
turning
fully
this up,
believed the
it's gonna start
story,
clipping
but he
and stuff.
remained
Like, I
the
can turn
only
it up
voice
to
of
there. Does
doubt.
that still sound
Admitting
like
the
shit?
truth would have meant execution for desertion, though the reluctant hero accepted the praise and let the lie stand. That single
I can
moment
open my
set the
mic up
pattern
all
for
the way.
everything that followed. Every time he tried to avoid danger, he stumbled into something worse. Every escape made him look braver than he felt. Every act of perceived courage earned a more dangerous assignment, leading to another desperate escape, leading to even more praise, and the cycle never stopped. By the time the young officer requested a transfer to the newly formed Valhallan 597th, he had already built the early foundations of his legend, a reputation for leading from the front, a natural ability to read people and manage their expectations. And at his side, an aide named Ferric Jurgen, a loyal gunner who took every order at face value, following him without question into any fight, though the aide's particular talents would not be fully understood for years. He also carried something harder to define, survival instincts so sharp that his palms would itch, and a voice in the back of his mind would warn him before anything had visibly gone wrong. Those instincts, combined with the ever-widening gap between who he believed himself to be and who the Imperium thought he was, would shape every campaign and every impossible victory across a career spanning more than a century of war. Chapter 1. Service with the Valhallan 597. The Valhallan 597th did not exist when its future leader first arrived. What he inherited were the broken remains of two regiments that despised each other. As the book For the Emperor records, his time at brigade headquarters had been spent on increasingly lethal special assignments, from clearing abandoned space hulks alongside space marines to conducting reconnaissance behind enemy lines. A standard regimen, he reasoned, would let him manage expectations and stay away from the sharp end of combat. The 597th had been pieced together from the combat-shattered remnants of two single-gender Valhallan units. One was an all-female garrison regiment, the 296th. The other was an all-male planetary assault formation, the 301st. A recent Tyranid invasion on the world of Kyrania had torn both to half strength, and the Imperium's vast bureaucratic machine merged them rather than spending resources on reinforcements. On paper, the combined unit formed a full regiment. In practice, the resentment ran deep enough to kill. The assault troops considered themselves elite soldiers, looking down on the garrison background of the women's unit. Colonel Castine, promoted from the garrison command structure, and Major Brocklaw, the senior surviving officer from the assault formation, were barely speaking when the new political officer stepped aboard the transport ship Righteous Wrath. At their very first meeting, Brocklaw tested the new arrival's grip strength with a crushing handshake. He discovered that the officer's mechanical replacement fingers, fitted after a previous deployment, could squeeze back hard enough to drain the color from his face. That small moment of physical dominance set an early tone, but cannot fix the deeper problem. A fight erupted in the mess hall over something as trivial as regimental dinnerware. It turned deadly within minutes. By the time the commissar walked through the door, 3 people had died, 14 more lay in the infirmary, and the room was wrecked. Troopers from both halves of the regiment stood ready to continue killing, and every eye tracked the black uniformed officer as he entered. His response went against everything the commissariat traditionally stood for. He did not draw his bolt pistol. He did not execute anyone. Instead, he pointed at a trooper, ordered them to get a broom in his best loud commanding voice, and announced that nobody was leaving until the mess hall had been cleaned. Deeply learned military discipline took over where rage had been driving the moment before. Troopers began following orders simply because a political officer had given them. The violence stopped. One injured military police officer was overheard telling his shipmates that it had been the bravest thing he had ever seen. A single man standing down an entire room full of killers. But stopping the riot only addressed the surface. The regiment remained split, and unless he found a way to bring both halves together, these soldiers would destroy each other long before any enemy had the chance. His approach combined several deliberate moves. He ordered squad-level integration, mixing men and women from both former units, so they had no choice but to rely on each other in the field. He brought the worst offenders before a military court, arguing publicly for mercy over execution, stating that the fighting strength of the unit mattered more than making examples, and that trained soldiers should not be wasted when other options existed. He sentenced the officers to the most dangerous assignments rather than death. The troopers who watched him spare lives that any other commissar would have ended gave him a loyalty that no amount of fear could have produced. Among those sentenced were 5 troopers who would later play a critical role on the regiment's first real deployment. Help, a huge and aggressive man; Sorel, a cold-eyed sharpshooter with the stare of a killer; Trebek, a scrappy fighter; Valan, a stocky brunette; and Holby, a timid young soldier who looked barely old enough to serve. They were spared from the firing squad, but marked for hazardous duty, a mercy that would cost some of them their lives within months. His third and most important move reshaped the unit's identity entirely. Rather than forcing either former regiment's name onto the combined formation, the political officer contacted the Imperium's bureaucratic administration, proposing a completely new designation, the Valhallan 597th. The number came from adding 296 and 301 together. This simple act honored both former units while giving everyone a shared identity to rally behind. Within months, the combined formation had transformed from hostile strangers into one of the most disciplined regiments in the Valhallan military tradition. As the novel notes, by the time the transformation took full effect, the only disciplinary problems involved romantic relationships between soldiers, a far cry from the fight that had once left 3 dead. The officer's own account framed every one of these decisions as calculated self-interest. A political officer who ruled through fear and executions would eventually catch a last bolt in the back during a chaotic firefight. One who treated soldiers well would have people watching out for him when things went wrong. Whether that explanation told the full truth, or whether the reluctant hero simply refused to give himself credit for genuine leadership, remained a question that followed his entire career. The 597's first major test came on the border world of Gravilax. Nothing about the deployment went as planned. Tensions between the Imperium and the Tau Empire had been rising for months. Pro-alien sentiment had spread through the local population, and Governor Grice, the planet's bloated and corrupt leader, had let the situation rot through bribery and neglect. Almost the moment the regiment made a planetfall, the political officer noticed the lack of civilians along their march route and the hostile atmosphere radiating from dangerous elements in the streets. Violence found him before he went looking for it. During an evening out with an old friend, Major Torin Divas, the two officers were ambushed by a pro-Tau crowd. Outnumbered and beaten, the reluctant hero fought back with his laser pistol and chainsword, but could not hold the attackers off alone. A crude mercenary named Gorak intervened, scattering the hostile group with a display of alien strength. The moment carried a bitter edge. The same species had killed the political officer's parents, sending him into the Schola Progenium as an orphan. Now one of those aliens had saved his life. He told the mercenary as much, noting that its kind were responsible for making him who he was. Gorak responded with a clicking sound that passed for laughter among its species, and warned the officer to go carefully. The situation in the contested world exploded at a diplomatic reception. The Imperial diplomat Erasmus Denali was present alongside a suspicious rogue trader named Aurelius, whom both the political officer and later the Inquisitor suspected of being an undercover inquisitorial agent. A tall, slim, blonde singer with sharp, knowing eyes caught the reluctant hero's attention immediately. The two spent a pleasant few minutes dancing before everything fell apart. When the Tau ambassador was shot dead in the middle of the event, one of the surviving delegates drew a weapon and nearly executed the planetary governor on the spot. He stepped forward, using his name and his growing fame to talk the armed alien down. The account in the omnibus, Cyphus Cain, hero of the Imperium, describes how the delegate recognized him as a man of integrity, a reputation that had somehow crossed species lines. By calming the room, he prevented a massacre that would have triggered a war the Imperium cannot afford. But the assassination was only the opening move. A citywide revolt erupted across the capital, and the political officer found himself escorting the surviving alien diplomats through burning streets to their compound. He led a mixed squad of his newly unified 597 troopers through hostile territory, fighting off rioters and rogue local defense troops along the way. A young Planetary Defense Force lieutenant tried to stop the convoy, demanding the aliens be handed over. The reluctant hero shot him without hesitation and ordered his soldiers to open fire. That young officer's terrified expression stayed with him for years afterward, marking the first time he had killed a fellow Imperial. The deeper conspiracy became clear after the singer from the reception revealed her true identity. Inquisitor Amberly Vale of the Ordo Xenos had been posing as a lounge performer to investigate Xeno's influence on the planet. She could see through his carefully constructed image almost instantly. When she asked him to help investigate the source of the unrest, he agreed, partly because refusing an inquisitorial agent carried severe consequences, and partly for reasons that had nothing to do with duty. Their investigation led deep beneath the planetary capital, The team the Inquisitor assembled drew from an unexpected source. The five sentence
that's a
troopers
big
from the
one.
mess hall riot, Kelp, Sorrel, Trebek,
Almost
Vlad,
got to
and
that
Obi
point myself.
were given the finest equipment in the regiment and told they would earn their freedom if they survived. In the tunnels beneath the city, this unlikely group discovered that the unrest, the assassination, and the revolt were all the work of a gene stealer cult that had embedded itself in the planet's government, military, and civilian population. These Xenos parasites had been destabilizing the border world to draw Imperial forces away from an approaching Tyranid hive fleet. What followed was a running battle that tested everyone who entered. The Sentence Squad and their political officer joined forces with Tau Fire Warriors and Crude Scouts pursuing the same alien conspiracy from their own side. An uneasy alliance underground, while their respective factions nearly fought a war on the surface. Trebek was killed by enemy fire during the fighting. Then Kelp, the huge aggressive trooper, turned on the reluctant hero in the dark. His aide destroyed the traitor with a blast from his thermal weapon before the man could land a blow. A tunnel collapse separated the political officer and Amberly from the gunner and the cold-eyed sharpshooter Sorrel. The two pairs spent hours apart in the dark before reuniting at the governor's palace. Sorrel was the first to die there. The planetary ruler shot the sharpshooter dead before revealing himself, dropping the mask of a corrupt but harmless bureaucrat to show thick plates of insect-like armor beneath his robes and a third, deformed arm hidden under the fabric. Grice had been a hybrid all along, the puppet master behind the entire conspiracy. The political officer shot the creature through the chest with a high-powered laser blast, but it survived, turning its weapon on the Inquisitor. Vale activated an emergency teleport device that moved her a short distance away, reappearing with the agility of a trained fighter and pointing an accusing finger at the hybrid. A bright flash from a carefully made ring on her finger, a concealed digital weapon, sent the governor writhing to the floor. Earlier beneath the palace, the reluctant hero had fought the Gene Stealer Patriarch itself in close combat, one of the deadliest alien creatures in existence. He wounded the massive beast with his chainsword, buying enough time for his companion to close the distance and fire his thermal weapon directly into the wound, killing the brood leader and collapsing the cult with it. Two of the sentence troopers, Vlad and Hobie, survived the tunnels and emerged looking like they had made it through the worst. They had not. Both were found to carry alien implants, organisms burrowed into their bodies that would have corrupted their genetic identity and turned any future children into hybrids. The political officer personally executed both of them before either could react. A cold decision, the kind of action his public image was not built for, but one that was necessary to prevent the infection from spreading. Gravelax also revealed the truth about the gunner. After the Patriarch recoiled from the aide's approach, and after the Inquisitor's own psyker suffered a seizure just from standing near him, Amberly explained what Ferric Jurgen actually was. A Blank. One of the rarest individuals in the galaxy, a living void that cancelled out all warp-based influence simply by existing. This explained why alien creatures hesitated around him, and why he survived situations that killed everyone else nearby. She chose to leave the Nolan role rather than recruiting him into her own team of specialists, reasoning that such a rare asset was safer hidden in a standard guard unit where nobody would think to look. The border world had given the reluctant hero three things that would define the rest of his career: a proven regimen that trusted him, a working relationship with one of the most powerful agents in the Imperium, and a secret weapon that no enemy would see coming. Senior Command had taken notice of the 597's performance, and the regiment was about to be deployed against an enemy far older than humanity itself, one that had been sleeping under the ice of a frozen world for millions of years, waiting to wake up. Chapter 2: Campaigns across the sector. The ice world of Samia or Italsi was supposed to be a simple defensive posting. A greenskin asteroid fortress was heading for a strategically vital Promethium refinery, and the 597th had been ordered to hold the facility until the Imperial Navy could deal with the larger threat. For the Valhallans, ice worlders by birth, the frozen terrain felt like home. Morale surged across the regiment. As the book Caves of Ice records, their political officer's enthusiasm ran considerably lower. When the transport caught fire during descent and lost an engine, he kept his composure outwardly. He calmly told the shaken troops that they had taken a dent and there would be a bump, all while bracing for a crash that could have killed everyone aboard. After the impact, he organized the survivors and began marching towards the refinery. He described himself in his memoirs as looking like an Ogryn at a beauty contest, his black and scarlet uniform standing out against the white snow, while every Valhallan trooper blended perfectly into the landscape. That visibility nearly killed him. A group of alien scouts spotted the lone dark figure and charged. Rather than panicking, the officer realized that he was the only target the enemy could see. He ordered his troops to hold fire until every one of the attackers had committed to the charge. The ambush wiped out the scouting party before a single survivor could escape. Inside the refinery, a different kind of battle waited. A young bureaucratic clerk named Scrivener Quintus immediately recognized the reluctant hero from a statue that he had seen in Liberation Square in the world of Tethon. One of the first times the political officer's fame had reached places he had never set foot. The senior administrator, Prite, proved less welcoming, demanding daily progress reports and trying to obstruct military operations. A collection of tech priests cared more about production quotas than the army bearing down on them. When Prite attempted to interfere with the defense, the commissar backed Colonel Castine by dropping his lace pistol on the conference table and calmly reciting the articles of military justice that allowed for execution of anyone blocking Imperial defense. The room went silent. The obstruction ended. The aliens hammering out the surface defenses turned out to be the smaller problem. An experienced minor leader named Morel reported that his workers had been vanishing underground for weeks. He had brought the disappearances to both the machine cult and the bureaucrats, being ignored every time. Told the losses fell within acceptable numbers. The political officer volunteered to investigate, partly to avoid the freezing surface, partly because enclosed tunnels felt more natural to someone raised in a hive city, where navigating cramped corridors had been a childhood survival skill. The tunnels had ambles, massive burrowing predators with claws that could tear through armor plate. Sergeant Griffin led the exploration squad,
like he said,
with
like
Trooper
could, like
Penland
it
on
was
point.
possible.
When the
Like,
floor
not like
gave
it
way
wouldn't
beneath
have
Penland, dropping her through a thin ice crust into a lower chamber, the reluctant hero went down after her. He came face to face with one of the beasts and killed it with his chainsword, driving the blade up through its open
Dude's a
jaws
monster
in a
with a
motion he
chainsword, huh?
described as trained so deeply that operated on instinct alone. The troopers who watched saw only their officer slaying a monster without hesitation. Deeper in the tunnels, one of the predators killed Trooper Lund. The political officer led ritual whirls, committing the soldier's soul to the Emperor, and his aide cremated the remains with his melta to prevent the body from attracting more creatures. One of the many small moments in the novel showing an officer who cared about his soldiers in ways that went beyond self-interest. His memoirs claimed otherwise. Then, the tunnels reveal something that made the burrowing predators look minor. The walls shifted from rough, natural stone to polished black architecture radiating a sickly green light. The reluctant hero recognized the construction instantly from a previous encounter on the world of Enteritus Prime, where he had watched metal killers phase through solid walls and barely escape through one of their own warp portals. Beneath the ice world lay a buried Necron tomb. An active portal within it was allowing the ancient machines to move between worlds. Blade Ones stalked the lower tunnels. Deathless warriors draped in the skins of dead aliens and humans. More dangerous still were the pariah constructs, projecting an aura of dread so intense it shattered the morale of veteran soldiers, leaving them unable to function. Only the gunner, whose blank nature shielded him from psychic effects, remained fully operational. His warp-canceling presence kept both himself and the political officer moving through the tomb, while others collapsed around them. Tech Priest Logash, a young adept attached to the expedition, became a source of both help and trouble. Obsessed with studying alien technology, the young Mechanicus scholar later defied evacuation orders, secretly returning to the tomb on his own. When the reluctant hero found him again during the final mission to destroy the portal, the adept was half mad with terror, muttering about the sacred mysteries of his machine god. Despite his state, the tech priest proved critical in the operation's final moments. The ancient machines outnumbered the entire regiment by hundreds to one. The political officer recommended total evacuation and an orbital strike to seal the tomb permanently, but the portal had to be destroyed first. A demolition team of stormtroopers, led by Sergeant Weed, accompanied the final mission underground. Most were killed by Necron fire, their hell guns barely slowing the advancing metal warriors. The demolition charges were lost with them. The reluctant hero came up with a solution Born from desperation, working with Logash, he accessed the refinery's control systems and dumped millions of liters of liquid promethium down the mine shafts, flooding the tomb. Before giving the order, his aide appeared at his side, carrying his thermal weapon, a flask of tea, and a sandwich, refusing to let his officer face the darkness alone. When the Imperial Navy ignited the fuel from orbit, the resulting explosions swallowed the valley in a storm of fire, and the regiment watched from their transports as a tide of metallic bodies emerged from the mine entrance, only to be consumed by the inferno. The evacuation itself nearly ended in disaster. A Gargant, the orc equivalent of a battle titan, arrived at the worst possible moment, its towering mass of scrap-built machinery and weapons looming over the landing pads. As the novel describes, the political officer noticed a deep gash in the construct's leg, ordering every available weapon to concentrate fire on that single weak point. The torrent of heavy bolter rounds chewed through the damaged metal. The towering war machine toppled, crushing a significant portion of the alien army beneath it as it fell. The surviving attackers scattered, and the 597th's guns finished them off. After the Ice World, the regiment concluded a campaign against orc forces on Castafor, but was pulled away before anyone could catch a breath. The deployment to Adumbria, as described in the book The Traitor's Hand, marked a turning point in the kind of enemies the reluctant hero faced. Until this campaign, he had fought alien threats that could be met with firepower and tactics. In this new world, the forces of the Ruinous Powers appeared at full scale for the first time. The planet had become a battleground between two rival factions of the Dark Gods, a Khornate warband called the Ravagers, and an internal Slaaneshi cult woven into the aristocracy. The political officer's role expanded beyond regimental duties into something closer to strategic advisor. He sat at the command table with Lord General Zyvan, planetary officials, and agents of the Inquisition. His reputation carried enough weight to influence decisions at the highest level. A rival commissar named Tomas Beige served alongside him in the war zone, openly viewing his record as inflated and his methods as showing off. His own troops now used his name as a battle cry. Enemy forces identified him as a priority target. The campaign produced one of the most dangerous combat encounters of the reluctant hero's entire career. He crossed blades with a War Leader, a traitor Astartes in the service of the Blood God, enhanced by both genetic engineering and the dark blessings of its patron god, one of the deadliest opponents a normal human could face in close combat. The political officer engaged the corrupted warrior with his chainsword, parrying and dodging, burying precious seconds until his companion closed the distance, firing his Melta at point-blank range. The superheated blast destroyed the traitor, but the official report credited the kill to the commissar alone. Amberly Vale, who in her later notes called the reluctant hero the greatest swordsman she had ever encountered, pointed out that his habit of downplaying his own combat ability did not match his actual record. By this stage, he had fought greenskin warlords, alien warriors, and traitor Astartes in single combat, walking away from every encounter. He had beaten a loyalist space marine in a friendly duel to see who could land the first hit. He had bested an Eldar Exarch, one of the most skilled alien combatants in existence. Across his entire career, no record existed of him losing a single duel, either killing his opponent outright or holding long enough for allies to finish the fight. The stakes rose further when the Slaaneshi cult succeeded in summoning a demon named Emily, a sorceress he had killed years earlier, now returned in demonic form. The entity attempted to tear open a permanent rift in reality, and only the gunner's null presence allowed the political officer to resist the creature's psychic pull, while everyone else in range stood paralyzed with unnatural sensation. Between the aide's Melta and the combined efforts of the regiment, the entity was banished before the ritual could be completed. The Perimunda campaign, detailed in the novel Duty Calls, brought even greater dangers on a larger scale. What began as a response to a standard armed uprising revealed itself as a massive Genestealer cult infestation, worse than anything seen since the Border War. The Xenos parasites had embedded themselves in the local defense forces and the civilian government. When a Tyranid hive fleet arrived, throwing a shadow in the warp across the system and cutting off all psychic communication, the planet became completely isolated from Imperial help. Fighting high-threat alien bioforms, including pure-strained Genestealers, Lictors, and Hive Tyrants during the defense of the capital, the political officer was credited with kills that his own account insisted or
killed
barely
his head.
survived. A secret organization called the Covenant of the Blessed, a cult of rogue psychers serving the dark gods, was also active in the world. 3 of them attacked the reluctant hero directly: an old man, a young woman,
Explode not
and a
immediately.
boy, wielding psychic lightning and projecting waves of despair, nearly overwhelmed him. In a separate incident, an invisible, warp-gifted assassin struck at him inside a secure law enforcement facility, using a masking field to become undetectable. He fought the invisible attacker in melee and won, though he gave himself no credit for it afterward. The campaign exposed a rogue inquisitor named Killian of the Ordo Hereticus. He had been using the ancient Shadowlight artifact to force psychic abilities to awaken in ordinary humans, killing most of them in the process. His goal?
Wrong way.
A psychic army powerful enough to assault the Eye of Terror, regardless of the cost in lives. Working alongside a corrupt tech priest named Methius, the rogue agent had stolen the device
that?
from a Mechanicus shrine, setting up operations inside a sororitas
Heard it.
stronghold on the planet. In a final act of madness, Killian used a captive lictor, one of the Tyranids' most dangerous scout organisms, to draw a swarm
Filtered
towards
item.
the planet. He used the alien invasion as cover for his escape, knowingly dooming thousands of civilians to death. Arbitrator Quiche of the Adaptus Arbites served as a key ally during the investigation, helping the political officer and Amberly track the radicals' movements. When the rogue agent was finally cornered, he tried to seize the Shadowlight from the gunner's hands. He did not know that the aid's null nature had been dampening its power the entire time. The unshielded energy killed him instantly the moment he stepped beyond the psychic void. The artifact was returned to secure storage. But the reluctant hero knew it would surface again, and that knowledge would prove correct decades later on a world he already considered home. By the end of this campaign, he had moved far beyond regimental service. The next deployment would take him to the one world where he would fight not once, but twice, decades apart, in battles that would define his name for the rest of Imperial history.
Or blanks?
Chapter 3: The Perlia Conflict.
Not blanks. Oh.
The troopship Hand of Vengeance was
Whatever the hell
supposed to
word they've been
deliver
saying
the
this whole
political
freaking time that I
officer
can't remember right
safely
now.
to his next assignment. It did not. Greenskin Psychers ripped the
here's
vessel
nothing.
out of warp transit before it reached its destination, dragging the entire Imperial fleet directly into an alien blockade.
all that was
During a hull breach, the reluctant hero and his aide were trapped on the wrong side of closing bulkheads, forcing them to escape in a life pod. They drifted for 3 weeks through scattered wreckage before crash landing in the desert on Perlia's eastern continent. The situation on the ground had already passed critical. As described in the book Death or Glory, the first siege was a full-scale greenskin war led by war boss Gargosh Corporal.
Full-scale
The
wah.
planet held a bulk of Imperial factories and resources in the sub-sector. If the aliens captured it, they would have gained the means to overrun every neighboring world without opposition. Imperial High Command had already abandoned the eastern continent entirely. 12 million civilians left at the mercy of the alien horde. The political officer and his gunner linked up with a small planetary defense squad led by Sergeant Tabor in the town of Prosperity Wells. Despite every
got his whole
instinct
ass energy
screaming
shield
to
back.
run
What the
west
fuck?
towards friendly lines, his reputation trapped him. The soldiers and civilians expected him to be a hero, and admitting fear would have destroyed the one thing keeping them from collapse. What followed became known as the March of the Liberator, to organize a ragged fighting force from scattered defense soldiers, armed volunteers, and local militia. Felicia Tabor and Engine Seer maintained the Calm's fleet of scavenged alien vehicles, keeping machines running that had never been designed for human hands. Sergeant Satine commanded a surviving Lehman Russ battle tank the crew had nicknamed the Vixen. Norbert, a bureaucratic clerk, managed the critical supplies and rationing that kept the force alive as it moved. Ariat, a veterinarian, served as the Calm's field surgeon in the absence of any trained military medics, treating human wounds with skills meant for animals and somehow keeping people alive. A medevac transporting the troops called Kaiti carried the most severe casualties. This ragged column, held together by reputation, desperation, and a single thermal weapon, began fighting its way east to west across a continent of 12 million abandoned souls. The novel records several major engagements during the march: an attack to free civilian prisoners from an alien-held Mechanicus shrine in Prosperity Wells ended with the detonation of the town's Prometheum tanks, creating a firestorm that wiped out the local garrison. Later cornered at a massive hydroelectric dam in the Valley of Demons by more than 7,000 of the enemy. The political officer realized his force could not survive a direct fight. He ordered a Basilisk artillery piece to shell the dam's floodgates, collapsing the entire structure. The wall of water that followed swept through the valley, drowning thousands of the invaders in a single devastating flood. The climax came when the column stumbled into the headquarters of Corvo himself. In a close-quarters fight against the alien leader in heavy battle armor, the reluctant hero jammed his lace pistol into the green-skinned commander's eye socket, pulling the trigger. The warlord dropped. The alien chain of command shattered with him. Imperial orbital sensors recorded the death, and Sector Command used the opening to launch a counteroffensive that broke the back of the entire invasion. An Imperial Navy airstrike then opened a gap in the retreating alien army during the final breakout. The battered convoy punched through the Imperial position at the land bridge connecting the two continents. By the time the column reached friendly lines, its leader had become Kane the Liberator, an icon of the Perlean resistance. His march across the eastern continent saved millions of lives and destroyed the enemy's command structure, though his own account described the entire experience as a series of desperate decisions driven by terror. The campaign brought the Liberator to the attention of the senior commissariat, leading to his transfer back to brigade headquarters. More dangerous assignments, more impossible escapes, an even bigger legend. Decades later, the planet called him back. The Second Siege, recorded in the book Kane's Last Stand, took place in 999 Millennium 41 at the close of the millennium. By this time, the veteran had officially retired, serving as an instructor at the Scala Progenium, teaching future political officers alongside fellow veterans like Colonel Mostra. Then the 13th Black Crusade reached the sector, and retirement stopped being an option. The threat came from two directions at once. A warband of the ruinous powers called the Ravagers, led by a warlord named Varan the Undefeatable, invaded the system. At the same time, Tyrannid bioforms were discovered burrowing through tunnels beneath a Mechanicus shrine in the Valley of Demons, the same valley the Liberator had flooded during the first siege. Both forces were after the Shadowlight, which had been returned to secure storage after the events on Periamunda. With regular guard units deployed across the sector to meet the wider crusade, the retired officer organized his academy cadets into a fighting force. He coordinated between the local defense troops, the Adeptus Auroritas under Sister Julian, and the Tech Priests. His old ally from the first siege, Engine Seer Tabor, secured the planet's technical resources. His strategy relied on professional veterans training civilian volunteers in basic weapons drills, providing a mental and emotional anchor for untested defenders who needed to believe they could hold the line. While the veteran and his cadets cleared alien nests full of Hormagaunts, Termagants, and Gene Stealers underground, the warband pressed their assault on the surface, trying to seize the artifact for War Master Abaddon the Despoiler. A three-way war. The retired officer held off two separate enemy forces that were also fighting each other. His aide, as always, stood at his side. Both men had received life-extending treatments provided by Amberley Vale, keeping them combat-capable despite their advancing years. The gunner's thermal weapon cleared tunnel blockades and destroyed high-threat alien bioforms. His null nature shielded the veteran from the psychic influence of both the device and the dark sorcery aimed at them. He personally confronted Varan and killed him. However, the Shadowlight was seized by Necron scouts, appearing at the battle's conclusion. The ancient machines presumably intended to destroy a device capable of creating Psykers, the one weapon their kind feared above all else. The political officer and the Inquisitor concluded that the Deathless would hide or destroy it rather than turn it against humanity, a gamble that rested on understanding alien logic well enough to predict their actions. For the second time, the Liberator had saved the world he considered home. After the siege, both the military command structure and the Inquisition treated his name as a strategic weapon that could stabilize entire systems simply by being attached to them. That kind of value brought a different type of service entirely, one conducted in secret, recorded only in classified files that no one in the Imperium was ever supposed to read, and it had been running parallel to his public career for decades. Chapter 4. Operations with the Inquisition. In the world of Slockenberg, a Slaaneshi sorceress wrapped her psychic tendrils around the Commissar's mind, pulling him into a warp-induced trance. He stood frozen, chainsword in hand, unable to move or think while the witch tightened her grip. His aide walked straight through the psychic barrier as though it did not exist, raised his melta, and fired. The sorceress died. The trance broke. The political officer came back to himself, gasping for air.
There was nothing. I hope I
Not
clicked on the
entirely
right
sure
one.
what had just happened. It was one of dozens of classified missions he carried out alongside Inquisitor Amberly Vale over a career spanning decades, and almost none of them ever appeared in any public record. As described in the stories collected in Cyphus Cain, the anthology, these operations were recorded only in restricted files kept under inquisitorial seal. The full scope of this hidden career emerged through what became known as the Cain Archive, the collection of personal memoirs the veteran wrote during his retirement on a single data slate, with no regard for order and no expectation that anyone would ever read them. Amberly discovered the archive and preserved it, editing the files and adding detailed notes of her own. She inserted material from other sources, most notably the writings of General Janet Sulla, to provide context that the political officer's self-focused narrative often skipped. She then circulated the completed archive among her fellow Inquisitors as a restricted resource. After their first meeting on Gravelax, the reluctant hero became what the Ordo Xenos agent called her occasional and extremely reluctant field agent. He performed life-threatening missions that regular military personnel never knew about. To keep him within reach, the Inquisitor helped arrange his appointment as commissarial liaison officer to the staff of Lord General Zyvan, while the political officer acted as the visible face of the Imperial Authority, drawing attention from local media and distracting officials. Amberly conducted her real investigations undercover, different identities, different planets. His celebrity kept all eyes pointed in the wrong direction. The most critical asset in these classified operations was not the reluctant hero, but his aide. The gunner's status as a blank proved decisive again and again. In the world of Lentonia, a war-painted psyker uses telekinetic power to freeze the political officer's chainsword mid-swing, locking the blade in place through sheer force of will. His companion walked through the psychic barrier completely unaffected, firing his thermal weapon at point-blank range. On every
being a
mission
blank
where
is, like,
supernatural
pretty good,
threats
right?
appeared, the aide's null field was the difference between survival and death. Amberly made a deliberate choice to leave her most valuable asset hidden in a standard guard unit rather than recruiting him into her own team. If the gunner's nature became widely known, rival Inquisitors would try to claim him. Hiding him behind a commissar whose fame provided cover kept the null safer and more useful than any inquisitorial posting could have. A particular quality of the aide's nature had an unintended effect on the political officer's legend. People who were saved by both men almost always left the gunner out of their retellings. His deeply unpleasant presence, from permanent skin conditions to body odor that could clear a room, made survivors want to forget that he had been there at all. Every rescue, every
Blake's got
impossible
stank-ass
escape was
BO,
credited
what
to
the
the
hell?
commissar alone. The aide never seemed to mind. In his own simple view of the world, everything his officer did was part of a grand plan, and his role was simply to be ready when needed. He once solved a case of suspected treachery because the quartermaster's inventory reports were too accurate. He knew that only happened when someone was trying to hide something. His terrible driving was legendary across the regiment. He never crashed, but cafes, cemeteries, and governors' palaces were all treated as minor obstacles to drive through. The missions themselves covered the full range of the Imperium's enemies. In 928 Millennium 41, the veterans survived a direct encounter with Necrons on the world of Enteritus Prime. Watching the ancient machines phase through solid walls scarred him more deeply than any other experience in his career. On the massive void station Kappa Septim, he identified a chaos cult led by the station's own watch commander, Goran Barlow, whose attempt to seize the facility would have cut Imperial supply lines across the entire sector. On the aquatic world of Deepwater,
let's see if
the
we can
political
get
officer investigated
through the
alien-backed
Shaper's
traders
realm
in
without
a mission
dying
that
before
shifted
we
from
get to the
diplomacy
Shaper.
to a targeted strike. An assassin used a Tau Plasma pistol to murder the planetary governor. The weapon directly linked
died
the
this
killing to
time. We're gonna
Xeno
look for a build
supporters
to respec
operating
too.
inside Imperial systems.
We're already a higher
The
fit. Nah,
investigation
that's
revealed
bad.
how far the Eastern Alien Empire had spread its influence, using political allies to achieve what their military could not.
And I already got
One of the most significant operations involved the Space Hulk Spawn of Damnation, as recorded in the book The Emperor's Finest. The Commissar served as liaison to the Reclaimers chapter of the Astartes, during a boarding action aimed at clearing a gene stealer infestation from the ancient vessel. The Hulk carried both Xenos parasites and orc infestations within its twisted corridors.
I got him.
During the operation, the veteran and his aide were forced to make an emergency teleportation jump
I
through
forgot
the
I was into
Immaterium.
Shapers bullshit.
Raw psychic energy surrounded them both. Amberly noted in her records that the gunner's null nature shielded him from the worst effects, allowing him to recover significantly faster than the political officer. The investigation traced back to the planet Viridia, where the alien cult had engineered a planetary rebellion to weaken the system's defenses. The parasites operated through a shared brood mind, coordinating a subtle war between greenskins and humans aboard the Hulk, while planning something far more complex than simple hunting. One late-career operation stood out above the rest. During the events recorded in the storyline of Choose Your Enemies, the veteran and the 597th were defending a world from an Eldar invasion. A Slaaneshi cult took advantage of the fighting to summon a demon princess in the governor's palace. The entity had targeted the reluctant hero in a previous encounter and remained obsessed with him for reasons the sources never fully explained. The gunner's null field and the Inquisitor's resources both proved insufficient against the creature. Amberly called in support from the alien fleet already fighting in the system. What arrived was an avatar of Cain, the Eldar war god's physical form. The avatar dropped from orbit like a living missile, landing directly on top of the warp creature, crushing it before turning on its followers. One of the rarest victories the ancient war god had achieved in modern records. Throughout all of it, Amberly Vale remained more than the political officer's handler, his closest ally, his romantic partner across decades of shared danger, the person who understood him better than anyone in the galaxy, providing rare moments of peace in a career defined by terror. Her protection, including the life-extending treatments she arranged for both the veteran and his aide, kept the Imperium's reluctant hero in the field far longer than anyone could have reasonably expected. The lessons he had learned across a century of hidden wars would soon be passed to a new generation. The cadets he trained at the Scholar Virginium would face their final exam, not in a classroom, but on a battlefield where everything he had taught them would be tested at once. Chapter 5: Instructor and Veteran. The cadets at the Scholar Virginium on Perlia called him Sir. They stood at attention when he entered a room, treating every word he spoke as though it came from the Emperor himself. The veteran who stood before them in 993 Millennium 41 had liberated their world, killed a war boss in single combat, and carried a service record longer than most of their lifetimes combined. What none of them knew was that the first lesson he taught, that fear was a friend because it sharpened reactions and kept soldiers alive, came directly from a century of personal experience, running from everything that terrified. He called the students young pups, told them that the soldiers who felt no fear were simply the first to die, as noted in the editorial framing of the book, The Last Ditch. His cadets treated him with something close to worship. Even small gestures from the hero of the Imperium were met with awed silence. The instructor remained the most accomplished swordsman in the sector, taking quiet pride in leading his cadets to victory in every competitive match, except those against the Sororitas trainees, who apparently proved beyond even his abilities. Fellow veterans served alongside him at the academy, including Colonel Mostra. The retired officer also continued serving as liaison to Lord General Zyvan, who consulted him regularly on threats across the sector. Even in official retirement, the Inquisitor and Zyvan pulled him into active service during a Gene Stealer uprising in a region called the Cascades. The galaxy had no intention of letting him rest. The Nusquam Fundamentibus campaign dragged the instructor back into full combat, dispatched to the remote-ized world to deal with a greenskin problem. As detailed in the novel The Last Ditch, the veteran discovered something far worse buried beneath the planetary surface, a Tyranid swarm frozen in the ice for 7,000 years. It had existed long before humanity had any presence in the region. The alien bioship fragment had been regrowing beneath the capital, coordinating the local swarm with increasing efficiency as the ice around it thawed. During this deployment, the retired officer guided a junior commissar named Forrest, fresh out of training and completely unprepared for the scale of what they faced. Walking the younger officer through the crisis while managing a planet-wide emergency revealed a teaching instinct that the reluctant hero would never have credited himself with. He coordinated a planetary evacuation of millions of civilians, using his fame to maintain order and prevent panic. The planetary governor used his name in official broadcasts to justify the evacuation, knowing that citizens would follow instructions if the legendary political officer stood behind them. To destroy the alien swarm's command center, the veteran personally led a mission to sabotage the planet's underground power plant. The resulting volcanic eruption swept through the alien-infested tunnels, destroying the regrowing bioship entirely. The next crisis came in Fecundia, a forged world that produced half the weapons and ammunition for the sector, as recorded in the novel The Greater Good. He deployed with Zyvan's fleet after helping negotiate a fragile peace agreement with the Tau Empire to face a mutual alien threat. For the first time, Imperial and alien forces cooperated against a common enemy, and the Eastern Empire opened negotiations based solely on the veteran's presence, recognizing his reputation for integrity even across species lines. After surviving a crash landing on the Forge world, the retired officer led a defense against wave after wave of alien assault organisms. Inside a Mechanicus shrine, he exposed Magus Kildar, a tech priest who had been corrupted by a Xenos cult 60 years earlier, breeding alien bioforms within the facility. The traitor had operated under the parasite's influence for decades, hidden within the very institution supposed to defend the planet. His tactical solution broke the invasion, working with an apothecary of the Reclaimers Astartes chapter and a psychic communicator called an astropath. He coordinated the use of a captured bioship node to broadcast a jamming signal. This disrupted the alien hive mind's control over the swarm. The bioships in orbit fled. The ground forces collapsed into mindless animal behavior. The signal effectively shattered the invasion by turning the Tyrannid's own biology against them. On the starship Fires of Faith, during transit between deployments, the political officer and his gunner fought a demon that had fused with the ship's mechanical systems, possessing the vessel's cybernetic crew, attempting to seize control of the entire vessel. The encounter proved that nowhere was truly safe, not even in the spaces between wars. Throughout these later campaigns, the aide remained at the veteran's side. Both men had received life-extending treatments from Amber, pushing their lifespans well past normal limits. His null status continued to be the hidden factor in every engagement, canceling out psychic threats that would have killed any other pair of soldiers. The only time the retired hero had ever shown signs of genuine emotional shock in his entire career
why'd my mouse
was on
switch around? Why did I
Graboids.
start going the opposite
A tunnel
way?
collapse led him to believe his companion had died. No other near-death experience across a century of combat produced the same reaction, and that single moment said more about the bond between the two men than any official record ever captured. One of the most revealing details about the veteran's character emerged through the writings of Janet
Are we
Sula, the
friggin' there
junior
yet?
lieutenant who had served under him in the 597th, eventually rose to the rank of general. She later wrote that in every difficult command decision, the first thing she asked herself was what the legendary commissar would have done. In her mind, the answer always involved charging fearlessly into the enemy. That was what she had watched him do throughout their years of shared
Is he
service.
fucking dead
Reading
yet?
this
Oh
in
my
her
God.
published memoirs,
He's
the
back to
retired
half
hero
HP.
noted privately that what he would have actually done was run in the opposite direction. He can never say so, because admitting fear would have destroyed the trust that held the entire system together. The instructor had trained his cadets, fought alongside them on Perlia, and watched some of them graduate into a galaxy that was about to tear itself apart. What remained now was the question that had followed his entire career. Who was Caiaphas Cain really? The answer depended entirely on which record you believed.
Ah, balls,
The
that was a
propaganda,
terrible spot.
the memoirs,
I did
or
not
the
mean to
actions
drop
that
that
spoke
there.
louder than either.
I meant to zoom back,
Chapter
drop
6,
it out the outside.
Final Years
Yes.
and Legacy. On one side of the galaxy, recruiting posters bearing his face hung in barracks across 100 worlds. On the other, a single data slate sat under inquisitorial seal, the private confession of a man who believed every one of those posters was a lie. His life produced two competing records, and the final chapter of the story depended entirely on which one you believed. The public version was To Serve the Emperor, a Commissar's Life, an official autobiography published around 005 Millennium 42 that the veteran himself dismissed as fake religious devotion and backward-looking excuse-making. A cleaned-up account designed for public release, presenting a career of selfless devotion
It's
and
the
courage.
AI voice,
The
man. I can't
historian's
do anything
Contentious
about it. I don't know
Logar
what you want.
recorded the political
Sorry.
officer as
I
a
think you
champion
just-
of military virtue
It's
whose
the AI
leadership
voice.
had turned the tide of
It
entire
pronounces a lot of
planetary
words wrong.
conflicts.
It actually
General
drives me
Janet
crazy.
Sula published
Please
her own
just fucking
account,
die.
like a phoenix on the
Fuck's
wing,
sake,
in
finally!
101 Millennium 42. portraying her former commanding officer as a quietly heroic savior of humanity. Amberly noted in her records that the general's admiration for the man she had served under likely extended beyond the professional, something the veteran himself never appeared to notice. The private version, the Kane Archive, told a very different story. Written during retirement with no regard for order, the memoirs were the work of a man who believed every honor he received was undeserved. Every act of perceived bravery was actually self-preservation, and every soldier who admired him had been fooled. By the end of his career, the retired hero was well over 200 years old. He had spent every one of those years waiting for the next disaster to finally expose him. Amberly Vale found the archive and disagreed. In her editorial notes, distributed as a restricted document among her fellow inquisitors, the Ordo Xenos agent argued that the veteran could not see or would not accept that soldiers fought harder under his command because of who he was, rather than because of tricks. Leading from the front while terrified was not cowardice. It was its direct opposite, as detailed in the editorial framing of the omnibus Ciaphas Cain, Hero of the Imperium. His partner preserved the archive because it provided future inquisitors with a realistic and practical guide to surviving the horrors of the 41st millennium, a direct challenge to the suicidal military thinking that the Imperium normally taught its officers. Her conclusion was blunt. A braver man would have died in his first engagement. A more honest man would have been executed for cowardice. His particular combination of skill, fear, and social intelligence allowed him to survive situations that kill Space Marines and outlast threats that consumed entire worlds. One striking detail about the veteran's mental strength stood out across all accounts. Despite nearly dying dozens of times, facing alien horrors that drove other soldiers mad, and spending a century in constant combat, no record from any source indicated that he ever suffered a mental breakdown or showed lasting signs of combat stress. He wrote about fear in his memoirs, often at great length, but fear and breakdown were not the same thing. The only exception was the Gravelax tunnel collapse, when he believed his companion had died. That single moment of emotional collapse, triggered not by personal danger, but by the thought of losing his closest ally, said more about the man than any battlefield honor ever could. The institutional impact of his career extended far beyond any single campaign. Statues stood in his honor, including one in Liberation Square on the world of Tailthorn that he joked had been ruined by local wildlife. His name was cited in training materials for generations of future political officers, and his approach to leadership, building loyalty rather than ruling through executions, became an alternative model within an institution that traditionally favored a bolt pistol as its primary motivational tool. When a fellow commissar told him directly that the Emperor seemed to look out for him specifically, the veteran brushed it off, a standard response about the Emperor protecting all his servants. The other officer pushed back, noting that divine protection appeared to apply more heavily to some than to others. The evidence was difficult to dismiss. The retired hero had survived encounters that killed entire squads of Terminator armored Astartes. He had outlived threats that consumed worlds, and he had done so with a combination of timing, instinct, and apparent luck that went beyond any normal explanation. One theory, explored in several analyses of his career, suggested that he may have been a hidden psyker, abilities showing themselves not as visible war powers, but as supernatural luck and instinct. He felt his aide's null repulsion more strongly than others, always complaining about the gunner's smell and skin conditions in his private diaries. Other people found the companion merely unpleasant to be around, rather than physically revolting. The Emperor had demonstrated the ability to override psychic void fields when protecting chosen servants, suggesting that divine or supernatural protection could still function near the null. Whether this theory held weight, or whether the veteran simply had extraordinary survival skills sharpened by a lifetime of fear, remained impossible to confirm. On the desert world of Talarn, a small, extreme group within the Talon Desert Raiders regiments began worshipping the political officer as a living instrument through which the Emperor's divine will had worked directly. A religious text known as the Book of Cain treated his career as holy writing within the structure of the imperial cult. Amberly noted this would have deeply bothered the veteran, who privately referred to the ecclesiarchy, humanity's official church, as Emperor Botherers, holding little patience for religious worship of any kind. Whether the retired hero was truly alive or
got a
dead
couple few,
remained
a couple
officially
few.
unresolved. He had been reported dead so many times throughout his career,
All right, let's start
only
with
to
these.
reappear, that the military's bureaucratic administration eventually
wait.
issued a permanent
just
standing
start.
order.
We gotta make
Commissar
sure they're all good to
Cyathus
go.
Kane was to remain on the active duty
Oh, really?
list
Okay, well then,
regardless
yeah,
of any
we'll just buy him.
reports of his death. When he was finally laid to
Yeah,
rest
we'll
with
just buy him.
full military honors, the paperwork still listed him as active.
Maybe
the bureaucrats
we'll go
had
do that
simply
real
grown
quick.
tired of putting him back on the list every time he turned up alive. Space Marines who encountered him after
All right.
one such report greeted him by noting that they had been informed of his death
Take me home.
and that they would tell his regiment about the mistake. By that
Bastards.
point, it barely raised an eyebrow. As described
Get
in
over
the
here.
editorial notes of Cyathus Kane, the anthology, Amberley had the means and the motive to stage his death. The Inquisitor wrote the editorial note,
These ones.
declaring his death for a document she then
These
distributed
ones.
to other
Shape,
Inquisitors.
knowledge,
The
threat,
possibility
terror,
that she was
and-
providing cover for a man who had finally earned the right to disappear
Motherfucker,
could
that
not
was
be ruled out.
62C.
The galaxy did not need him to be alive. It needed the idea of him. Here was a man who was not a fanatic,
You lied
not
to
a
me.
blind believer, not a
They ain't even
superhuman
close to
warrior
4
blessed by
TC.
genetic enhancement or divine power.
Oh, is
He
that
was a
for the
normal
Uber?
human being with normal fears,
Oh,
normal
those?
weaknesses, and an overwhelming desire
I
to
thought that was
live
a
through
completely
whatever came
wrong-ass
next.
one.
And he
Well,
won
thank you for
every
telling me that. I
time.
was gonna start
Against
searching
every
for
enemy
that
the
shit. I don't
galaxy
wanna
threw
do
at
that. Oh,
him.
yeah.
He found a way. His soldiers knew it.
These
his
you always wind
enemies
up with
knew
a
it.
bajillion
Even
of,
the
so these
Tau,
are
who
usually
had
pretty
no
cheap.
reason to trust any Imperial officer,
I forgot about
recognized
these
it.
ones.
The only
Yeah.
person who never believed it was the man himself. Cyathus Kane questioned his own
man.
courage for his entire life.
It'd be
History
cool
recorded
if
something
it
different.
did,
His
like, it would
record on
stay
the
on the
active
last
duty
tab
list
you were on
remained permanently open.
for like 5
the
minutes or
Inquisition
something.
sealed his archive, protected his secrets,
Not that one.
and shaped his entire hidden career. They also command their own chapter of Space Marines. Warriors pulled from every
Vacation.
legion and sent on missions no one else survives. Watch the full story of the Death Watch here.
I'll let you know.
All right, well, let's just go. We might as well move on to the Death Watch Space Marine
Death Watch is
documentary.
the
If we're
Imperium's
watching
most
Space
dangerous
Marine lore
secret.
today.
An elite force of Space Marines taken from their chapters, handed to the Inquisition, and sent to fight wars that no one else is allowed to know about. They study the alien instead of simply destroying it. They use weapons the Imperium considers forbidden, and they operate under a level of secrecy that makes accountability
Come on, man.
impossible.
Somebody buy my shit.
The system
Or
that
sell
keeps
me
them
their
fighting
shit.
has a survival rate so brutal that only 1 in 20 ever comes home. Space Marines answer to their Primarchs and the Emperor. That has been the oldest rule in the Imperium for 10,000 years. The Inquisition holds no Primarch, carries no gene seed, and was never part of the Emperor's original design for the Adeptus Astartes. Yet the Inquisition commands its own force of Space Marines, because a military disaster so complete that it nearly destroys humanity's empire forced the Imperium to break its own rules. This system worked, but it also
Nope, wrong one.
destroyed nearly everyone who
Wrong
served
one.
in it. Those who survived carried secrets they could never share, loyalties their brothers could never understand, and scars that no amount of honor could
figures.
heal. One of those survivors was a former captain of the Ultramarines, falsely
the hell one
accused
is
of
it?
corruption and handed over to the Inquisition for over a
is this-
century of
No, that
interrogation.
ain't that one.
When they finally cleared him, his old life was gone. He scraped the colors from his armor, buried his name, and entered the Death Watch as a nameless warrior with nothing left to lose. His story is one of the most remarkable in the Watch's history, and we'll come back to him later.
Remember the stupid donuts.
This is the full story of the Death Watch, how it was created, how it fights, what it costs, and why the Imperium can't survive without it.
I'm frozen?
During the Great Crusade, and even through the dark times of the Horus Heresy, alien races were not the primary concern. Orcs were slaughtered in the trillions.
Elder,
The
fuck
Eldar
off.
were barely surviving, and the Necrons slept in their tomb
Elder, you're a
walls.
dick!
The Tyranids had not yet appeared, and there was no real need for a specialized alien hunting force when the standard Space Marine legions could handle the task alongside the Imperial Guard. By the time the Imperium had stabilized after the heresy, large demonic threats had the Grey Knights to
What are
contain
you
them,
guys shooting at?
but large alien threats of comparable scale had no equivalent answer. That gap nearly cost the Imperium everything when the War of the Beast erupted in the 32nd millennium. An orc tyrant of immense power united the greenskin hordes into a single fighting force and drove them straight at Terra. This was not a typical invasion because the beast fielded weapons and tactics that rivaled anything the Imperium had seen since the Great Crusade. Orc attack moons, war machines so large they warped gravity around nearby planets, teleported into Imperial space and smashed aside every fleet sent to stop them. These were not crude asteroids strapped with engines, but weapons platforms the size of small worlds. And the simple act of teleporting one near a planet caused devastation on the surface below before a single shot was fired. Entire chapters threw themselves at the greenskin advance and were ground to nothing. Traditional strategies, the kind that relied on massive armies and grinding losses, cost the Imperium world after world without slowing the enemy, and even combined chapter assaults could not break the advance. Terra itself lay in the shadow of an invasion force that seemed unstoppable. Lord Commander Courland, the sole surviving member of the Imperial Fists, and the newly elected leader of the Imperium's military, recognized that raw force alone could not win this war. As described in Watchers in Death, the last son of Dorn drew his inspiration from the Officio Assassinorum.
Oh, good.
Where the Imperium's standard armies fought like a broadsword, swinging hard and absorbing punishment, the Lord Commander proposed a force that would fight like a knife, small and precise and aimed at the throat.
Yeah, whatever you said.
Instead of matching the orcs with raw numbers, this new force would target greenskin leadership with cross-chapter kill teams operating behind enemy lines. If the head died, the body would fall apart. But the moment he proposed this plan, the political machinery of Terra turned against him. They saw a power grab, because the memory of the Horus heresy still loomed over every decision on Terra. Roughly 1,500 years earlier, the War Master Horus had united Space Marine legions under a single commander and nearly destroyed the Imperium from within.
It was almost okay.
So the idea of one man controlling warriors drawn from every chapter triggered that same
that just means I gotta do
fear.
stupid ass Maven.
The ruling council called the proposal monstrous and compared it to a coup designed to rebuild the old legions under a single warlord.
All right.
This was not just a military debate,
seas.
but a political crisis wrapped inside a war for survival. And the High Lords were reluctant to approve the formation of what they considered a dangerous
It's not even. I gotta pause that bitch. It's not even that it's that hard of a fight. It's just, she's so annoying with all her stupid balls and freaking laser beams and puddles and fucking so annoying. Oh, yeah, I totally forgot about the one part of the fight I've never successfully completed. The memory game. Oh, I forgot that was even there. Now I hate it even more. All right, well, if you're anywhere near doing the Maven, let me know. We'll hop in and try to whoop her ass one day. All right. Gonna change. There we go. That's a good title. Exploring the Seas and PoE. Oh, we learned 40k lore. I forgot. Deathwatch lore.
Force, even with the orcs closing in on Terra itself. The Inquisition spotted an opportunity. Inquisitors Veritas and Weenan didn't oppose themselves inside it. They stated openly that the Death Watch was political in its elements and deeply so in its effect, placing herself as a check against the Lord Commander's growing influence. Her counterpart operated alongside her with what the novel calls a clear belief in his entitlement to command, viewing this new force as a necessary tool for a dark age where the old methods of the Great Crusade no longer worked. The Inquisition's authority over the Death Watch didn't begin as a command structure, but as a containment, because they infiltrated its leadership to monitor its potential, to steer its direction, and to keep it pointed at the alien instead of at the Imperium's own power centers. From the very first missions, Inquisitors accompanied the kill teams not as observers, but as directors, who aimed the blade toward specific goals, including the recovery of the Sisters of Silence. Courland insisted that the force he created was not the Inquisition's to command, but he was forced to rely on inquisitorial intelligence and logistics to make it function. The Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum, Draken Vangerich, noted during this period that the more successful the Death Watch became, the harder it would be to disband, and the Inquisition used that reality to their advantage. They turned a wartime alliance into a permanent institution. Without their involvement, the Death Watch would have been dissolved the moment the war ended, because the High Lords would have seen to it,
And a gold
leaving
pile.
the Imperium
3, 4
without a
clams.
dedicated alien hunting force when the next great threat arrived. The first warriors to serve in this new force were
Back to
drawn
the
from the
Lavisphere
Shattered Remnants
days. Fucking
chapters
hell, we
that had
made
fought
out
the
like a
beast on
bandit.
Ulanar, the Orc capital world. These were veterans who had already survived the worst the Greenskins could throw at humanity, and their
Outta
first
here.
mission was to assault an Orc attack moon with nothing but a handful of kill teams. From the very beginning,
Oh, look at
the
that.
Death Watch was built
Ah,
to do the
look
impossible,
at it.
with too few
you look
warriors,
at
and
it?
was expected to succeed or die in the
Ah.
attempt. The first Watch commander was a space wolf
First
named
things first,
Asgar
gotta get these
Warfist, a
slackers
wolf
started
lord
back
who would
up.
fall to nearly every major engagement of the War of the Beast. He helped destroy the attack moon above Terra and set the command traditions the organization still follows
200K.
today. And his appointment established an important rule.
And
The Death Watch would always be led by a space
Anything
marine,
left?
not an inquisitor, and this was the compromise that made the arrangement work. After the war, Courland reached an agreement with the inquisitorial
Anchor field
representatives
chart?
to ensure the watch would fall
What
under
are
the
those?
jurisdiction of the Inquisition, while a warrior always served as its chapter master, calming the fears of the wider Senatorum Imperialis. The Inquisition provided direction and intelligence, while the Astartes provided the killing power and field leadership, a division of authority that has survived for 10,000 years.
Stat filters off.
Before the permanent watch fortresses were established, the earliest kill teams
Anchor
operated from
field.
the strike cruiser Herald of Night.
All right,
a
well,
mobile
if we're gonna
base
do
that functioned
this,
under the
I
joint
wonder if we
direction
can
of the
take a
chapter
little
masters
through
and the
here
inquisitorial representatives who
at-
had helped create the force. It was a ship, not a
the
fortress, and it answered to both sides of the
See if we
arrangement.
can't
A
adjust.
physical symbol of the compromise that defined the Death Watch from its
a
first
filter.
day of existence. However, the political compromise of the Beast's era was only the first layer, because centuries later a separate founding event locked the bond in place even farther. A gathering of Inquisitor lords known as the Apocryphon Conclave met on
Seabed,
Orphyte 4
Oral
and debated for
Fragment,
years
Oral
about the
Reed.
threats facing humanity. The Death
Four.
Watch core rulebook details that the senior Inquisitors present were united in one belief. Sooner or later, alien races would pose a threat to the Imperium's very existence.
Is it fruit
Some
salad?
demanded
I'll have
the
to try that
cleansing of all
someday. Maybe that'll
alien
make me
life from the
interested in the
galaxy.
salt.
Others argued for truces with races like the Eldar.
Yeah, but how come I
And
can do
still
all these, but,
others
it,
feared the
but not the
awakening
anchor
of
field?
ancient godlike beings or invasions from beyond the galaxy's edge. Warnings that would prove terrifyingly correct in the millennia ahead. The disagreements built up over years until the senior Inquisitors resolved to create a permanent chapter to which almost no limits would apply in the fight against the alien.
Where did you go?
To confirm their decision, the Inquisitor Lords summoned chapter masters of the Adeptus Astartes and presented them with a vision of a future in which humanity either died at the hands of aliens or lingered on in their slavery. The assembled chapter masters heard the threats,
Oh, that's
debated them overnight, and by sunrise the following day presented their decision. The majority agreed to support the Ordo Xenos by providing their finest warriors, and those who could not attend the swearing of the oath took it later. Since then, it has been an honor for
I
many
should have a drink
chapters
with
to send their
Fusion
chosen
later.
veterans to the Death Watch, and a binding obligation for all. This was not a brotherhood born from shared glory or the legacy of a gene father, but a political agreement between two of the most powerful institutions in the Imperium.
Well, it looks like all these
and
are on
its effects would
CNBC
reach
then.
every Loyalist chapter in existence. The result of this pact defines the organization to this day. The Watch serves as the chamber militant of the Ordo Xenos,
All
the
right.
branch of the Inquisition dedicated to the
CNBC
detection and
chart.
destruction of the alien. Just as the Grey Knights serve the Ordo Malleus against demonic threats, and the Sisters of Battle serve the Ordo Hereticus against the Imperium's internal enemies. Every Death Watch battle brother wears the
There
stylized
we go. They'll
letter
stand out
I
now.
on their silver left shoulder guard to mark their service to the alien hunting Ordos. And their missions are directed not by the wishes of a traditional chapter master, but by inquisitors whose primary loyalty lies with the state. Their victories
By
go
that
unrecorded
rule,
except in the sealed archives of the
those should
Inquisition,
show with
and even their existence remains
red
largely
text
unknown
now.
across the wider
Oh,
Imperium.
we're already here.
The oath-sworn tithe makes all of this permanent. As published in the Codex Supplement Death Watch, every Loyalist chapter is expected to send veteran warriors to serve the long vigil. And this tithe is not a request but a binding commitment
Where? I know I put a
maintained
custom
across
goal.
centuries. Under the Ultimaris decree, even newly created Primaris chapters are now bound to this tithe forever. Some chapters, like the Crimson Fists and the Mantis Warriors, greet these appointments with pride, while others, like the Dark Angels and the Black Templars, view the obligation with suspicion, believing the Inquisition to be corrupt or a threat to their independence. Even so, these chapters still send veterans, because no brotherhood may refuse without consequences. There's no need to train recruits or accept beginners, because every warrior who arrives is already a proven hero. The command structure that grew from this arrangement has no equal anywhere else in the Imperium, and the level of power it created to individual warriors would shock even other Space Marines. At the center sits the Watch Fortress, each one an independent domain under the charge of a Watch Commander. These commanders, usually carrying the rank of Watchmaster, hold a level of trust so extreme that they are granted access to the private archives of the Inquisition, a privilege denied to other chapter masters entirely. Even the most powerful Lord Inquisitors treat Watchmasters with respect, recognizing the weight of the burden these warriors carry. The sole and final authority within a Watch Fortress is the Watchmaster, and the rulebook notes that Inquisitors who have challenged that authority have paid for this mistake with their lives. Yet, that authority exists within a system designed by the Inquisition and for the Inquisition, which meant the Watchmaster's power was always conditional. The coordinates of places like Watch Fortress Damaroth are classified at the highest level, known only to those pledged to a lifetime of service. Even temporarily assigned Space Marines are not told exactly where they are stationed, because the Imperium does not simply hide these locations from its enemies, but from its own warriors. Some fortresses were converted from the ruins of alien civilizations, their former inhabitants destroyed and their histories erased, which meant the Watch did not merely defend against the alien, but built its command posts on the graves of species it had wiped from existence. Each Watch commander holds the power to put entire sectors to the torch and destroy a whole species without oversight from traditional military leaders. Innovation, which is considered close to a crime against the faith in the wider Imperium, is openly encouraged within the Watch because the threats they face demand constant change. They ignore the rigid limits of the Codex Astartes, the rulebook that governs nearly every other Space Marine Brotherhood. Their numbers remain officially undisclosed, though estimates from across the sources suggest the Death Watch operates with roughly 3,000 to 6,000 active operatives at any given time. This is a fraction of the Imperium's total Astartes strength, but disproportionately lethal for their size. They have no single home world. The largest fortress in the Imperium, Talassa Prime, is an entire world given to the Watch forever by the Ultramarines, serving as both a training center and the central base for operations across the Segmentum Ultima. And it was here that the current Watchmaster oversaw the integration of Primaris Marines into the organization's ranks after the opening of the Great Rift. That Watchmaster was Mortali, personally respected by Marneus Calgar of the Ultramarines, a relationship that reflected just how tightly the organization's leadership was tied to the most powerful chapters in the Imperium. He championed the Malleus tactic for combating Xenos and Ultramar, and his oversight of the Primaris transition ensured that the Watch adapted to the new generation of warriors faster than nearly any other institution in the Imperium. Most Watch fortresses host an Inquisitor of the Chamber, an agent of the Ordo Xenos who serves as ambassador and coordinator between the Inquisition's wider strategy and the Watch's operations. The Chamber of Vigilance serves as the War Council where the Watchmaster and the Inquisitor discuss new intelligence and decide how to respond to threats. This is not a military chain of command in the traditional sense, but a partnership where the Inquisition provides the direction and the Watch provides the killing power. Petitions for aid from Ordo Xenos agents are rarely refused, a level of cooperation found in no standard Astartes Brotherhood. In rare cases, a Watch Fortress commander has not been a warrior at all, but a Lord Inquisitor, and in other cases, Death Watch Battle Brothers have led the forces of the Inquisition itself. Each Watch Fortress typically houses 5 watch companies, each commanded by a watch captain and his lieutenants. Most companies are smaller than what the Codex Astartes prescribes, usually consisting of no more than 50 Space Marines divided into 4 or 5 kill teams. Despite their small size, these veterans carry the fighting power of a full standard company, thanks to their combat skill, hatred of the alien, and specialized weapons. A chaplain remains a chaplain. A tech marine still maintains vehicles and weapons. And librarians and apothecaries continue their duties. But the way these specialists work together is shaped entirely by the alien threat they're about to face. Beyond the fortresses, the Watch maintains a vast network of smaller watch stations scattered across every sector of the Imperium. Connecting these outposts were the Dark Hunters, specialized high-speed warp-capable vessels tasked with traveling between stations to collect intelligence and transport it back to the fortress archives. Every watch station was also fitted with self-destruct systems, because the stations sat unmanned for decades at a time and were vulnerable to capture. If breached, the station was designed to erase all traces of its secrets, rather than allow them to fall into alien or traitor hands. In the Jericho Reach alone, stations with designations like Arcus, Valerius, Castile, Midale, Ether, and Cressid served as forward observation posts and early warning systems, and these are not safe places to be. Watch Station Cressid had a sleeping warp creature trapped inside its walls, which meant the warriors stationed there had to keep their psychic defenses up at all times just to stay alive, while Watch Station Cleha had been infected by a dark mechanicum force that corrupted the station's systems into something barely controllable. Each station was a tiny outpost on the edge of nothing, crewed by warriors who knew that if the aliens came, they would be the first to fight and probably the last. But the Watch did not just occupy dangerous places. It turned the warriors themselves into something their home chapters would barely recognize. When a warrior joins the Watch, the change is both physical and symbolic. He arrives at the gathering point alone, separated from his original squad, and his armor is painted black. A black so complete it strips away the collars of his old chapter. Only a single shoulder plate remains in the original Brotherhood's collars, worn on the right shoulder to honor his origins, because painting over the chapter symbol entirely is forbidden and considered a sign of bad luck. The left arm and shoulder are cast in silver and stamped with the inquisitorial eye, and the armor is further decorated with purity symbols and sacred icons from the warrior's parent chapter.
Did I not
The
just
Space
add these?
Wolves bear carved symbols and talismans. The Blood Angels carry teardrops, and the Dark Angels wear pendants shaped like winged swords. He takes an oath of binding so complete that he is forbidden from sharing what he experiences, even with his own Gene brothers back home. That silence would follow him for the rest of his life, and for most it would cost him more than any battle wound. He becomes something new, not quite his old self and not quite free, but a weapon forged from the combined traditions of 100 chapters and aimed by the Inquisition at the alien. The Watch exists because the Imperium needed a weapon that no single chapter could provide, but the reason it survived and the reason it became permanent was that the Inquisition made sure it could never be taken away from them, and the warriors who now served it were about to
there were
discover
changes,
something
alright.
far
Like, where the
more
hell did stuff
difficult
go?
than following inquisitorial orders. The Death Watch
Whatever.
had its structure, its fortresses, and its mandate from the Inquisition, but none of that mattered without the warriors who filled its ranks. And those warriors
Why
did
were
not
we
come
not
willingly
on
or
my
easily.
field? Why I'm not on
The
my
Death Watch
filter?
does not recruit, but only borrows. Every battle brother in its ranks is a veteran taken from another chapter, sent to serve a
Yeah.
term that could last a single mission or the rest of his life. These warriors arrive from different worlds, trained in different combat styles, carrying different beliefs, and bound
Come
by
on, baby.
centuries of history that often puts their home brotherhoods at bitter odds with one another. The
There
Inquisition
we
takes them, strips them of their old squads, and forces them into kill teams where they must fight as a single unit or die apart. The tension that comes from forcing these warriors together is not a problem the system failed to solve. It is how the system was designed to work. Few squads show this as clearly as Talon Squad. As revealed in the novel Death Watch, its leader, designated Alpha, is Leandro
where the hell it
Carras, a librarian from the Death Specters, a chapter known for their
Or how
bone-white
to add
skin, red
the new
eyes, and
things
deep
there.
ties to the psychic arts. Alongside the Psyker leader stands Maximian Voss, an Imperial Fist who handles heavy weapons and demolitions. He was short for a space marine but built like a boulder, with a physical density
rule.
and stubbornness that embodied the bloodline of Rogel Dorn in every engagement. His build was not accidental, because the Imperial Fist had been notably shorter than his brothers since his elevation, and the offhanded comments that followed drove him to compensate the only way he knew how. While the other Marines meditated or drilled combat forms in their off hours, he trained his
What was it
body
again?
with a single-minded obsession that forced the Tech Marines to refit his armor multiple times to accommodate his growing mass. Eventually, his captain ordered him to stop, a moment that said more about the Imperial Fist's tolerance for excess than about Voss himself. And by the time he reached the watch, his frame was so dense that even other Astartes remarked on it. But
it's
raw
just
strength
prayers.
meant nothing if the warriors standing next to you wanted you dead. The team's close quarters fighter is Zephyr Zed of the Raven Guard, a warrior built for speed and silence who carries lightning claws and strikes before the enemy even registers his presence. Its designated marksman is Ignacio Solarian, an ultramarine trained in the precise and disciplined methods of Gilliman's sons. Rounding out the active squad is Darian Roth, an exorcist from a chapter that specializes in resisting the warp,
Oh, here we go.
whose true role within the team is far darker than his brothers realize.
Oh, it is
Held in
a-
reserve is Chiron, a Lamenter's dreadnought, an ancient warrior sealed inside a massive walking war machine. His size limits where he can be sent, but his firepower makes up for it. Each of these warriors is a proven hero in his own right, but the Inquisition did not assemble them because they worked well together. It assembled them because their differences make the team deadlier than any single chapter squad could ever hope to be. The Inquisitor who controls
That
Talon
was
describes
wrong.
them as Ordo assets whose lives are spent only where their specific talents can achieve results that standard units would fail to accomplish.
There we go.
A kill team is not a brotherhood of equals, but a precision tool assembled from parts
haven't
that were
found
never
one.
designed to fit together. And the tension between these parts is constant and sometimes
Save,
violent.
Upload.
That tension begins before the first mission starts.
All right.
Solarian openly
Back to
sneered
what we were doing.
at Carras's
All right,
leadership
Anchorfield,
from
gotta
the
watch
moment
out
they
for
met,
that.
because he considered the Death Specters to be third tier and called the Librarian Witchblood
Not where I
since his
wanted to
chapter
go.
originated from outside the Imperium's formal boundaries. He refused to grip wrists with him, and the resentment eventually escalated into a confrontation where the Alpha overloaded his own neural implant
Alpha.
to throw the Ultramarine against a wall and reassert command. The physical appearance of certain brotherhoods deepened
You got
these
the
divides
That's the reason
further,
we're all in
since
this
the Death Specter's bone-white
What I'm
skin
told.
and glowing red eyes
yeah.
caused other
Ever
Marines
since
to
the
stare
Atlas.
with suspicion and keep their distance
Stay
even in
vigilant.
shared spaces like the dining halls of a watch fortress. And they were not the only chapter whose genetics made them outsiders among their own allies.
Oh,
A
it's not
black
bad.
dragon named
Frustrating.
Teyras served in the watch with bone horns growing from his skull. a mutation unique to his chapter, and even his Death Watch brothers looked
okay,
at
so
those
back to where we wanted
growths
to
as
be, the
something
Sovereign.
wrong, rather than a feature of the warrior standing beside them. A Bloodraven named Gensis Notorian carried a different burden, because his chapter's origin had been lost to history, and that gap in lineage weighed on him while he served alongside warriors who could trace their bloodlines directly to Primarchs like Guilliman and Sanguinius. Where the Death Specters and Black Dragons were mistrusted for what they were, the Bloodravens were looked down on for what they could not prove, and this was not something kept quiet. It was open distrust, and it followed these warriors into every mission they fought.
Hang on
The
a second.
insults often escalated into
You don't
violence.
match.
As detailed in the book Shadowbreaker, a howling griffin named Gedian physically attacked a member of the Executioners the moment they met at a Watch Fortress gathering, because during the Badab Wars, the Executioners had torn through the griffin's ranks, and that blood debt did not vanish simply because both warriors now wore the same black armor. The Team's Alpha had to intervene with a raw psychic force just to prevent them from killing each other before
hell yeah,
their first
the bottle.
operation together. These kinds of clashes played out across every Watch Fortress in the galaxy, and the rivalries
Why are they
ran
worth
deep
so
enough to
much?
shape history.
Smokey.
Imperial fists frequently
maps, I
clashed
mean.
with space
What's
wolves.
special
One
about it?
side viewed the other as reckless wolf cubs whose childish insults endangered the mission, while the Sons of Rus saw that same caution as cowardice. The Dark Angels and the Space Wolves carried an ancient grudge dating back to the Horus Heresy, when their Primarchs, Lionel
okay.
Johnson and Lehman Russ, came to blows in a feud that was never fully healed.
Gotcha.
Even the White Scars and the
our eyes
Raven
out
Guard
then.
have clashed, though those two chapters eventually found a way to work together. The Iron Hands and the Ultramarines, despite both being strict and disciplined chapters, held enough differences in doctrine that they would never be fully comfortable fighting side by side. And the Blood Angels were not fond of the Storm Wardens, since the latter had once aided them without being asked, an act the Sons of Sanguinius considered unwelcome. Every kill team was a potential flashpoint, and the Watch Commanders knew it. But the grudges between warriors were only
Waste.
half the problem, because the missions themselves made everything worse. The sources document a Marine malevolent who suggested leaving behind an injured Imperial Fist and a Death Star Phantom because they slowed them down. A coldness that the squad's Salamander found so disrespectful, it nearly fractured the entire team. In another mission,
hindsight,
a
that
Crimson
was good.
Fist watch captain's personal hatred of orcs blinded his battlefield judgment, causing him to ignore the surgical strike advice of a Dark Angel and leading directly to the death of a battle brother. Even the Blood Angels required special attention, because
I
their
didn't
gene
find
seed
shit on
carries the
that
flaw of the Black Rage. In one documented case, an Angel Sanguine librarian named Ushak fell to the Rage during a mission against Tyranids, slaughtering 3 of his own brothers before he could be brought under control. He was confined
Where's
to a
the- oh, I went the
fortress
wrong
until he
way, I'm dead
mastered the
anyway.
curse,
Don't matter, I
and
died.
only after passing every trial
I didn't even
was he
get anything
allowed
to
to
drop,
join the
so-
Watch, where he later survived to fight against 3
That was-
Tyranid
wow.
Zoanthropes at once, a feat no librarian had ever
sad.
accomplished. His story was not one of failure, but of a warrior who conquered the very gene flaw that defined his bloodline and turned it into a weapon the Watch could use.
Straight out.
A separate librarian, named Leandro Carras, served for 6 years as the commander of a kill team, driven by a lifelong
Oh,
ambition
yeah, I
to
did,
bring
you're
glory
right.
to his chapter through the Watch. His psychic powers
Well, it was a
came with
shit.
physical
It turned out to be a
cost,
shit tier.
because whenever he
unique,
drew
so.
on the warp, a crack split open across his brow and functioned as a third eye, closing only when his abilities were no longer in use. Through that eye, he could read minds and project his spirit across vast distances, talents that made him one of the Watch's most valued intelligence assets. The Bloodraven
like
named
increase the drop
Gensis Notorian carried a darker origin, since his abilities had first shown themselves during the slaughter of his parents by orcs,
Oh,
and the
that was-
anger he unleashed in that moment, tearing
this way,
dozens
there's
of
nothing over
greenskins
here.
apart with raw violence,
thing
had never
lied to
fully
me.
gone away. Every alien that crossed his path received the same storm of warp-born rage that had consumed the orcs who killed his family. The Black Templars presented a
Alright.
unique challenge, because they hated Psychers so deeply that before a librarian could even be placed on their kill team, The warrior had to go through days of fasting and prayer just to stop himself from attacking the Psyker on sight. Space Wolves frequently abandoned standard battle formations to charge straight at the enemy, a habit that forced every other member of the team to adjust their plans on the spot. The Space Wolves' relationship with the Watch carried its own institutional friction, since on at least one occasion the chapter sent an entire pack of Blood Claws, raw recruits barely past their initiation, to serve in the Watch. Whether this was a deliberate insult, a test of the Watch's training system, or simply the Wolves' idea of a joke, the result forced the Watch's instructors to process warriors who had none of the veteran experience the organization was designed to receive. A son of Russ, in the middle of a disciplined ultramarine firing line, would suddenly break ranks and sprint toward the enemy, leaving gaps that the rest of the squad had to fill or risk being overwhelmed. As documented in the novel Death Watch, Watch Fortresses built systems to contain this reality. A central pancratium served as a close combat training area where blood spilled is blood honored, allowing warriors to vent their aggression under controlled conditions. Some rivalries, particularly those involving Dark Angels or Minotaurs, resulted in unauthorized fights and brothers attacking each other before they could be stopped. To deal with this, the Watch developed a system where disputes were settled through knife fights that ended at first blood, a way to sort out who had earned respect without losing a warrior. If persuasion failed, harsher tools waited. The novel describes the penance box, a coffin-like chamber where a Marine who could not set aside his grudges was forced to experience recordings of his own chapter brothers being slaughtered, not as a distant observer, but through a device that made him feel the pain firsthand. The Watch Council made sure no Marine was shown footage of his own brotherhood being killed unless he was specifically being punished, as that level of cruelty was considered too extreme for standard conditioning.
Pretty bad.
What made these mechanisms necessary was not just the friction between brothers, but the nature of the authority that governed them. In the rulebook, the most significant difference between the Watch and any standard chapter was that its missions were directed by the Ordo Xenos. Every kill team existed to serve the Inquisition's strategic objectives, not the traditions of any single brotherhood, which meant every grudge, every rivalry, and every cultural clash had to be pushed aside for goals set by an institution that most chapters viewed with suspicion at best, and open hatred at worst. The discipline systems were not just about keeping warriors from killing each other, but about forcing proud sons of Primarchs to accept orders from an organization that had no Primarch, no gene seed, and no claim to their loyalty beyond the political agreement made thousands of years before any of them were born. The Pancratium and the Penance Box existed because the alternative was a force that tore itself apart before ever reaching the enemy. Beyond physical discipline, every new arrival underwent intense mental conditioning. Through specialized procedures, each warrior's mind was filled with detailed combat data on every alien species the Watch had ever faced, including every subvariant and regional mutation. The recordings did not just teach the Marines how to kill aliens, but showed him what it looked like when aliens killed Space Marines. Thousands of recordings of the Battle Brothers being torn apart, dissolved, burned alive, and consumed played through the warrior's mind while he sat locked in a restrained chair, unable to look away. The conditioning was so intense that it had become standard practice to physically lock the Marines down during the process, because the recordings drove them into states of such anger that they would otherwise attack anything nearby. The intent was to forge hatred of the aliens so deep that it overwhelmed every other grudge the Marine carried. And after watching enough recordings of brothers dying at alien claws, the Raven Guard standing next to him in the mess hall started to seem a lot more tolerable. The process served a dual purpose. It taught the warrior how to kill and survive every known species, and it reframed the alien as the true enemy over any chapter rivalry. Chief Librarian Bloshane provided the reasoning for why the Inquisition deliberately assembled these unstable squads. He explained that the conflicts of personality between warriors from rival chapters were not a problem to be solved, but a feature to be used. because the differences allowed a kill team to employ the element of surprise and the unexpected in ways that a squad drawn from a single chapter, trained in a single doctrine, could never achieve. In other words, the friction was the point.
I was gonna
A
do
team
that
that
last
thought
one
the
and
same
then go
way was
fill my
predictable,
water
but a
real
team
quick
that
before the
argued,
ad ended,
adapted,
and then I
and fought
didn't.
through its own internal divisions was
Surprise.
not. The proof came in the field. During the mission described in
thought
the
I already
book
said that.
Headhunted, Talon breached the command bridge of an Orc
ow.
warship with such coordinated speed that the
Armaments, two
entire
armaments,
lower
chest-
floor was cleared in the time it took to draw
Oh, there's
3
something,
breaths.
but it ain't no good.
Voss focused on total destruction of his targets, while Zed moved through the enemy
they're
like a
good for something.
ghost, killing before anyone could react. Despite their
here, you said?
personal hatreds, they served one another without hesitation, and Karas used his psychic abilities to catch
Hell
Roth during a 200-meter fall on a collapsing staircase, even though the Exorcist had just addressed him with open contempt. In the heat of combat, they shouted not for the Death Watch, but the names of their Gene Fathers, Dorn and Gilliman, as their battle cries. The aggression of a space wolf combined with the unbreakable discipline of an Imperial fist, and the White Scars' speed on the attack merged with the Raven Guard's ability to reach any position undetected. The combination of strengths that would never appear in a single chapter squad was what made the Watch the deadliest small unit fighting force in the Imperium, because they served the Watch but fought as sons of the blood that made them. Some warriors came to the Watch already carrying reputations that crossed
I
chapter
don't want
boundaries. Brother Captain Artemis of the Mortifactors was one such figure. The Mortifactors were a chapter built around the worship of death and the honoring of their ancestors, their bone-white skull helmets and grim rituals unsettling even to other Space Marines. He rose through their ranks as a warrior of exceptional instinct, carrying with him an extraordinary ability to detect the presence of alien organisms,
closer.
a gift that went beyond training. His career in the Watch made him one of the most decorated kill team leaders, and his personal belief became the squad's operating principle.
Okay, that was
The mission
complete act.
is more
I did not think I
important
was
than
that
our
close.
survival. He would later lead the assassination of the Overfiend of Octarius, a feat that cemented his name among the greatest operatives the organization had ever produced. But that mission would also set off a chain of consequences the Watch never intended. Even legendary captains from the most respected chapters found themselves humbled by the Watch. Uriel Ventress, a captain of the Ultramarines' 4th Company, served a tour in the Death Watch and returned as a changed warrior. He had already proven himself one of the finest officers in Gilliman's gene line, but the Watch exposed him to methods and compromises that challenged the rigid honor code of his
Use
chapter.
the last 3 down
And
this
his
side.
service was another example of how the organization reshaped even the most accomplished Marines, forcing them to accept the cold thinking of the Inquisition. A notable Watch captain from the Imperial Fist named Bannon served alongside the Ordo Xenos during the wars against High Fleet Leviathan, pulling off feats that others considered impossible, including capturing an Eldar warrior alive. When his team's position was swarmed by Tyrannids and a Thunderhawk arrived for extraction, the Imperial Fist insisted on being the last Marine to board. As he hung from the extraction rope, a
Well, that does
Tyrannid
look
grabbed
right.
his leg, and without hesitation, the Watch captain cut his own rope and fell back into the swarm with nothing but a combat knife, choosing death over putting his brothers at risk. His squad was later taken over by an Ultramarine captain who led them to a victory over a Hive fleet by poisoning the creature's Norn Queen, a feat that showed how one kill team's composition could shift and adapt even after losing its most valued members. Keeping this explosive mix together fell to leaders who understood that their job was less about strategy and more about managing killers. Watch Sergeant Cole emphasized that the weakness of one is the weakness of all, deliberately observing team friction to test whether the Alpha could correct for that weakness. Leading a kill team meant managing what the novels call apex predators, who smell weakness like blood in the air, and Watch captains went further. Skar Mordentott admitted to using his own squad as bait to lure the Eldar into a trap without telling the warriors they had reinforcements waiting. He justified the deception by arguing that the alien had 1,000 ways to read knowledge from a Space Marine's mind. so the team had to believe themselves defeated for the ambush to work. Even the chaplains played a role in keeping warriors in line. Chaplain Ortan Cassius of the Ultramarines, one of the most ancient members of the Watch at nearly 400 years old, had fought in some of the largest battles against Tyranids and Gene Stealers, including the defense of Macragge alongside Marnea's Calgar when High Fleet Behemoth struck Ultramar. His body was so badly damaged in that engagement that his limbs and organs had to be replaced with mechanical components, and even those could not fully repair him. Since then, the veteran chaplain had become one of the organization's most respected warriors, and his role went beyond spiritual guidance, because he was described as his battle brother's keeper, guarding the spiritual well-being of a diverse group and forcing warriors to set aside narrow boundaries to serve the Emperor's family as a whole. Not every ancient warrior carried that same wisdom, and some of the Watch's oldest soldiers proved that centuries of service did not always produce patience. A dreadnought from the Imperial Fists named Shabjak served in the Watch with a temper so dangerous that he had, on more than one occasion, slaughtered allied Imperial Guard units during battles when his anger got ahead of his judgment. He would not have been accepted into the organization at all if it were not for his raw combat skill, and he spent much of his time between engagements insisting that the Space Marines of his era were 100 times better than the modern generation. The Watch tolerated him because he was effective, but his presence was a reminder that the ancient warriors sealed inside dreadnought coffins did not always come out of the millennia with their minds in one piece. When words and spiritual guidance failed, Watch captains turned to harsher disciplines. Warriors who endangered a team's covert status through reckless action faced physical punishment, severe enough to remind even a superhuman soldier that the Watch's authority was absolute. The leadership structure above the killed teams carried its own dysfunction. Since Giannis Broden, an Alpha-designated scimitar, was described as aggressive and arrogant, treating subordinate squads as pieces on a board, and threatening to hold other team leaders personally responsible for any slips in discipline. The system that forced rival chapters to cooperate did not always produce good leaders, because it sometimes produced power-hungry commanders who used the Watch's authority to feed their own egos. The chaplain was not just a spiritual leader, but the enforcer of unity in an organization built on division. Despite all of that pressure, these warriors never stopped being who they were, because the Watch could reshape a Marine's purpose, but it could not erase where he came from. They kept their chapter icon on the right shoulder and carried personal keepsakes from home. Karaz carried Arkman, a forced sword once laid at the feet of the Golden Throne by the founder of his brotherhood. A space wolf named Gartrand carried Hjormir, a chainsword passed down since the days of Layman Russ, and he refused to replace its chipped teeth because doing so would offend the spirit of his Fenrisian heritage. Others preserved their heritage through words rather than objects, since Darian Roth frequently quoted unknown sacred writings and battle texts from his own chapter, passages drawn from works like the Chronicles of Uranos and the Fourth Book of Toul, reciting them aloud as though the oral tradition itself was an artifact he carried in place of a sword. Trophy rooms line the quarters of Watch fortresses, displaying the kills of brothers who served centuries before. The organization demanded loyalty but did not erase identity, because it layered a new one on top and forced the warrior to carry both, never fully belonging to either. The librarian admitted privately that Astartes' life seemed far less complicated among one's own chapter brothers, and longed for the day he could return to his homeworld. That longing was shared by nearly every warrior who put on the black, because they served the Inquisition, fought alongside rivals, and carried the weight of two brotherhoods at once. But what none of them fully understood when they arrived was that the kill team's greatest challenge would not be learning to trust each other. The Imperium of Man teaches the simple rule about the alien: hate it, destroy it, and never try to understand it. The third book of Indoctrinations lays this out in 5 words that every Imperial citizen is expected to follow. The Xenos is unclean, impure, and hated. and the only proper response is to see it cleansed and purged. For most space brotherhoods, this is more than enough. You see the alien, you kill the alien, and there is nothing else worth knowing. But the Death Watch cannot afford that simplicity, and the tension between what the Watch needs to know and what the Imperium says it should know defines everything about how this organization fights. The novel Shadowbreaker states that the Watch Council remains split between two camps. On one side stands the purist, warriors who believe every trace of alien existence must be destroyed and who refuse to touch Xenos technology or even learn alien languages, regardless of the battlefield advantage that knowledge might provide. On the other side stands the realistic view, best expressed by the master of the Librarius, Marnus Loshain, who argued that because mankind faced its darkest days since the Horus Heresy, the Watch had to embrace every weapon, every opportunity to survive. The realists have won that argument in practice, even if the debate never ends, and the Watch maintains a secret collection of data on alien species hidden in vaults, guarded by what the lore calls dreaded sentinels. This information is so dangerous that its very existence violates Imperial law, and yet every Watch fortress in the galaxy depends on it. The conditioning described earlier taught every warrior how to kill every known alien species. But that was combat knowledge, drilled into muscle memory and reflex. The deeper forbidden knowledge, the kind that could save the Imperium or destroy the mind of anyone who carried it, lived in places most Marines were never allowed to enter. Sealed vaults hold ancient books, data crystals, and memory banks filled with information that would be considered an outright crime against the faith anywhere else, and only librarians are trusted with the access codes because they are judged strong enough to withstand the mind-breaking secrets inside. Each visit carries a risk, since whispered voices of long-dead alien minds reach out to every psyker who enters, offering forbidden power, terrible secrets. In the Jericho Reach, the greatest of these repositories takes the concept to an entirely different level. The Omega Vault, housed deep within Watch Fortress Ariok, is a massive system of ancient mechanisms, catacombs, and chambers at the heart of the fortress. Its sole entrance is a door 40 meters high, protected by massive armor plates, energy shields, and adamantium, engraved with the symbols of the Watch and ancient Terran markings, surrounding an image of the Emperor defeating a great serpent. An inscription reads, "Truth is the last fortress." Every new brother entering the Watch swears an oath of vigilance beneath those words, and the vault unlocks itself in response to specific alien threats, releasing ancient weapons, coded data, or strange artifacts to assist the Watch at critical moments. No one fully understands the mechanism behind these openings, because the central repository is linked to reports from Watch stations across the Jericho Reach, and it responds to some alien invasions while ignoring others entirely. What the Vault has released over the centuries has changed the course of wars, and what it still holds may change the fate of the galaxy. Throughout history, the Omega Vault has released everything from devastating weapons to maps of alien movements to a single ancient psychic messenger, preserved in a frozen sleep chamber who, upon being awakened, sent one brief message and then crumbled to dust, so ancient that he completed his final mission across the span of millennia. Secret journals of the Watch have been discovered, stored in electronic form within the Vault's ancient machines, revealing that the organization possesses weapons and knowledge it has not yet earned the right to use. According to the Death Watch core rulebook, at the heart of the Vault sits a separate underground chamber containing what is believed to be the Watch's chief secret, an ancient pathogen that the lore describes as capable of killing any alien species while remaining harmless to humans. But who created it and why remains unknown. Whether this pathogen truly works as described or is simply one more mystery inside a vault full of mysteries, its existence reflects just how far the Watch's founders went to prepare for a war they knew would never end. The vault was confirmed to have been built by humans, and recently its mechanisms opened on their own, possibly triggered by chaos or Tyranid activity. Some locks that have been sealed for centuries are now beginning to release, and no one knows what will happen when all the locks are finally opened. Even the apothecaries carry a hidden mission. Beyond their role as medics, they hold a duty wrapped in utmost secrecy, because they must recover biological samples from alien bodies during combat, including toxins, bioacids, and nerve poisons, and send them directly to the Ordo Xenos so that the Inquisition can develop better methods of extermination. Their medical insights are turned toward inflicting the greatest possible biological damage during engagements, converting medical knowledge into a weapon. One of the most notable Death Watch apothecaries, a warrior named Kraegor Than, earned his place by single-handedly cleansing an entire planet of a species called the Thazim that had been immune to normal weapons. He developed specialized toxins that killed them, and once accepted into the Watch, he was assigned to a research program focused on developing viral weapons against the Tyranids. He spent years collecting genetic material and testing toxins under field conditions, but the Tyranids adapted so quickly that no poison proved permanent. So his plan eventually focused on finding fresher specimens from beyond the Imperium's borders, where the organism's genetic material had not yet been altered by contact with human defenders. This obsession with studying the enemy shows in their weapons in every round they fire, because the Watch does not just know how to kill every alien species in the galaxy, it has built a weapon specifically designed to do it. The Watch maintains a range of special-issue ammunition no other Brotherhood possesses, each type designed to destroy a specific kind of alien. Hellfire rounds contain a reservoir of bioreactive acid tailored to dissolve alien tissue from the inside out, firing thousands of corrosive needles into the target on impact. Kraken bolts use an adamantium core to punch through the heaviest armor at extended range, while Dragonfire bolts explode in bursts of burning gas to kill enemies hiding behind cover. Vengeance rounds use an unstable magnetic core that tears targets apart at the molecular level, and Metal Storm frag shells detonate seconds before impact, showering the victim in fragments. D-Revenant shells are built specifically to stop Necrons from putting themselves back together after being destroyed, while Tempest bolts release a burst of electrical energy that shuts down alien war machines and can even cripple starships. The list continued further. Bane bolts, developed over the entire lifetime of Archmagister Aurexia, were considered the perfect round. A single shot placed at center mass could kill any target. Inertial thermonuclear rounds left craters where their targets had stood, and thermal penetrating rounds burned through the heaviest plating from the inside out. Every conceivable method of killing had been distilled into a projectile small enough to fit in a magazine, because every bolt round in the Watch is a tiny masterpiece of war, handcrafted and blessed 3 times over to kill a specific species. The Death Watch bolter itself is produced to a standard far beyond regular Astartes weapons, fitted with optical upgrades to detect species that blend into their environments, and equipped with sound suppressors to extend the time between the first shot and the moment the enemy identifies where the fire is coming from. Special adapters allow a warrior to switch between ammunition types at the flick of a switch, selecting the perfect round for whatever target appears. Death Watch shotguns are larger caliber than standard and carry their own set of specialized shells, including Worm's Breath rounds that convert the shotgun into a makeshift flamethrower. The Balefire gun pushed the flamethrower concept into territory that bordered on the nuclear, because running on highly refined and radioactive promethium, it combined radiation and flame into a single weapon that ensured even the most resilient organisms, particularly orcs, stayed dead after being hit. It was not gentle on the local environment, but the Watch had never prioritized environmental preservation over extermination. Frag cannons are normally mounted on dreadnoughts, but the Watch modified them into handheld versions that a single Marine could carry. The Infernus Heavy Bolter takes it further by combining a heavy bolter with a built-in flamethrower, giving one warrior enough firepower to hold a corridor against an entire swarm. For confined operations inside space hulks or cramped alien tunnel networks, the Watch issued the Hesh Pattern Bolter, a stripped-down and miniaturized variant designed for spaces where a standard weapon could not be brought to bear. At the opposite extreme, the Stalker pattern fitted the standard bolt gun with an extended barrel and audio suppressor, converting it into a sniper platform capable of eliminating alien commanders from distances that conventional weapons could not reach. Heavy Thunder Hammers, larger and more devastating than the standard variant, were issued to warriors tasked with cracking open the heaviest alien war machines, while graviton guns distorted local gravity fields to crush targets under their own weight. Plasma volley guns, issued exclusively to Deathwatch veterans, delivered sustained volleys of superheated plasma that could melt through ranks of armored Xenos in seconds.
My mana is
But the
spent.
Watch's ranged weapons were only half the killing power, because what they carried into close combat was even more disturbing. Their close combat weapons match this level of specialization. The Xenophase Blade uses a phasic plasma field derived from Necron technology and refined by the Adeptus Mechanicus, capable of phasing out of reality to pass through armor entirely and slice the flesh beneath. The Thief of Secrets is a power sword that tastes the blood of alien races and uses internal biological analysis cells to adjust its killing power against whatever species it strikes. And the Tome of Ectoclades is a reference book bound in alien skin that lists the specific weakness of every creature described in its pages. The Clavis, carried by Watchmasters, is a device from the Dark Age of technology that contains machine spirits capable of taking control of Imperial or alien machinery alike. The Watch also uses Guardian Spears, weapons normally reserved exclusively for the Custodes, a fact that the organization is keen to keep quiet, since the Emperor's personal guardians would not appreciate learning their equipment was being shared. The Watch's specialized collection of weapons extended further into tools designed for specific combat problems. The Osseous Key was a variant of the Clavis, carved from the bones of Imperial Fist heroes, capable of blocking any doorway and disrupting the machine spirits of alien war machines. Stasis grenades trapped enemies in combat stasis fields, allowing the Watch to capture live specimens for study without risking close-quarters combat against creatures that could kill a space marine in seconds, while Thundershock EMP grenades and Nova grenades disabled alien technology at range, shutting down the advanced systems that gave races like the Tau their edge. Electromagnetic scanners and prediction devices, tools that used otherwise lost branches of technology, tracked alien movements across sectors before they could reach Imperial worlds. The weapons alone would have made the Watch dangerous, but what set them apart from every other fighting force in the Imperium was their willingness to use the enemy's own creations against them. Beyond weaponry, the Watch actively recovers and adapts alien technology. It is long-standing doctrine to retrieve examples of Xenos engineering so that inquisitorial specialists can study it, and Deathwatch Tech Marines assess whether captured equipment presents a danger and plan how to neutralize or adapt it. One result is the masking screen, a cloaking device based on captured Tau stealth field generators. Though the Adeptus Mechanicus could not fully remove the alien influence, they created a functional version for covert operations, and the Watch also developed additional active camouflage systems beyond the masking screen, equipping operatives with technology that rendered them nearly invisible to both organic senses and electronic detection. Other recovered items include modified Tau rifles, Necron phase blades adapted for human use, Eldar skulls repurposed as servo skulls, and even Tyranid body parts fashioned into weapons and tools. The Watch gives these items new names to disguise their alien origins, calling a captured Tau weapon something like Eastern Fringe Artillery, as though the name change makes it acceptable. The reliance on alien-driven technology went beyond weapons and battlefield tools. Watch Fortress staff, including non-combat construction and security personnel, were issued adapted Tau technologies for daily operations, and purpose-built hacking modules designed to break into Tau encryption systems were standard equipment for intelligence operations. The Watch even maintained Eldar hexagraph orbs for psychic mapping, artifacts so far removed from anything the Adeptus Mechanicus would approve that their very presence in an Imperial facility would have triggered an investigation anywhere else. And the Watch did not just collect alien technology. It built an entire doctrine around thinking the way the alien thinks, a practice that most Space Marines would call forbidden. The novel Storm of Damocles shows this doctrine in action during the Damocles Gulf conflict. Watch Commander Jotun taught his warriors to think like the Xenos, to know what they were thinking, to understand their logic, even though their thoughts were illogical. He defined the worst kind of failure not as spiritual corruption, but as the failure to outthink, outreason, and outgas the alien. His fortress housed the Oubliette, described as a prison and a safe where the Watch kept alien specimens that refused to die, including a living Nisisar, a race allied with the Tau, kept in captivity despite the fact that its psychic tendrils could plant false memories in nearby human minds. The fortress's great hall served as a museum of alien death, displaying Eldar swords, low shadow claws, and stripped jawbone of a Carnifex Prime, each artifact treated as a lesson for the Watch. After raiding a Tau emissary craft, the Watch extracted reams of Tau information from captured databanks, combining alien star charts with Imperial ones to track enemy fleet movements weeks before they arrived. A librarian used a gold-plated simian skull, an artifact from a Mortifactor brother, to experience the final memories of a dead Marine. A ritual that identified the Tau Storm Surge battlesuit as a threat before it ever reached a main battlefield. In a galaxy where information travels slowly and arrives too late, the Watch trades purity for foresight, and that trade saves lives. The Tau, for their part, had their own approach to understanding the enemy, and it stood as a mirror image of the Imperium's methods. An Imperial crewman named Arctan Bellis, captured during the Damocles Gulf conflict, experienced the Tau approach to conversion firsthand, where the Imperium used hypno-conditioning and the threat of death to reshape its warriors. The Tau offered rehabilitation, education, and a vision of a greater good that gave even prisoners of war a sense of purpose. The crewman was subjected to a gentle but persistent reshaping that sought to convince him that his entire life under Imperial rule had been one of needless suffering. The contrast highlighted an important truth about the Watch. It was not just an alien hunting force, but a philosophical statement that understanding the enemy was only valuable when it led to more efficient killing. The Tau understood the enemy too, but they sought to absorb. Meanwhile, the Watch sought only to annihilate. However, the deeper this knowledge went, the more it collided with everything the Imperium claimed to stand for. The most extreme example came from the source Shadowbreaker, where Inquisitor Epsilon entered a formal alliance with the Tau Firecast to conduct Project Black Seed, a joint research program aimed at finding a weapon against the Tyranids. The project involved studying alien gene stealer hybrids and using a Geller field generator to isolate specimens from the hive mind. When challenged on whether this crossed the line into a crime against the faith, the Inquisitor's response was blunt. The Inquisition decides what is and is not a crime. The same novel published how Codicil Karas was saved from near-fatal wounds by an Eldar healing machine stored within a Watch fortress. The device rebuilt his body so perfectly that he emerged physically stronger than before, but the experience left him feeling spiritually dirty, even as the Xeno device collapsed and dissolved atom by atom after completing its work. The cost of carrying this knowledge fell heaviest on the individual Marine, and the consequences lasted far longer than any single mission. Lord Inquisitor Cryptman ordered his kill team to capture gene stealers alive a command viewed as unthinkable by traditional Marines who believed the only acceptable response to the alien was destruction. He used those specimens to lure High Fleet Leviathan into Orcald space, a strategy that was effective but devastating, and the Inquisition eventually cast him out for the collateral damage his methods caused. A high-ranking Imperial Navy officer confronted the Watch captain directly, accusing the Death Watch of creating a wasteland and calling it peace. The individual Marine's burden was managed through a system of internal surveillance and absolute secrecy, and even that system carried a threat of death. The oath they had already sworn forbade sharing anything they learned, even with their own chapter brothers. And for those who went deepest into forbidden study, the Watcher Protocol served as a final safeguard. Teams often included warriors like Roth, whose secret role was to monitor his teammates and execute any Marine, especially Psychers, who showed that their expertise had tipped into corruption. The Exorcist shadowed Karaz constantly, not out of brotherhood, but as an executioner waiting for a reason. For Watch Masters, the price of knowledge was permanent exile.
How do you know
because
that
they carried
guy's
so
not
much
good?
sensitive strategic information and held such deep access to inquisitorial archives that they were rarely allowed to return to their original brotherhoods. They carried this burden alone for years at a time, becoming permanent parts of the inquisitorial defense network. The knowledge that made them the Imperium's greatest defense against the alien was the same knowledge that separated them from everything they once were. And as the Watch's warriors would soon discover, the forbidden knowledge and alien expertise were only part of what their service cost them. The Watch had its warriors, its weapons, and its forbidden knowledge, everything it needed to fight the alien. But none of that changed the one truth that every Marine learned the moment he arrived, because the Inquisition did not see him as a hero. A standard Space Marine is built to last centuries. He stands as a living symbol of the Emperor's will, a warrior whose name is carved into the honor rolls of his chapter, and whose gene seed is recovered after death to create the next generation of heroes. His legacy is meant to be eternal, and he is remembered. But in the Death Watch, that promise is broken, because service in the Long Vigil takes the legendary immortal Astartes and turns him into something the Imperium treats very differently. A high-value, specialized, and ultimately disposable tool whose name may never be spoken aloud again. The statistics tell the story before anything else does. In the novel Death Watch, the warriors of Talon Squad believed it was a well-known and grim fact that only 1 in 20 ever returned alive to their parent chapter. Whether the number was precise or simply the way Marines made sense of how few came home, the belief shaped how every warrior in the Watch understood his odds. That number means that for every 20 warriors who put on the black, 19 died in missions that their home brothers would never fully understand. Most who fell were never recovered, and even when a body was retrieved, the gene seed was often ruined or lost during high-risk operations deep in enemy territory. These brothers died surrounded not by their own, but by strangers from other worlds, and their deaths were recorded only in encrypted scrolls that offered few answers to anyone outside the Inquisition. The Ordos were blunt about this reality. Inquisitor Sigma, the handler assigned to Talon Squad, viewed Space Marines with cold distance. He told the team that they were tools, not heroes. He called them assets and an armored fist.
Did I not get
and he
that? I
made no
could've sworn I
secret
walked
of his
through it.
willingness to spend their lives. To Inquisitors like Sigma, a Death Watch Marine was not a legend or a resource to be used up. Not every handler saw them this way, but the system was built to work as though they did. To ensure these assets remained under control, the Ordos employed tools that would be unthinkable in any standard brotherhood. As revealed in the novels, armor locks and neurointerrupters were physical safety measures built into Death Watch power armor that allowed inquisitorial handlers to shut down a Marine's body if you became a liability or challenged their authority.
Handlers.
These were not emergency measures locked in a vault, but control mechanisms that treated the superhuman warrior as a piece of equipment that could be switched off. Whether every watch fortress used them or only certain inquisitors demanded them, their existence revealed how far the Ordos were willing to go to maintain control over warriors they did not fully trust. The Inquisition gave the Watch the best weapons, the best intelligence, and the best training in the Imperium, and in return it kept a kill switch wired into their armor at all times. The reasons chapters agreed to send their best warriors into the system were not always honorable. The most commonly cited motivation was duty, since brotherhoods were bound by ancient, terrible oaths and formal agreements. Nominating a brother for the Watch was considered a great honor, even if that honor was paid with the brother's life. Some chapters viewed the appointment with genuine pride, and the Crimson Fists, Imperial Fists, and Ultramarines treated service as a mark of distinction, while the Dark Angels added one more layer of silence on top of the secrecy that had already defined the Long Vigil. But honor was not always the reason.
Nothing good.
Captain Shrike of the Raven Guard used the transfer as a convenient and easy path to rid himself of Zephyr Seed, a rebellious Arrogant Marine whose growing legend threatened his authority. In the Storm of Damocles, last Leonis of the Black Consuls was sent to the Watch as direct punishment for conducting an unauthorized personal vendetta against a war-bearer traitor. For the Space Wolves, who felt deeply uneasy when separated from their packmates, being sent halfway across the galaxy to serve among strangers was less of an honor and more of a wound. And some chapters simply used the system to get rid of Marines they didn't like. A warrior might be a brilliant fighter, but such an impossible personality that his commanders were happy to see him leave. And the result was the same. The Marine arrived at the Watch Fortress alone, and whatever the reason for his selection, he was now the Inquisition's tool. Others arrived having already lost everything. The Black Shields were warriors who appeared at the Watch Fortress gates with every trace of their chapter identity straight from their armor. They bore no markings, no name, and no history, and many were the last loyal survivors of traitor brotherhoods who would be instantly executed anywhere else. Each one sought a nameless death to prove their loyalty one final time, because when a Black Shield entered the Watch, his service was always for life, and these warriors often carried a dark acceptance of death, fighting as though every alien they killed absolved an unnamed sin. Some of their stories were tragic, and others were stranger than anything the Watch had ever seen. A former son of Medusa, known as Mortifax, had led 7 kill teams into a talent trap in the Webway. As the sole survivor, he painted over all traces of his former chapter and changed his name to symbolize his shame. A Death Watch dreadnought, known only as Nihilus, served as a Black Shield whose true name was known by a single tech marine who had long since died. He changed his identity to remain anonymous, and though the organization did not favor such mysteries, he was respected by all because in battle he was unstoppable. Not every Black Shield earned that respect. Watch Commander Israfil, one of the highest-ranking Black Shields in the organization's history, died unknown and forgotten. His body was never recovered, even when substantial chapter forces intervened in the aftermath of the engagement that killed him. And for a warrior who commanded an entire Watch Fortress, his end was indistinguishable from that of the lowest-ranked battle brother lost on a routine patrol. Perhaps the most famous Black Shield in recent history was the former captain teased at the start of this video, Titus of the Ultramarine Second Company. After being falsely accused of corruption by a battle brother named Leandros and handed over to the Inquisition following the events on Graia, he was stripped of his rank and subjected to over a century of interrogation. When he was finally cleared, the damage had been done and his old life was gone.
And I bet that
He
gets
entered the
boring.
Watch as a Black Shield, scraping his ultramarine colors from his armor and burying his identity beneath the black. For years, the former captain fought as one of the Watch's most effective operatives, his combat brilliance and stubborn refusal to die making him invaluable in engagements across multiple sectors. During a critical campaign against Tyrannid and Chaos forces, He proved himself so thoroughly that he drew the attention of Chief Librarian Tigurius of the Ultramarines, one of the most powerful psychers in the Imperium. The Chief Librarian tracked him down and personally oversaw his return to the chapter that had once abandoned him. Titus then crossed the Rubicon Primaris, undergoing the dangerous surgical procedure to become a Primaris Marine, and was reinstated as a lieutenant of the Ultramarines.
Yeah, I remember
His
when this
story
happened. I
is
did
one of
this.
the only cases where Black Shield not only survived the Death Watch, but emerged from it stronger, reclaiming both his identity and his place in the original Brotherhood. The Lamentors chapter provided one of the most tragic examples in the Watch's entire history. A dreadnought from this Blood Angel's successor was sent to serve because of his impressive record against Tyranids. But while on duty, the ancient warrior was informed that all contact had been lost with his entire Brotherhood following an encounter with a Tyranid hive fleet. Believing all his brothers to be dead, the dreadnought may well be the last Lamentor alive. He constantly yearned for death so that he might join his lost brothers. But the Lamentor's terrible luck meant that the one thing he wished for most likely would never come. But even for warriors who had not lost everything, missions themselves made the odds clear. The expendability was not just a statistic, but a
I don't
reality
have
they
terrible
lived
luck.
through.
I have no luck. I have
Talon
no
was
luck.
deployed to a world where Karas was forced to split his brothers, using 3 of them as bait to draw a Gene Stealer swarm, while he recovered the primary objective. The Marines were placed in a role nearly identical to the gun servitors deployed alongside them, both serving as expendable elements in the Inquisition's plan. Operations often involved one-way deployments where a squad teleported directly into a dangerous site carrying explosives, knowing that extraction was not guaranteed. Not every operation involved a kill team. The Watch also deployed what were known as Kill Marines, lone operatives sent to accomplish objectives that a full squad could not reach without detection. These warriors operated entirely alone, deep behind enemy lines, carrying out assassinations, sabotage, and intelligence gathering, without any support or extraction plan. A Kill Marine was the purest expression of the Watch's expendability doctrine. A single warrior, armed with the Watch's best technology, sent to achieve a specific objective with the
There's stories about
understanding that
those
he
guys?
probably would not return. The losses that followed proved just how routine this kind of sacrifice had become. The Storm of Damocles novel opened with the total loss of 2 entire kill teams, Primaris and Orion, during a routine scouting mission. When Captain Nergi investigated, he found no bodies, only scraps and shoulder pads. Warriors who could have been chapter captains vanished without a trace. And the Codex Death Watch documents Watchmaster Valesnas and his brothers at Fort Starshield choosing a selfless strike against the Wog of Gazkul Thraka, knowing they were impossibly outmatched. He hoped that killing the Warlord would give his death and those of his brothers meaning, but months later reinforcements arrived and found nothing but drifting wreckage. The Watchmaster's body and those of his closest brothers had been pinned to the remains of their own fortress with massive scrap metal spikes, and each warrior's chest plate had been torn away. On their flesh, the personal glyph of the warlord himself had been branded. The politics of expendability operated within the Watch as well as above it. At the Battle of Black Gulch, Watch Captain Holyar reserved the glorious missions of his veteran squads while assigning the worst duties to warriors he considered less valuable. And the entire company was nearly annihilated when his favorites were overwhelmed by a threat the less favored teams might have handled differently. Even inside the Watch, where every Marine was supposed to be equal in the black, commanders played favorites with lives, and the cost was measured in bodies. Kill Team Ultraean triggered a viral warhead to prevent the Drukhari from capturing forbidden genetic material, sacrificing themselves without hesitation. The Omega Vault, the ancient mechanism at the heart of Watch Fortress Ariok, sometimes served as the instrument of this expendability. It did not merely provide weapons and intelligence, because on occasion it dispatched kill teams into certain death, never to return, sending warriors to recover ancient artifacts or cryptic data from locations where survival was not part of the equation. The Vault did not explain its reasoning or offer alternatives. It opened, issued its directive, and the warriors went, knowing that the mechanism that had chosen them had also written them off. The Watch even created a ritual to turn this disposal into something sacred. At Pickett's Watch, the names of fallen brothers were carved into blocks of lead and dropped into a pot of molten steel. The blocks were melted down and recast into hundreds of shells, and each surviving Marine then drew a handful of those rounds to use in the next battle, literally spending the legacy of their dead brothers as bullets. In the Watch,
Yo,
even
turn
a
me
ritual
into
of
bullets when I
remembrance
die.
was designed to turn a dead hero into something useful. The Codex also describes a piece of equipment that took this principle to its most disturbing
Turn me
end.
into a bullet.
The
and shoot something
Redemptor
really
Dreadnought
cool.
is a variant whose reactors are so powerful that they slowly burn away the heroic pilot sealed within. Unlike a standard Dreadnought that preserves a warrior for eternity, the Redemptor consumed its pilot until his physical form was a destroyed wreck, and at that point the spent remains were extracted and replaced by the next volunteer. But the legendary warrior did not rest inside the machine. He was used up by it. The way the Watch's human staff treated these transhuman warriors sharpened the point further. Shipmaster Loney Farrell, a mortal, looked at Space Marines with a mean and suspicious eye. When the captain returned bleeding from
Filthy
injury,
mortal.
she told him flatly that he should have put his helmet on, treating the superhuman soldier not as a holy icon, but as faulty equipment that made a preventable error. Even the humans in the Watch had stopped pretending that Space Marines could not be killed. The willingness to spend lives reached its most disturbing form when Nergi lied to his own Gene brother, backed by our Khan of the White Scars, about the presence of Commander Shadowsun. He did this to manipulate an entire company of his own bloodline into serving a Death Watch objective they were not permitted to understand. Because in the Watch, the mission came before blood, before honor, and before truth. For the warriors trapped in this system, the odds had already answered whether they would survive. The real question for the rare few who did make it through was far more painful.
See.
The rare Death Watch veteran who survived his service faced a problem that no amount of training could prepare him for.
Try some.
He could not talk about where he had been, what he had done, or what he had seen, because he carried knowledge that his own brotherhood considered spiritually dangerous, and he had spent years trusting warriors from rival chapters more than his own Gene brothers. The Watch did not just borrow a Marine's body, but reshaped his mind, and the warrior who came home, if he came home at all, was never the same person who left.
That was actually good.
When a fallen brother's body was
Was it
returned,
okay?
the process was cold and left more gaps than it filled. In the Death Watch core rulebook, the Death Spectres received a fallen warrior with a ceremony of sorrow and respect, involving the entire company in full armor. The body arrived with an encrypted scroll from the chapter master, a document that offered few answers about how the warrior died or what he was fighting when he fell. And if a battle brother fell before his sworn term was served, tradition required that his home chapter send a replacement of equal merit, maintaining a permanent cost in lives that some brotherhoods could barely keep up with. The rituals surrounding departure told their own story, because different chapters handled the departure in their own ways, and each tradition reflected how seriously the brotherhood took the odds of survival. Storm Wardens assembled the entire chapter to salute a departing brother, treating the ceremony as a funeral for the living because they did not expect him to return. Black Templars marked the event with all-night silent vigils, kneeling in prayer, viewing the Marines' absence as a spiritual trial.
Try again.
Space Wolves held feasts and broke open their drink stores,
And that's
though the
how
spoken goal of returning to the
craft
great
the
halls
DOE
of their home world was rarely achieved. And the Ultramarines gathered as much of the company as possible to see the brother off in a formal ceremony, while Dark Angels sent their departing brother away under an oath of secrecy, reminding him to keep hidden truths hidden. Regardless of the chapter, the occasion was heavy, because everyone present knew the battle brother would likely never return. But for the rare few who made it back alive, the real cost of the long vigil was only beginning. For those who did survive, the oath created a permanent barrier between the veteran and everyone he once knew. He was forbidden even from sharing secrets with the brothers of his own parent chapter unless they too had served the long vigil. and by ancient custom, those who wore the silver shoulder plate were never questioned about their service. This silence was not just a matter of honor, but was enforced through inquisitorial conditioning, since the Watch used hypno-induction to change the very way a Marine thought, ensuring that he was Death Watch first and a chapter second for the duration of his service. But the effects did not vanish when the service ended. Karas acknowledged that the Watch shapes a warrior to fit its specific needs, creating what the novel describes as a permanent shift in identity, one that meant he would never see things as he once did upon returning home. Chiron observed that the librarian came back from his missions with new shadows in his eyes, shadows that represented the weight of forbidden knowledge, encounters with alien technology, and dealings that standard Astartes were taught to treat as corruption. The short story Onyx showed this psychological reshaping in action. The squad captured Homunculus, a Dark Eldar fleshcrafter, but was ordered by their inquisitorial handler to leave hundreds of human prisoners behind to be harvested by the Xenos, because nothing will be allowed to risk the primary mission. Ingvar, a space wolf, noted that this cold thinking made him feel sick to his stomach. This was the kind of memory a veteran carried home. Not just the battles, but the moments when the Inquisition ordered him to stand by while innocents were slaughtered for a greater purpose that he was not allowed to question. The companion story, Whiteout, reinforced this tension, because the space wolf found that his brothers in the Watch seemed bloodless compared to the fierce warriors he grew up with on Fenris. They lacked the rage and heart that he considered basic to what a warrior should be, and the inquisitorial approach to warfare, precise, clinical, and willing to sacrifice anything for the objective, felt alien to him. But the conditioning had already done its work. He had been reshaped, and even if he returned to the Sons of Rus, he would bring that clinical perspective with him, a perspective that his brothers might not understand or trust. When the veteran arrived home, the reception was rarely warm. Some chapters greeted returning warriors not with celebration, but with suspicion, since the White Scars were known to subject returning veterans to blood tests performed by an apothecary, checking to ensure their gene seed had not been corrupted by dealings with the Ordo Xenos. The veteran had spent years studying aliens and using technology his home brotherhood might consider outright forbidden, and his brothers knew this even if they could not prove it. The silence imposed by the oath only deepened their distrust. The veteran who did return often continued to wear the silver shoulder plate as a mark of honor, but that same mark identified him as an outsider to his peers, because he carried knowledge they did not. He had served alongside warriors they might view as enemies and used weapons his brothers would call forbidden. Despite this suspicion, Death Watch veterans were often promoted. Survivors were judged the best candidates for captaincies and even chapter master positions, because their service among the apex predators of other brotherhoods had tempered them in ways standard service could not match. A Marine who had spent years leading warriors from a dozen different traditions developed leadership abilities that standard chapter service rarely produced. In the novel, Karas was viewed by his brotherhood as the Kadash, a figure of prophetic importance, but this status isolated him rather than elevated him, because his role as a symbol of hope was also a burden that separated him from the simple and pure life of a warrior. But promotion did not equal trust. A returning veteran brought a Death Watch first perspective that could clash directly with his brotherhood's traditional culture, and service created a split in loyalty between the Marine's oath to his chapter and his bond with the Inquisition. He had spent years trusting rivals and relying on warriors from chapters his brothers viewed with suspicion, and that experience changed how he led, how he fought, and how he saw the Imperium itself. The rulebook spelled out exactly where this friction came from. Death Watch duties regularly required warriors to act in direct violation of the Codex Astartes, the document that governed nearly every aspect of how a standard chapter fought, organized, and thought. A veteran who had spent years operating outside these rules, making decisions the Codex would never permit, and relying on warriors from chapters his own brotherhood considered enemies, did not simply snap back to his old way of thinking when he returned home. The habits he had built in the Watch, the willingness to bend doctrine, to trust outsiders. To place the Inquisition's objectives above his chapter's traditions were now part of who he was. His brothers followed the Codex because it was sacred, but he had learned to ignore it because the mission demanded it. That gap between how he saw the rules and how his chapter saw them was not something a ceremony or a promotion could fix, because it was a permanent crack in the foundation of his loyalty, and both sides knew it was there. The damage extended beyond the individual, because Deathwatch service deepened the tensions between chapters rather than healing them. Ingvar's frustration with the bloodless approach of his ultramarine teammate Callimachus mirrored the broader friction between the Space Wolves' warrior culture and the Ultramarines' disciplined methodology. These tensions, already centuries old, were sharpened by the Watch experience rather than softened, and the Ultramarine enforced the inquisitorial rule that the system's authorities must not know we were here, a mindset that clashed directly with the Astartes' traditional role as visible symbols of imperial might.
Oh, yeah.
When these warriors returned to their chapters carrying opposing perspectives, the friction followed them home. Following the Great Rift and the Indomitus Crusade, the tensions around returning veterans took on a new dimension as Primaris Marines entered the Watch for the first time. Not every veteran welcomed the newcomers, and one Watch captain received reinforcements in the form of a Primaris kill team and, distrusting the untested warriors, sent them on the most dangerous and humiliating missions while saving the better operations for his veteran teams. When his own squads were trapped and overwhelmed by orcs, the Primaris warriors he had mistreated came to his rescue, and the humbled Watch captain spent 10 years voluntarily serving as an ordinary battle brother under the command of the Primaris sergeant he had once looked down on. The tensions with the newcomers were real, but they were nothing compared to the weight of what the Watch demanded from every veteran who tried to leave. The secrecy that defined the Watch did not loosen when a veteran's service ended, but tightened. The organization divided its knowledge so aggressively that even assigned Marines serving inside a Watch fortress were not told its exact coordinates. Only those pledged to lifelong service were trusted with that information. So a warrior who had spent years fighting beside brothers from a dozen chapters, carrying weapons derived from alien technology, and executing missions under inquisitorial authority was then sent home and told to say nothing about any of it. The Oath of Binding did not expire but followed the veteran for the rest of his life.
Oh, dang it.
A permanent seal over everything he had learned, everything he had done, and everything he had become. Those constraints did not vanish when the service ended, because the returning veteran was bound by the nature of his service and by oaths that the Ordo Xenos enforced with the full weight of the Inquisition behind them. If a brother spoke too freely, if he shared forbidden knowledge with warriors who had not served the long vigil, the consequences were not administrative but terminal, because the Watch did not simply ask for silence. They owned it. For the vast majority of returning veterans, there was no dramatic reinstatement, only the slow realization that the brother who came home was not the brother who left, and that the chapter receiving him could sense the difference even when it could not name it. The Watch reshaped warriors so completely that even those who survived and returned carried an invisible mark, not in their armor but in the way they thought, the way they led, and the way they saw the Imperium itself. That mark never faded, because it was the long vigil's final cost, paid not in blood but in belonging. And even that was not the full price, because every warrior who never came home took something irreplaceable with him. The genetic cost was severe. When a brother fell on the Watch, his parent chapter relied entirely on Deathwatch apothecaries to recover and return his gene seed. And if the apothecary failed, which in the high-risk environments the Watch operated in was common, that Marine's genetic line was lost to the chapter forever. The growing drain on the Imperium's rarest warriors was real, because every death cost the chapter not just one veteran, but the replacement they had to send, and the genetic future that might never be recovered. The drain was not limited to gene seed. Every veteran who died in the Watch took with him decades of accumulated combat experience, knowledge of alien species that no training program could replicate, and relationships with warriors from other chapters that had taken years to build. A kill team that lost its alpha did not simply promote the next brother in line, but lost the specific combination of trust, shared memory, and battlefield instinct that had made that particular squad effective. Replacing a fallen Deathwatch veteran was not like replacing a fallen Marine, because the
Come on.
chapter sent a new
You can
body,
do it.
but the Watch
I
lost
believe in
something
you.
that could not be rebuilt. The investment in conditioning, forbidden knowledge, and cross-chapter integration that had been poured into the dead warrior was gone, and the process had to begin again from nothing with his replacement. This was the hidden math of the oath-sworn tithe. Every death cost double,
Man, it's
once for the
absolute
warrior,
duty
and
every
once for
time.
everything the Watch had made him into. And for some, the return
back
never
when we
came
had
at all.
still here just
Watchmasters
spamming
who rose to the highest
orbs,
ranks
that's how
carried
you
too
do
many
it.
secrets, held too much forbidden knowledge, and served too great a strategic importance to ever walk the halls of their
Bills,
home chapter
10 o'clock.
again.
Thank you,
So they
fruit salad.
died in permanent exile. For those sealed inside
Bills.
dreadnoughts, the situation was even more final, because their
All
long
right.
vigil will never end, meaning they remained in service for as long as the machine kept them alive, which could be centuries or millennia. In the depths of Watch Fortress Ariok, the insignia of more than 100 Space
think-
Marine chapters are displayed, including those that no longer exist. A silent record of the cost paid
Pills are taken. I
over
live another
10,000
day,
years.
boys. Thank you.
The
Thank you,
Watch
salad as
stripped
always.
away the eternal warrior ideal and replaced it with some.
So, I was thinking about maybe 4 hours of PoE is enough for today. Maybe we go play Space Marine for an hour or two. Anybody's feeling silly? I'm gonna go to King's March first and give them more gold. Just to make sure they keep all right. I installed this bitch on my fake Steam Deck. 250 grand more.
That's
2
highly
days, 18
infusion.
hours. It's a Lenovo Legion, but I got it up and running on there.
for us to
It's very hard for me with the controller controls, but I can just attach my mouse to it. So I've been kind of playing that, grinding and shit while I've just been sitting on the chair. When I'm done, just chilling before I try to sleep. But I can go do that before I go try to sleep. Right now, kind of want to kill some Tyranids. So we're gonna. Jeez, that was almost the end of that Deathwatch thing. Jeez, that was almost 2 hours long. Fuck. Man, that's a lot of info. All right, who are you? No. Well, this could go away. We go back to regular here. Eventually. Wow, it just switched and the thing was so lagged. I need more RAM, man. I'm gonna make one of those throne things and put a couple of RAM sticks on there. The 32 gigs just ain't cutting it no more. My PC's begging for mercy. I need RAM and I need a fucking another hard drive. I need like a mega hard drive to store everything. I need a server in the house. I just need to find like a cheap, like single blade server with a big ass storage capacity and make my own little storage unit in the closet or something. Can start up some regular music. Turn that down a little bit. Got down a lot of it. It's Warhammer appropriate. Oh my gosh, the yawns are starting. Reticulating splines. I just sent text. Come on, Space Marine, I believe in you. Sure, now. So that we get all this crazy thing. Heavy metal, we get these anime boobies, and we get the Space Marines. All right, everybody's happy. Now what? Oh, what do I want to do? Come on, we already preloaded all the shaders. Can we just go straight from that? Oh, yeah. All right, man. What do I want to play as right now? Mr. Hammer Bulwark? Wish Bulwark and Tech Marine got capes. I would be grinding the shit out of those. Like, I want to do the heavy one, but, like, I don't know. I just hate how Vanguard looks. I can't stand it. Damn, I look good. Alright, well, I have 3 separate loadouts on this. If I can play. Yeah, that's... Let's just go swing our axes and stuff for a while. Oh, I back to the proper position. I can resituate my keyboard up first. Gotta move my keyboard into gamer position. Oh, I was already there? Got it for normals today. Okay, nothing. Not on Bulwark. Gross. Ew, extra by Norris. That's the worst. Alright, well. Let's do this one first. Huh? What's going on? There's like 4 people joined, left, skedaddled. I don't know. There's a bunch of shit just happened. Boom, boom, boom. I didn't know what the hell's going on. Forever in the loading screens. Was it extra Majora's? I thought it said it was lower Majora's. That's a lie. It says this, but I'm calling bullshit. That's bullshit.
お前の任務は生成所のプロメチウムで大軍を壊滅させることだ。まずケイディアンの全焼基地に進み安否を確認する。その後生成所に潜入し爆破による解体を行う。爆破のタイミングは主力の大軍が爆破ゾーンに入った時だけだ。
Should switch to shield. There's too much range shit here. Too much open area. Oh, I didn't mean to take that. My bad, dog. I didn't mean to take that. I didn't think it was going to obliterate the one that I swung at. Nah, I'm good. Bitch. Go, lads. All right. You say so. Oh, now it goes off. Look at that. Blow myself up with that shit. You didn't make it. I didn't change my title or anything. Damn it. You're getting away? No, not Space Marine. Yeah, Space Marine. That's not.
ガースマンのキャンプが見えた。見張りはどこにもいない。
That's alright. Nobody watches on YouTube anymore. We're a normal strat though. It's not like we're anything difficult.
帝国のためにゼロを殲滅するんだ。
Sorry, lads.
アーティラン中隊長、キャンプに人の気配はなさそうです。生きた人間はという意味で、原さん、兵器の展開と武装に必要な帝国防衛軍の爆破コードを入手する必要がある。生死に関わらず。
Any dead guys up here?
情報を入手しろ。
Yeah. So dead guy over here? Yeah, there is.
増えたゼノをブーツで踏み潰してやったぜ。
Bitch. No!
ほとんどの設備はボロボロだ。
It's over for you.
遺体を捜索してみろ。
Stop running from me! Oh yeah, you ain't going nowhere, bitch. I'm coming for you next. Tells you about running. Huh?
ほとんどの設備はボロボロだ。遺体を捜索してみろ。無意味な捜索だ。
Did anybody search this guy? No, they didn't.
この将校への命令だけだ。
Where the fuck is he? There's only the one here, and then the one on the ramp that I know of.
調べたが何もなかった。
Gotta be that.
手に入れたぞ。
Got it.
生隊長。
Table, you're
爆破
coming
の
with
準
me.
備が整いました。プロメチウム生成所に進み、爆破の準備を完了しろ。
Take those. They better know grenades. Just laying there in the dirt. All right.
奇跡が実体化したものだ。
That was weird. Never seen that before. Guardian relic just chilling in the mud. Middle of the
進み
map.
続けよう。前進可能だ。
Ooh, he's got power sword. Good choice. Good choice.
帝国防衛軍の生命線だ。うまく活用しようぜ。
They're good.
ゼロメ、影山まで飛んでいけ。
Where you going? Going up? I'll stay down. We're gonna unify that. Our charge on that's actually really damn fast.
あれは普通のゼノじゃない。心を奪われるぞ。エイリアンの侵入者をマーク。
Piss off with them spore mines. Damn it! Both y'all fuck off. Somebody gonna shoot these guys or what? Got one. Die.
ゼノの対価は少なければ少ないほどいい。
It'd be cooler if I like chopped it in half with the axe.
敵はもうリロードする。
I kind of want to switch to power sword because I haven't tried it on Bulwark
プロメ
yet.
チウムの施設までどのくらいだ。生成所に入ります。順調そうだな。その調子でいけ。
I think I have it on. It's just the wrong. That is the wrong skin. I'm gonna change it back. I like that new one a lot. See if I can remember how to parry. This one's fencing, I believe. Pretty similar to block.
コードを使用して爆弾を起動し、プロメチウムの井戸に仕掛けるんだ。慎重にな。そうするのが身のためだ。予備の刺激剤を発見。
What? Oh, you could have the one I was gonna take. Okay, that's fine.
すべては皇帝の計画通りだ。起動の
Let's
決心
see
が
if
行
we
わ
got
れたら
one coming down.
機械シーの名において発電機はうなりを上げる。クレーンシーケンス初期化。ペイロードを判明中。
It's fine too. That's fine too. You got that? Good. Where we gotta go? Uno. Generator Uno. Okay? No? Man, this would have been a great time to have the axe, though. I'm not gonna lie. All yours, bro.
バンキシーの一種に X 軸が調整された。これは精密な作業だ。俺たちは持ちこたえなきゃならない。
He did.
第三
Where
発
we
電
gotta
機
go
を
next?
防衛しろ。
Nice skirt.
第三発電機より異常な
goddamn
振動を
space
感知し、オペレーターはタイミングの調和を行え。
Just because it looks cool.
Y 軸が調整されたら、
Can't see that guy.
0.0 ナノメートル。バンキシーの精度に祝福がある。皇帝は使えるものすべてに完璧を求める。ただの
Oh, we just did
クレーンにさえ
1
も
and 3, so we gotta be 2 or 4 not 3. I don't know how many more it's gonna do. Loser.
完了です。ゼロが燃えていく様を眺めましょ
Oh,
う。
we don't have to do anymore.
プロメチウム採掘場を一望できる展望台がある。
Nice.
待ち伏せには最適な場所だろう。
We'll take these frags. I like the frag better than the shock grenades. this away. What's up, boys? Not much besides you being dead. Oh, he died before I could gun strike him. Got boring. Nada. I do miss playing. A lot. Okay, as long as the Karn Fix, that's fine. The Karn Fix any damn day. You're stupid. What's that? Good job, everyone. That real quick. Thank you for that, brother. Let's go, brother. Freaking beat the shit out of the heck. Perfect. Got his ass whooped. I think I'm gonna switch back to the axe though. Axe is fun. Oh, it's facing the wrong way. This is usually where the Carnifex spawns. When stupid shit goes down. We're definitely switching back to the axe for this part. I like how it makes the thunderclap even though you don't actually hit anything. Gate open. How did I get a hit marker on one of them? Still attacking, couldn't dodge. Appreciate it, but I'm fine. From where? Nah, homie, not today. There they are. Killed this boy. Just me chasing down all the stupid Majoruses. Easy enough. Alright, get a hold.
接近阻止策を発動。点火準備よし。点火するぞ。
Ah, no grenades left. Ooh. Oh, it's on the other side. Not coming up this side? Right, this one more on it.
大軍が間もなく到着するぞ。これの合図に備え
That's
てお
pretty
け。
sick. Okay, that's fun to know that it's that freaking fast. Laser beam.
よし。もう一度プロメチウムを使え。
Get out of here. My aim is bad and I feel bad about it.
炎の中でもだえ苦しむティラニットを眺めるのを楽しみにして。
Ammunition for me.
ゴータスから報告。作戦は成功しました。ティラニットの生体反応は 90% 低下。大軍の全滅を確認。素晴らしい働きだ。脱出に行こうしよう。
Alright.
攻勢のため。 抽出完了。軌道に戻る。よくやった。先端に敬意を表する。直ちに補給を終えて再展開に備えておけ。
Good job, everyone. You all earned your 10 points. That's the guy that was in the mission? I didn't even notice their name. Oh well. My bad, guys. Sorry. I'm terrible with names. It's fine. Alright, one more, and then we'll call it a night. Oh, it's 4-9. and make sure it's right. The armory hall. Yep. You. Protect the vault. That we don't need it. Russian faces. All right. Quick ballistic engine. No, disruption, not ballistic engine because it's 4 mines. Fuck you. Do a disruption and then call it. No takers, huh? Alright. Just a little old me then. Damn it, it's stuck. Alright. Me and the bot squad.
アバラックスの大聖堂にてサウザンドさんに対抗するケイディアンが動員された。しかしこちらの部隊は目標地点に到達できなかったんだ。
Oh yeah, I'm the only one here.
ケイディアンを再集結させティラニットを撃退し、その後大聖堂でサウザンドさんの計画を阻止しろ。
I was doing alright earlier and now the fire is
22隊の
coming.
ケバー少
I'm
佐を
big
探し出
bad.
せ。誰か聞こえるか。セナと裏切り者の軍勢を撃退しろ。大聖堂を守りきれない。ウルトラマリンか。皇帝をたたえよう。ゼロに吸収され俺たちはジリジリになってしまった。
ケバー少佐はどこにいる？
ゼロにやられてケバー少佐は亡くなった。今は俺が指揮している第22中隊の大手の指揮官だ。大聖堂のゲートステーションを確保することが任務である。
大手の指揮官、護衛を堅持しろ。すぐにそちらを援護してやる。卑劣なティラ
I'm
ニ
gonna enjoy the game.
生らず
That's why I have so many guys around me. I forgot. I'm here by myself.
大臣を送電。
Hey guys, you wanna shoot that fucker?
敵は援軍を呼んだ。奴らを迎え撃つんだ。やってくるのはマガジン交
Fuck
換。
bots, man. Insane. That counted? Oh, that's not fair. Fuck. Shit.
マガジンを変える。
Pseudo dubs? Fine, good.
飢えたゼノをブーツで踏み潰してやったぜ。ということで練習の知らせが待っている。
Oh, they died. I'm not a tech marine.
フォアマインが接近。
All right. These idiots.
補給する
I didn't even bother with those assholes. I like how they put their foot up on this sandbag. With
薄汚いゼノはあれが最後だ
really did a good job.
アイアンクレアは本当に
They really did.
次の戦闘に備えろルートはクリアだ暗黒の道はここで終わる前方に襲撃してない前進しろ
I'm gonna attack.
フラググレネードを投げる
All yours, Homer. Thank you
暗躍を想
for the
定する
armor.
大学ゴーダスお前の奥義はどのブラザーよりもやけに綺麗だよな武器庫へ戻す前にしっかり清めておくことも俺自身の務めだからな望むならバイナリ語の祝祷を唱えてやってもいいがテロリアン機械精霊との交信はお前の領分だ
Oh, really?
俺はそこまでしない
That bad, huh? Sheesh. It almost sounds fun if it wasn't for the frickin' Minoras. I bet that'd be a good one to go with Power Sword Tech Green on. Just get all those freaking gun strikes for $3.99.
大至急支援してもらいたいお前の要請は俺たちの任務を
Just like swipe with your sword. Just keep swiping with your sword. Just keep gun striking. You never really have to stop.
この
Pretty
戦
nice.
闘を維持できないゲートを閉じる電力を生成するまで発電機を守ってくれ絶対に破壊させてはならないどんな手段を用いても発電機を守ってみせる
Haha. Wait.
アイムビーストめ因果はお前らには滅ぼ発電機が空から攻撃されてる
Gargoyles. What's the song? Gargoyle. Oh yeah, I bet. Oh yeah. Because you get that, you got that perk that like resets your thing. You can kill so many enemies in one shot, right? You just slam, jump, slam, jump. Ah, right. Yeah. Come on, man. Neither of you could have got there faster. I was on the opposite side fight. You guys got on that one.
ゼノがエプシロンの発電機を破壊してる
All right, everyone's dead.
電力は現在 75%
You.
ティラニットがゲート付近の発電機に群がってる
Might have been a little overkill. I don't got no more grenades, man. All I got is the laser beam. Oh yeah, it's normal. Those sniper shots don't do that much damage.
お前はウルトラマーで失敗した。あと少しだ。あと数メガジュールあればいい。これでゲートを閉じられる。
Oh yeah, that's why I was confused when you said you could get 3 stacks. I was like, I'm pretty sure you can only get 3 on the one, man.
アイブビーストめ、この銀河はお前らには滅ぼせない。
Good? Everybody good?
ウルトラマリーンの武勇伝は聞いていたが、まさかこの目で見ることができるとは。お前たちの健闘を司令部に報告しておく。見事な戦いぶりだったぞ。ベレギアン、そちらにリデンプター
Oh yeah, I knew about the 2 stacks give armor.
の防衛は歩兵に任せろ。ドレッドマートと合流し、
Fuck off when
帝
there's
国
update.
正教会の大聖堂からサウザンド山を駆逐しろ。これはケイディアンにここを掌握させるための最良の機会だ。
What the? Huh. Oh, we learn something new every day, don't we? I low-key hate the Salamander cape. Like, you don't have a cape. You have the one that you bought. You don't have the cool. You have the
エ
lay.
ルドレイクだ。上空からの攻撃に警戒しろ。異端者どもが暗黒神の加護を求めて
I mean, I know you ain't pointing to me. Fuck
帝
you
国
up.
正教会の施設からサイオニックの放射を感知した。バラタス、ベリディアンに現在地を報告してくれ。
Excuse me, fellas.
俺たちの間に叫びが。
I'm gonna switch to the sword because there's a lot of freaking random shit coming up.
東時バルタス、戦場で会えて光栄だ。
Well, alright. You're too cool for the armor boost? I'll take it. I was gonna leave it for you guys,
ブラザー、了解だ。新たな目標、次の分岐点で合流しろ。
but infiltrate
やり
back
使い
door.
を銀地の元に送り返してやれ。
Heavy distracted. We'll enter from the rear. What? Where? Oh!
ピラミッドのパイロボアだ。スパーマインに注意しろ。
Kill it!
兵器化した獣を破壊した。どんどん来るぞ。
He's just playing regular plasma 80. You don't have the heroic.
俺についてこい。
Like, no way you killed the Bioborn in one shot with the heroic button.
ダイヤンゲロ。 戦術的な状況が混迷した。 無駄にするなよ、ブラザー。
Yes, Dio, brother.
お前の遺産も
What do you mean? What, like, what about the bug? What's only on tactical about it? Nope. Bitch.
補給する。俺のセラマイトアーマーだわ。関節のモーター
Like that not firing when it's supposed to or when you think it's supposed to thing?
こちらこそ。
What Kraken Penetrator. Sounds tough. Bitch, get over here.
これでやり使いはおしまいだ。
1, 2, 3, their heads be popping.
マガジン交換。
I'm coming, bro. Let's go. I didn't even know you had to switch guns. Mine, you can fire twice as long as you don't overcharge it. Huh.
前進可能だ。
Try that. Maybe I can get 3 shots.
攻撃の進路が収束しつつある。接近戦に備えろ。
歪んだ恐怖の存在を始末してやった。モーンの歪んだ存在を消し去ってやれ。
Yo!
50度調整しろ。
That was his fault. That was whoever's fault blew up that fucking thing next to me. I'm upset he's spaghetti now. Shut the fuck up. That looked dope.
新たな裂け目に阻まれた。
Put it to the top of his head, pull the trigger.
俺の戦艦の兵器の力は圧倒的だな。
There we go.
オーギアに再補充する。弾薬はここだ。
A relic. All right, I'll tell you. I think I need it, but okay. All right, I'll do it. Let's see if we can't find our friends over here with these ones.
この結界は俺が対処している。ディレクターが突破している間、周囲で防御を行え。
Not at me, you ain't.
奴らの全地から仕留めろ。
Where's that? Usually spawns right here.
駆動を及び変装フィルターに障害発生。襲撃手を直ちに排除しろ。
Oh no, we got Terminator Sorcerer?
敵を排除した。
He's already half dead. That heavy's fucking it up. Well, I've never executed one of these guys. sick.
皇帝のためワンチームのため皇帝のため補給しろ皇帝のため遠距離攻撃の担い手から排除しろ
Let me add him.
攻撃を無力だ
Ah.
突破してやろう
Hell, let me had no fun.
装備の備蓄を発見した無駄にするなよブラザー
Look at that.
旗の準備よし
Oh, never mind, he did.
未完の指揮官を排除サーボハーネスガンが使える
Oh, nah, he's doing fine.
俺の生きてを阻む者は許さんブルータワーのためバリアは崩壊した大戦は進め
Dude, it works. You get 2-shot a Neurothroat, man. I'm serious. If you scan it and pop it on tactical, you can 2-shot a Neurothroat. I've done it myself. I know it's possible. But that plasma.
深淵が叩き落としているブラザーバルタス見事だったぞ
ウルトラマリンが皇帝をたたえよ
不明なボックス通信だ身元を明らかにしろ
こちらは女祭長ゾエニ大聖堂に身を潜めています異端者どもがこの聖域へとなだれ込み暗黒の儀式のためにケイディアンの守備隊を皆殺しにしましたケイディアンの部隊は強力な爆発物を残していまし
The
た
rapid fire
今度は勢
popping
力
of
に
heads.
対してそれ
Pretty,
爆発
pretty.
物を集めて設置する
Honest? That's not alright.
爆薬を見つけた
All the way over
直ち
there?
に爆薬を入手するんだ
Excuse me, everybody. Pardon me.
爆発物を入手した
Just need to get these stairs here. Is that not?
この座標に向かえ地雷を仕掛けた物を見つけたぞ
What are you doing, K-Popper?
爆薬を手に入れた
Hey, big fella, grab that. Teleported and died.
マガジンを変える爆薬をセットした
We're out of 3. Come on, K-Popper, where you at?
ディレクターと合流しろ
この冒涜された聖域を打ち倒し異
Oh.
端者ども
I guess you got
星
it.
明かりの届かぬ深淵へ葬り去りたまえ
爆薬を起爆して大聖堂が崩れる前に脱出地点へ進め主戦よ生き延びた剣が俺の町を追ってくれ
古き者よ申し出に感謝しますだが私の居場所はここにある私は大聖堂の最後の瞬間まで性別の
Dude, the laser should actually be the most accurate.
彼女の行いには名誉がその場を守り
I guess wrangling that thing's a bit tough. Come on, Vault, just kill his ass. Big bad dreadnought over
爆薬
here.
を装填する
異端者が至るところに
Alright, just time for the mission to be over to end the stream right after the ads. Wow, I love that. I love that timing. Hey, welcome back from the ads, guys. Bye. It's Thursday. Short stream on Thursday. So we'll be back tomorrow night, Friday afternoon, Golf Squad. I have a feeling we're going to be playing Power World. I would like to play some silly friend slot game, but I have a feeling I'd like to play Pete again. That was fun. Anyway, we'll be back to play games with the boys tomorrow. Thank you as always for hanging out with me today. Fruit salad. Everybody else that was there. Who else was there? Smokey. I saw him earlier. Anybody else? Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate the shit out of you. That's all for me today. We'll be back tomorrow, games with the boys, like I said. Like I always say, nobody told you lately. I'm proud of you, and I think you're doing a great job. So keep it up. I'll see you tomorrow. Come back. It's Friday. Come back. Tell me about your day. Tell me about your weekend plans. I want to know. You're probably going to do fun stuff, and I'm going to sit in my house because I'm scared to leave. So I'll see you guys tomorrow night, all right? Bye.